Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live stream. We go hard here with the Squirrel Crew all day, every day, as I say. Well, not all day, but a good portion of the day. And recently, every day, sometimes more than once per day. So yeah, that's what's happening here. How are y'all? Oh, why is that not? There we go. How are y'all doing? Were you guys also surprised when they finished court, like, within what was it, like 3 hours or something? Like they didn't go the whole day. I was shocked. They were expeditious and whatnot. So we are going to, of course, naturally watch all of that, but I'm just getting some things pulled up here that I was working on. So yeah, curious to know y'all's thoughts though of the hearing, and of course we will get into it. So Twizzy is back. Wait, we got double the Twizzies. That is hilarious. I don't know how you even are able to do that, but that is amazing. Shout out to Kane as well. Love it. Woohoo. So welcome everybody. And yes, so one thing that is interesting is that I love that I'm just typing something here. Funny. I love that people in the comments are asking really good questions too, like after the fact, like with live streams, like, like replay crew and stuff. And so there's been a lot of comments recently about the cell phones, which is great. And I love it. And you know why I love it? Because the Murdaugh trial has an answer to every cell phone question. And luckily, because I know that trial inside and out, I can usually find that testimony pretty quickly. So yeah. So one thing that we were talking about was like when the cell phones override themselves, like the data is overwritten and how that works. And so some people were having questions about that, and I appreciated the questions. And that's when I was like, you know what? Let me just find this testimony, and they will explain it really clearly as to how that process works. So we're going to start out. I've just got a short little clip here, but it answers those questions, and then there's a couple other interesting things there too, as far as like when phones can be like fucked with, if you will, or tampered with. And also, again, it's also going to talk a bit about, airplane mode, and then like Faraday bags, and also it's going to talk about location data, which is the most important thing of all as it pertains to this case, because we've been talking a lot about that and how, like, where the heck is it? Like, what is going on? I don't know. Like, where is the location data, and do they not have it? Like, what is happening? So yeah. So here we go, my friends. So this is from day 5 of South Carolina v. Murdaugh. So let's get on into it.
Is there a shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it overwrite itself after a period of time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And just generally speaking,
now, this is the data that you get through your Celebrite, right?
How often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is it stored, I should say?
It depends. Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45 days. It's just going to depend how much, because it's self-contained, it needs that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database. And it goes through constantly doing that. So it depends. It really depends on how much you're using that database, whether you may see something that's 45 days old in there, or you may see something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
And you mentioned location storage, and that's a type of knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unlimited storage for location points on a phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have a separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just name a few that will save location information.
All right. And so phones, depending on how the user has their settings, will store location data, correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always give out their location only while using an app or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want, or
What are
it
the-
sets by default.
Sorry.
Sorry.
And what are the
And
different
the other
types
thing is
of,
a lot of the apps these days, that kids are using, as they say, those kids, they, a lot of that, actually, I think I was hearing, who was it? Maybe it was Laura, talking about this the other day, how you're just like clicking yes, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and one of the first things that like every app is going to do is like ask location data. And like, I think that probably most people don't even pay it any attention, and some apps, obviously you're going to need that on for, and it's not like it's a bad thing until you've like potentially committed a homicide, or a double homicide in this case, or a quadruple homicide in Idaho's case, in which case that could be not good for you. But also if you're a victim, then that could solve the case, as it did here. So Alex was betrayed by his cell phone data, and Paul cracked the case with his cell phone data. Yes, Just Beth. Hopefully you saw this was for you. Just Beth was one of the I was talking about people commenting that she was one of the ones asking really good questions. So this should answer all of your questions. So you're very, very, very welcome. Is it weird if you spank yourself? No, why would that be weird? People do that all the time. And shout out to Flash. Happy to see you. And hopefully you're feeling better and not sick anymore. And hopefully Flash is getting fried chicken. Flash is so funny because I was talking about food, and like the other day when he was here, he was sick and he said like the only thing he had to eat was like celery, and he hates celery. So he was talking about dipping it in chocolate to get himself to eat it. It's just freaking hilarious. So oh my God, it's your birthday. Y'all stop everything right now. It's Flash's birthday. Happy birthday, Flash. Oh my God. I'm so happy that you were born. I'm happy that you're alive. I'm happy that you're part of the squirrel crew. And it seems like you must be feeling better if you're going out for dinner. So just in time for your birthday, I need to make a birthday command. I'm going to do that. Or Nightbot is, sorry, not me. Nightbot is going to make a birthday command so that we can do that for people's birthdays. And that will be super, super fun. So hopefully I'll get that set up, or sorry, Nightbot will get that set up before you leave. But we are so happy that you are here, and getting seafood. Yeah, for anyone who's not known Flash for all that long, seafood is another one of Flash's favorite foods. Also ice cream, also cake. So yeah.
location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can store cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out
Cell towers.
of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database, many times it'll go through and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, sir, it would be.
Y'all have heard me saying it, but take from Britt Dove, aka Britt Dove Field. Like we were talking about this last night too, ranking them, right? 4, 3, 2, 1. And so there you go. From the expert. Why are we not playing? There we go.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth connections, Wi-Fi connections, GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not receiving those things. The difference in airplane mode versus a Faraday bag is the phone will still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
Okay. All right. And what
That's
danger?
a big deal because well, in this case, that was a big deal, but just to reiterate. So if you have a phone that's in airplane mode, so y'all know, like obviously airplane mode limits certain things, but there's a lot that it still goes on with airplane mode that most people aren't aware of. Most people think it's more akin to being powered off, and it's not. And one thing there is like if it's powered off, it's not going to be logging location data. If it's on airplane mode, it will. So it's still going to be logging all that location data. So for example, if somebody's going to commit a crime and they put their phone on airplane mode because they're like, yeah, I'm going to get out, you know, scot-free or whatever, right? No, because what will happen is your calls will go to voicemail. Your phone can't use Wi-Fi, but the biggest thing of all that location data is still going to log. And also it's still going to ping off cell towers as well because it's always trying to communicate. So there's that too. And so I'm just getting this happy birthday command set up of trying to make it extra festive. So give me just a sec.
Are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody can wipe the phone remotely.
Okay.
So that's
And
the other thing. So when we were talking about this in the comments, I was talking about how like data being overwritten and stuff like that. And I didn't even mention the other reason why a Faraday bag is important beyond, you know, like, so if you don't do the Faraday bag thing, right? What are the risks? There's a number of them, but primarily the phone's going to continue to log new data and therefore overwrite old data. So then you're not getting an accurate snapshot. When you do a celebrate extraction, you're not getting the phone in the state that it was originally in, right? You want to stop the phone from doing anything new. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is the potential that somebody could fuck with it basically remotely.
When you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have take an iPhone, for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone's lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
Okay. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone in any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to. And then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and say alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Okay, so there you go, guys. I'm almost done getting this command. You know, I like to always have the little emojis. So I just have to make sure I've got all my bases covered with this. Okay. We're going to include all the different beverages because some people, we know that we've got some Jameson friends, shout out, or not friends, fans, shout out to Top Cat. We're going to do some cake and ice cream for Flash. We got all kinds of stuff. So, okay, let's try this. So it's going to be exclamation point B-Day. And then you would do exclamation point B-Day. Well, let me just try this. So good. Flash is still here. Excellent. So let's do this. So this is way more important than the cell phones. We have to celebrate Flash's birthday. So, and I can't, my H didn't, oh my God, hold on. Can't type. Flash has been looking over the menu ahead of time, deciding what he's going to eat. Love it. There we go. Yay. And some crab fries. What even is that though? A crab fry? I don't even know what that is, but awesome. I hope you get to have that. Oh, that's hilarious. Twiz says, I'm going to start carrying a Faraday bag all the time for the fashion. There was somebody that was saying, who was it? Somebody in the chat the other day was saying something about how key fobs automatically have a Faraday bag. I don't really understand that because these are only, I mean, these are kind of a big, only law enforcement, not all law enforcement agencies even like use them regularly, as he goes on to explain. But like, anyway, I don't know, but like, yeah. So, but fashionable for sure. And also, yeah, just in case, always a good idea, right? For sure. Right. It's not. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, this is Murdaugh. This is just a clip from Murdaugh. Thank you for filling everybody in. Those of you guys, I'm just getting caught up on the chat. Everybody's got their double usernames, which is hilarious. No, it says FLAS, I did, my H didn't come out when I typed it, but a flea. But nothing wrong with that too. I mean, we love all the animals and all the critters here. So crab fries are cheesy fries. What about the crab part though? Why wouldn't that just be called cheesy fries? Or what was it called? Also, funeral potatoes was the other thing. Okay, so now let me pull up this. So I did put this in, I'm about to share this to you guys. I did put this in the Discord, but I always close the loops, as you guys know, and it drives me crazy when I'm referencing something during a live stream that, comes up in discussion, right? And I'm like looking for it and then I can't find it. And I'm like, and it just drives me freaking crazy. So I always come back and so this was something I was looking for, I guess, yesterday, and I couldn't find it exactly. It was driving me crazy as always. So anyway, I made sure I could save it where I can find it. And I did put it in the Discord as well. But this is just for my own brain to stop being annoyed and to say, here it is. Only like 24 hours late or whatever. But yeah, so this is again from the Journal of Law and the Biosciences. So that's one thing. But the new thing I made is this. The new thing I made is this. Yay! So that's the Ada County Courthouse in the background there. Let's not zoom in that much so we can read it. Okay, y'all. Yeah, I don't know where Heather is. DTS. Who's DTS again? Maybe I don't know who that is. Yeah, what's really funny? I've heard people in other chats and whatever suggest something like he had a Faraday bag, it is hilarious. I don't think you can even just, let me look it up. I don't think you can just purchase one as like your average human, but let's just see where can you get one on Amazon? Where to buy a Faraday bag? Because I'm pretty sure it's only for law enforcement, but let's just see. Oh no, you can buy them. Interesting. Y'all can buy them. I wonder how much they are. Let's see. So whether it's for the fashion or whether it's because you might commit a crime, either way, it's all good, right? Oh my God, why are things popping up? So, so for like, you can get a bag for the phone for like $45, which is wild. And then let me show you guys. Well, no, then I have to unshare, reshare, and I get so annoying. You can get a laptop dry bag, it's a Faraday bag. So you can get that for $100. You can get a whole backpack for $300. They have just different sizes and they all look pretty much the same, but they're all different sizes. They've got some bundle. They got some specials going on, some deals for anyone who's like, I want to, save some money when I buy all this stuff. So yeah. So, okay. Well, there you go. So you don't have to be law enforcement, but still the odds that anyone that's not law enforcement or something along those lines that would have this, it seems that strains credulity for me anyway. Oh, wow. You can also get just a phone sleeve. Oh, wow. That's expensive. $100. Why is that more expensive? Anyway. Okay. So, Twizzle says, I'm just going to carry around a $50 microwave. There you go. There you go. Dude, I have a fanny pack that is really cool, actually. Now I'm like, I want to show you guys the fanny pack. It's Patagonia brand, and it's like reversible, and it's really cool. It's not lame, it's cool. Oh, it has crab meat and cheese. Okay. So, okay, but here's what we're looking at. So let's go over this. So, and actually, I wish Heather was here for a lot of reasons. Among them being, we were talking about this last night, right? About this new information and how it changes. I had been, you guys know what I thought as far as like the back door. Well, now that's confirmed, right? But that was also what I thought. And then I also thought potentially direct match. Heather also thought that. We both had those ideas before we ever met each other. And so, as we heard in the hearing from yesterday, time is so funny. It's like, that feels like it was longer ago, but also not. Anyway, we heard it came up a number of times, right? And I'm still working on timestamps, but I've got it's like halfway done from last night. But anyway, it came up a number of times, and it was odd. Like the fact that it came up a number of times is interesting. And it was, and at the very end of the prosecution's argument during the first portion of the hearing from yesterday, which was the motion to suppress IGG, after they'd gone through the whole rigmarole, the last thing that Judge Hippler asks at the very end, he like circles back. Again, it's not on topic, right? He circles back just to verify. And he says, just to be clear, like, if Mr. Kohberger's rights were violated, or sorry, if the FBI violated Mr. Kohberger's rights, that would be a big problem, right? And it was like the final last thing that Judge Hippler asked him. And I was like, that is so interesting, because why would that be? Why would those questions about, Judge Hippler asked Ann Taylor at least twice during the first time around, at least twice, if they were asserting that BK uploaded his DNA. And she never gave a denial, like, no, we're not. And, we talked about that a little bit last night, but as I do the timestamps, things just, you catch things more as well. And like, she says like, she would say like, well, we don't know what Jed match. We haven't been turned over this or that. And like, and then he's like, well, that's not what I'm asking. Right. And so like, they can't make that assertion, but they don't have there's no way they can. Like, they can't make the assertion that he did or didn't. And that's really the thing, because why? There's no discovery because the FBI deleted it and all that. Right. And so, but it's interesting because you would think that once that question is asked, okay, that's fine. Right. Done. But Judge Hippler asks the defense that same question at least twice in the first go round. And then it comes up in the prosecution's argument and they talk about it. And then again, at the very end, Judge Hippler brings it back up again. And it's just really interesting, in going through it, it's like listening to it again today and doing the timestamps. I'm like thinking, it sounds like no one knows, like they're not sure. And the fact that Judge Hippler made that last question to the state was so interesting to me, because it's like, they're saying, yeah, like, and actually I've got a clip. Let me play the clip. Just since now I'm talking about this. Hold on. Me and my clips. Okay. Okay. This part too. So I made a little clip for just this one part. So, okay. But listen to what the state says about this and the wording that they use, right?
The fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain. And certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it.
So that was oh my God. So that was the clip. So he's not claiming it. He's not even asserting it. So hold on. Can we play that again? How do I play that again? Because that wording matters. No one is saying it didn't happen. That's the point. I don't need to play it again. No one is saying it didn't happen. All that anybody is saying is that they aren't able to make that claim or that they aren't asserting it. They're not saying it didn't happen, which is really fucking interesting. I'm glad you're here, Heather, because I was just literally talking about you. And I was like, I wish Heather was here. So isn't that fucking wild? So, and shout out to Kat Randall. Happy to see you again. So this is why I have the next thing that we're going to look at here. And so again, just to reiterate, so looking at all the testimony from the defense, from the state, and the questions asked by the judge, it's all, there is literally no definitive answer to deny that is what happened. And it gives me the impression that potentially it's just because they can't say for sure. So, okay. So now let me go back, unshare, reshare. Hold on just a second, guys. Okay. Back to this one now. Yeah, it's also thawing out here as well. We're up to 27 degrees, which is nice. I went outside earlier today and I was to go to the grocery store and I was like, oh my God, is it summer? I was like, I don't even need my coat. And then I looked and at the time it was like, I don't know, I think it was like 29 degrees, but it felt lovely. Okay. So, all right. So this is going to combine what we've talked about on all the other live streams with the timeline and with all the stuff. And this is going to also weave in all the new information that we learned yesterday. And the standing issues, right? Okay, so here we go. Get your thinking caps, guys. Scenario A. FBI backdoors the IGG plus matches to immediate family member equals BK has no standing. Result. Does not impact his case currently. And then in parentheses, laws could change in the future. Could be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court if convicted. Okay. Scenario B. FBI backdoors the IGG plus direct match to BK versus family member equals BK has standing. Result. I typed my C and my E backwards. Sorry, guys. Law enforcement violated his constitutional rights by conducting a warrantless search because matches that have opted out require a search warrant for law enforcement to access them lawfully. And we have gone over that. That's in all the literature. And I mean, honestly, that's the thing is like even the state is conceding that. That's what's so interesting is like they're really kind of in a way taking a risk by conceding. Yeah, if he did upload it, yeah, that'd be a big problem. But like they're not saying he did. And see, I'm just still anyway. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So okay, so we know this for a fact, right? If that's what happened and there was a direct match, problems, right? Big problems. And again, this is something that has never happened before. I've researched this extensively, as you guys know. We've done a lot with the IGG. This has not happened before. And so it's just, to me, it's like the whole world will blow up like as well. Okay, considerations. Bye, Flash. Have a great time. Have a great dinner. So considerations. Author reached a dead end because they only searched databases for matches that had opted in, thus resulting in no discovery. The subsequent backdoor searching of databases done by the FBI, which did generate a tip, resulted in no discovery because they deleted / didn't save their own work. Are you guys seeing a theme here? No discovery and then no discovery. Okay. The FBI do not conduct IGG, as in building family trees themselves, with a few recent exceptions. We've talked about that as well. The only discovery that exists from the FBI's involvement is the tip itself, as in one name, likely an immediate family member or BK himself. And this is a direct quote from one of the recent court filings from the defense. I can't remember which one at this juncture, but no names of it's the motion to unseal. I just remembered. It's the motion to unseal IGG. No names of the extended family tree are discussed in the briefings. So as far as the timeline goes, right, we're like, they had this done lickety split, and now it's been confirmed. My theory was always on November 29th, and that was confirmed yesterday. So that just goes to show you, if you scroll hard enough, you can figure shit out, right? So as far as the timeline, because I've always been saying there's just no fucking way anybody built a family tree. Both scenarios explain the timeline. And what do I mean by that? I mean, if they just got lucky, as I've been saying, right, and they put a name in, they put the DNA in, SNP, right, and it matches to either an immediate family member or to Bryan Kohberger himself, it's basically one and the same, right? It wouldn't take them, either way, they don't have to build out a family tree. They've got their lead, right? Their tip. They've got their one name. So both scenarios, as in scenario A and scenario B, would explain the timeline. However, this is a question for you guys. However, which scenario would explain why? 1, law enforcement and the state have done everything they can to first, pretend IGG was not used. Second, wait until June of 2023 to admit it was used, providing very few details. Third, fight as long as possible to not turn over the discovery. And fourth, fight to keep it sealed. And this is just a side note because I still can't get over this. The state has now said they may use the IGG evidence at trial, by the way. And this is the number 2, right? So we have to find which scenario would explain number 1, which was long, I know, but number 1, and then number 2. This is the part that's really interesting that I was thinking about last night. The defense was fighting to unseal it for many reasons, with emphasis placed on the public's right to know. I thought a lot about this last night after the live stream, because I was like, given the fact that if it was a family member, right, we know he wouldn't have any standing. Would that be the reason that they would want all this to become public? Would they expect the public to feel outraged? Would they expect the public to be like, is this a public concern, right? It matched to a direct family member or an immediate family member, right? And then when you consider that, like, he doesn't have any standing, like, I feel like even a layperson would hear that. If they heard, okay, the IGG was done and then it matched to like a sister. Like, if you're the sister, understand, you have standing, right? Like, again, I'm using sister as an example. You have standing, right? For the opted out thing and all that, right? But I don't know that the general public would be super pissed. Now, they should be pissed about the backdooring, right? But that's not the only factor. The factor is the tip, right? So is the what is it that they wanted the public to know? And what would have given them when they weighed out their options, right? Pros versus cons, cost versus benefit analysis, to where it's like, we want this to be unsealed because this is so important. And you guys, we've covered all the filings. You guys, I'm sure I've seen them other places as well, but the public's right to know, right? So again, just to reiterate, we have scenario A matches to a immediate family member, scenario B, direct match, right? If he submitted it. Both cases, we already know that happened, on the record yesterday, backdooring, that happened, is done. So both scenarios explain the timeline, which scenario would explain why. And if you look at number 1 and number 2 at the bottom, they're complete opposites. Number 1, right, being that law enforcement in the state have been freaking panicking, and we're going to watch another little clip here in a second about that, and doing everything they can to keep it quiet. And that's the other thing too. Like, think of it this way, right? If it was a match to, again, like, for example, his sister, if that's what it was, and when we know he doesn't have standing, would that be enough to explain what the state has been, to explain this? Like, the way they've been fighting it, just to be, because they don't want it to come out like that it matched potentially to his sister or, an immediate family member. Is that why they're fighting it? Because again, even if you consider the whole like backdooring it thing, that like what we heard yesterday, but we've been talking about this before anyway, right? When people have their rights violated, right? Again, it's when the name that is given is someone who's opted out, right? So like, why would the state care if like BK's sister is mad, right? That has literally no bearing on anything here. No bearing. So when you look at the state's behavior, fighting like hell, and everything that they've done, and then you look at the defense on the opposite end, we want people to know this is so important. Could scenario A, I mean, I don't know, I want y'all's thoughts. Could scenario A, could that satisfy both of those requirements at the bottom of the thing? Hopefully you guys can see it. But anyway, oh my God, Kat is so funny. He says, how much do I need to think about that? That one melted my brain. You're all right, Kat. I know you're following. Right? How many markers they got after the sheath, right? Yeah. And like, I wish I knew more about the DNA shit to like understand more about the markers. I've been researching more the IGG end of it versus like the oh my God, STR side of it. So, oh, you're saying everyone's been hacked like in the IGG databases. So yeah. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Which scenario? So now, while you guys mull that over, I've got one more little clip. And the reason I wanted to do this is because this is tied into what we were just talking about here. And after this one little clip is when we will then get into the hearing. But I wanted to do all this. So so this is from, notably, the day before the hearing. So this is from January 22nd live stream. And it's just a short little one, but I wanted, there's a couple of reasons. Again, A, it's relevant, but B, I wanted everyone to know whenever I start referencing the Christmas present or the IGG Christmas present analogy, that hopefully people will know what the fuck I'm referencing, because it's way easier than like telling the whole story of how I got to that. So this is basically, this is the Christmas present analogy, but I think it's really relevant and pertains to what we were just looking at as far as the different scenarios and what would it take for the state to be that motivated, right? And again, same equally, what would it take for the defense to be that motivated to want everything public? Okay, so here we go. So from January 22nd, 2025, the Christmas present analogy. If this idea that is accurate, right? That he had submitted his DNA, Bryan Kohberger had submitted his DNA, whenever. Potentially he opted out, potentially law enforcement backdoored it, and they got a direct match because they got lucky, but literally unlucky at the same time, right? Again, their whole thing now is to try to make it look like that never happened. And the challenge is that they already know, you know what it's like? Let me give you this example. I've been waiting to come up with an analogy and I've just got one. You guys, do y'all remember when you were children, when you were kids? Did you guys ever snoop and find your Christmas presents ahead of time? Did you ever go find, especially if they were wrapped and hidden, did you guys ever go snooping around as kids and the present was wrapped and hidden? Okay. And let's just say it's, I don't know, whatever, some amount of time before Christmas or whatever holiday or your birthday, whatever.
Like Flash's birthday.
Did you guys ever do that? And it was exactly what you always wanted, right? And now your new job, instead of daydreaming and wondering what's in the box, what's in the present, what's my present, right? That's what you would have been. That's what I was, always thinking. What am I going to get? What am I going to get? So now you know what you're getting. So your new job has changed. Your new job is now to make it seem like you don't know the answer. Well, and also your new job is to try to make it look like you didn't unwrap it, right? So now what do you have to do? You have to try to fold the wrapping paper back up and tape it and make it look like, you have to make it look like, and then you have to make sure it's in the right hiding place, right? So you have to make it look like you didn't snoop. You have to make it look like you didn't unwrap it. And then on Christmas Day, you have to make it look like you didn't know what you were getting when you already knew what you were getting. That is what this is to me. And did you guys ever have it happen where because you snooped, they didn't give you the present? Did you guys ever have that happen? Because you snooped, they didn't give you the present. So you're like, initially you find the present and it's what you wanted. You get all excited. You think you get lucky. And then turns out, I just screwed myself. Now I don't get the present.
No present.
That's what will happen in my mind if the IGG information comes out. No present. It's just word salad. It's literally just circular reasoning and logical fallacies. Look, this paragraph right freaking here, guys. This paragraph is the state scrambling to find freaking more wrapping paper, more tape, scrambling. That's not even good enough. It's like that. It's like the state trying to find the right wrapping paper, but they don't make that kind anymore. And you're a child, you have no way to get it, and there's no more tape, and also you're trapped in a box and you're underwater. That's what this is like to me. But you're still trying. You're still trying because you really want to get that present. Like that's what this is.
So what's funny is that like I didn't even think about it last night the other day whenever I thought of that. But like it's funny because I didn't even make the connection to Santa, right? So Santa and the Christmas present, and it's just even better, right? Like Santa wants to get his present and love that coal in your stocking. Yeah. So Santa wants his present, and he's supposed to be giving presents out, not getting them. But clearly he's very confused about his role in this entire thing. So, all right, hearing time, guys. All right. So our favorite screen that we just stared at for long periods of time, especially yesterday. So I'm sure you guys have seen either all this or most of it or some of it, or maybe you haven't, but we get to hear from witnesses today, which is a big difference from yesterday because the witnesses that were there yesterday were surprise not open to the public. So that's funny. It said EE. EE.
Your Honor. First,
Hang on a second.
oh, sorry.
I haven't said
Hang on, I'm not ready.
I called us to order
Oh,
yet.
I am so sorry. I thought you said sorry.
I said,
She was excited.
let's bring the public in.
Okay.
I appreciate the eagerness, though.
That's really right. That's really funny because I was like wondering. I was like, wow, I didn't hear the all the rigmarole they do at the beginning of every thing, and that's really funny.
All right. Are we broadcasting, Sandra? All right. This
Yes.
is
Thank you,
continued
Sandra.
hearing in State v. Kohberger, CR 012431665. Defendant is again present
Rigmarole.
with counsel Ms. Taylor and Ms. Massoff. The state is present, represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. This morning's hearing will discuss the motions to suppress and any evidence related thereto, as well as we'll get into the argument on that. So with that, I understand the parties are prepared to proceed. The defense, do you have witnesses to call this morning?
We do, Your Honor. We have two.
All right. Who's your first witness?
Corporal Brett Payne.
All right,
Here he comes, guys.
let's get going with that then. If Corporal Payne would step forward.
And as we learned yesterday, big shout out to Denise. He's like really teeny tiny in real life.
You were sworn yesterday, as I recall, but we'll go ahead and do it again just for formality's sake.
Does that really matter though? Because is he going to tell the truth? I don't know. Perjury. Yeah, you can actually tell how little he is, especially in this witness box, better than you could previously when he testified at the motions to compel. Yeah, you can really get a feel for the tininess there.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Brett Payne, last is spelled Payne.
And what's your title?
I'm the detective corporal for Moscow Police Department.
Can you tell the court, I know you testified yesterday, but it was
Absolutely.
a different
Of
hearing.
course.
And so just to lay a little bit of foundation, can you tell the court your background in law enforcement?
So I've been with Moscow Police Department for almost 7 years now. Prior to that, I was in the active duty military for 6. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
What is your role in this case?
I was assigned lead detective in this particular investigation.
And so as lead detective, can you explain from your perspective what that has meant that you have
You know, what I should have done. Well, I'm gonna make a note for next time. See, as soon as I'm hearing this, I'm like thinking there's so many great comparisons with Murdaugh. Like what I'll do for next time is I'll prepare another little clip with when the lead detective takes the stand and is asked the same question, just to kind of see what do other lead detectives say when they're asked these questions. Just you know, like what is your job? Do you guys watch The Office? Oh my God. Sorry. I just got an Office reference. Creed Bratton, when, you know, quality assurance, right? But like they ask him like, what is your job? And he's like, quality. And he like panics and he freaks out and can't even remember how to say it. And then he just like runs out of the building. It's really fucking funny. Anyway.
Certainly. So it was my responsibility to basically view this investigation from a 30,000-foot view, if you will. Directly, it's the teams that were assigned to various tasks. And then taking all that information, synthesize it, put it back out to our group, and then eventually consolidate it into an affidavit.
So synthesizing and consolidating is what I got from that.
And in terms of that affidavit, yesterday there was some discussion and testimony about that.
Need some pieces. Ones who actually know what they are doing. You mean? Yes, that is what I mean. But welcome, glad you're here, my friend.
And how it was created. Would you explain?
And also, Moonvale, I think you might be new, or maybe you were here once before. I usually remember everybody's names. And so I feel like I might have seen you here before, but regardless, welcome. And if it's your first time, happy to meet you, my friend.
Absolutely. So the information was brought to us via various teams and specialists in their particular areas. For instance, most of the cell phone stuff was covered by Special Agent Balance from the FBI. All that information was brought to the team, relayed back out at least twice.
Shocked that they didn't bring, like, I was really expecting to hear, well, whether we would have heard it or not, but I was really expecting Nick Balance and I don't remember his first name, but Agent Imel, at the very least. I was really expecting them to be a part of this proceeding. I doubt they were part of the closed proceeding because, well, I guess they could have been because they could have been over Zoom. But I mean, that was all pertaining to like the IGG. And that's the thing is it's like that was all unnamed FBI agents, right? That's all redacted. So like, Balance is like the cell phone and Imel is the car. So anyway, it's like, it still just blows the mind, doesn't it? That like they just have, it's like a ghost. The whole thing with the IG, it's just like, it's like imaginary ghosts, both. Imaginary ghosts is what it's like. It's like chasing shadows of imaginary ghosts. That's what it's like.
Today, and then as that information was essentially synthesized, it was put into a running document, a living document that is now known as Exhibit A.
So when it was characterized yesterday as a group effort, do you agree with that characterization of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know approximately how many warrants you worked on in this case?
Okay,
I don't, ma'am. Several. I don't know the exact number.
I'm going to walk you through
several. I don't know the exact number.
Several segments of different warrants. And some of this may seem choppy, but I'm going to try to do you and then Detective Mowery at once instead of bringing you back and forth. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds good.
All right. And Judge, I have paper exhibits for you and for the witness. And so I
thought she did a great job. What did you guys think?
I'll go as fast as I can, but I want you to be able to look at what he's looking at.
That's
so we're going to begin with the first AT&T warrant.
Judge Hippler's face.
Prior to this case,
I'll know
had
like
you
when
ever-
people say they'll be like, somebody has a resting bitch face. I thought of this yesterday and I forgot to say it to you guys last night, but you know, because I've called him Judge Grinchler, like around Christmas time, I was calling him that. Anyway, so Judge Grinchler, and it also goes with its Santa theme, right? So Judge Grinchler, so I was gonna say he has a resting Grinch face, you know, kind of rhymes with bitch. Anyway, lame, but I thought it was funny in my head at the time. Resting Grinch face. Anyway, all
ever
right,
secured an AT&T warrant?
No, ma'am, I don't believe I had.
that's what I'm referencing.
And so, given that, who did you rely on in creating the warrant? For
Largely
AT&T?
Special Agent Balance. Obviously, he's the CAS expert, so I relied heavily on his input.
And he also
time-
was involved. He was also one of the FBI agents involved with Chad Daybell too, and maybe Lori Vallow. I would imagine both of them, right? Yeah, he was. Were y'all watching that or listening with Lori's trial when the lead detective had to get up there and read all their texts with the storm and everything? I was driving when that happened and I was listening to it because Lori's didn't have any video. I was listening to it in my car on Bluetooth. And I remember even what road I was on. I had to pull over because I was laughing too hard that it was like a safety hazard. Anyway. Yeah, there were a bunch of things that came up on the docket that were filed under seal. No surprise that
that AT&T warrant.
that looked like it's pertaining to, you know, people. And there was the whole thing about like testifying by Zoom and stuff, just like stipulations and the same shit that Judge Hippler got a little bit salty about and was like, stop that. It was too late.
One was secured. Were you co-located with Special Agent Balance?
I believe so, yes.
Can you, well, in terms of being more specific, it was December 23rd. Were you two co-located at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And I know co-located has been talked about in court a couple of times, but can you just explain what it means for you two to be co-located since he's from DC?
Certainly. Yeah, he
Sorry, it's like cohabitating. It just makes me think of like when people are like living together but not married. And so now I'm just like, you know, it's like another way to say that. So like him and Agent Balance are like a domestic partnership. I don't know, it just made me laugh.
was in the same building as I was, just mere feet away from the command post.
Okay, so when you say mere feet away, were you guys in like a cubicle setting or were you in offices with doors? What was this setting in terms of proximity to each other a few feet away?
Yeah, separate offices with doors.
Denise is here.
In the same second floor of the Moscow Police Department.
Are you aware of Special Agent Balance in his work in doing self AT&T records, having any access to AT&T records without a warrant?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware of him having any ability to review AT&T records through any portal without a warrant?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah, there were. I don't remember what other trials were going on with Lori Vallow. During Chad, I can't fucking remember what it was. There was something else going on around that time because I think it was something I was covering. But it was you know, it's always good when you're watching these trials and there's like, you know, sometimes there's like really heavy and awful traumatic testimony and terrible death and whatnot. But I do love it though, you know, and I'm sure you guys can relate with the dark humor when there's like funny moments in trial that are completely unexpected, and especially when it's completely out of context. Like for example, in Lori's trial, when you have the lead detective like completely deadpan tone with a straight face, being completely serious, having to read this entire, for like, he was doing this for like 2 hours or something, like the entire text exchange over months and months and months, having to read it into the record. And it's like, he's reading it and it's like, their stupid ass like nicknames for each other and like this grab me by the storm. I mean, the juxtaposition, right? And but I also appreciate, you know, it's one of the reasons again I love Murdaugh so much, because there were so many lighthearted and funny moments as well there. So that is what I appreciated as far as it goes with like Lori and Chad's trials. Because and there was just a lot of craziness, like insanity, you know what I mean? Those zombies and whatnot and all this. There's a lot, but yeah. That was less of a like, you know, there wasn't so much like, it wasn't as cerebral as other trials, which I love the cerebral, as you guys know. I love the cerebral, but I also love the just like, you know, a good way to explain it is I'm a big fan of B movies, if that makes any sense to you guys. So I like the B movie trials as well. You know, Sarah Boone is like, you know, the shit show, you know, and different degrees of shit show. Daryl Brooks is shit show. That's like one type, you know what I mean? Then you got your like, not really quite shit shows, but more just funny. Anyway, I'm just talking like a crazy person. So yeah.
I'm going to begin with what is known as States Exhibit 1 attached to their objection to the motion to suppress AT&T warrant. And Judge, for today's purposes, what I'm doing is relying on the labels that are in the record as opposed to giving them new stickers.
This has
No
been,
new stickers.
marked, previously as states S1, or is that 8-1? I can't.
I think it's SS for state 1.
All right, states S1 affidavit for search warrant.
These had court.
No, I've got to get.
Objection to the admission of that for today's hearing.
No, Judge, I should have started out by saying that the same stipulation regarding the admission of all exhibits applies today.
We do need the formality of moving for the admission, however.
What a
I
great
can do
point.
that.
Great.
Do you want me to do that per exhibit?
Well, it makes, if you, as you're talking about them, it probably makes sense.
I think she must
Okay,
be
I've gotta
really
get my-
excited because she's forgotten like all the things. Like she started talking before he called court to order, and now it's like this is really funny. I get it though. I get really excited, as you guys can tell, I'm sure. And it's very squirrely, and I would be very much the same probably.
Oh, S1.
Oh, good, Denise, awesome, wonderful, 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 love it. Congratulations, congratulations. Did you get to watch any of the hearing? Probably not, but just curious if this is your first exposure. And I was saying too, how you can really see the tininess of Brett Payne in that box over there, as you described. I also love her. They're getting their stickers in order and whatnot. Move things into evidence.
Okay, can Detective Payne, can you look at page 5?
Yeah.
On page 5, can you read what it says in the at the very end of the page?
Y'all,
in the,
his pin, look at how shiny his pin thing is. Look at that. I mean, my God, I just like looked over in the bottom right corner. I'm like, whoa, like it's like, once you look at it, once you see it, and then you try to look at the whole screen, I think it's like, now this is like all I'm going to see. Like it really steals the show. I watched and actually,
sentence.
sorry, need some Z's. I think that you and I think that we actually, okay, I didn't watch the trial, but I watched the sentencing phase because as you guys can tell, I am very invested in death penalty cases and to see what the jury's going to do. And I watched the sentencing phase, but not the trial. And waiting for that sentencing verdict I was very, very stressed out. And there was a long period of time where, everyone was waiting for that. And the jury was taking quite a while. And I think that we actually were chatting in the same chat because I remember, see, now that you mentioned that name, now I'm having a vague memory of that. And so happy to say that the jury went with life on that one. But so no, I don't remember the cellular testimony from that trial, but yeah. Cool. I'm glad you got to see some of it. Yeah, because there weren't that many people who were like the diehards who were like willing to wait for like the entirety of, I mean, it took a lot of hours. It was long. And it was like, I couldn't leave. Like I couldn't look away. Like I couldn't not. Like for me, that was like even more stressful than waiting on a verdict. So anyway, just, so like there were like a handful of people that were like there the whole time and there was nothing on the screen. It was just like waiting and chatting. And anyway. Yeah. Denise is definitely the goat. You know what? We need a Denise command and there's going to be goats in it. Denise, what else would you like in your command? And it'll say ! Denise, and we will get that set up.
Above wherefore that begins with the paragraph, it begins in support. Can you read that paragraph?
Certainly. In support of the assertion as to the existence of probable cause, the following facts are offered based upon personal knowledge of affiant. See attached statement of Brett Payne, which is marked Exhibit A and incorporated as though fully set forth herein.
And is that
Any
S1
words?
the
Any words?
affidavit in support of the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And that's the AT&T 1 search warrant that was the first one served on December 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
And that language that you put in there, Exhibit A, is incorporated as though fully set forth herein. Is that the language you just read?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm now going to hand you State's Exhibit 2 to the AT&T first warrant. Can you review that first page, the first paragraph?
He's reading. Excellent.
Of S2.
Pardon?
Are you seeking the admission of S2?
I am seeking the admission of S2. Just to be clear, Judge, all of these that I'm putting before him and the ones that are attached, we're seeking the admission of.
Objection to S2. All right, submitted.
Have you reviewed that, Detective Payne? Do you see that the language that I just referred to in the search warrant affidavit? Do you see that same language in this warrant, in where you incorporate the affidavit, incorporate Exhibit A into your? See that language
Yeah.
in S2, and is S2 the actual search warrant for AT&T?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you turn to the last page on page 4? What time was the warrant served?
10:03 a.m.
Do you recall that the return on that warrant came in at 3:30 that day?
That would sound correct. I don't remember specifically.
Would it help if I showed you the AT&T mobility propriety front page to verify?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm not seeking the admission of this, just for purposes of him being able to be
Yeah,
certain.
I agree, Twiz. I know this question wasn't directed at me, but I was thinking of how I would answer it anyway. There was this question from Denise about any hope for getting shit suppressed. And I was literally thinking about that. And my thought was exactly this, that I think they should get the Franks for sure. And that would be even better. That would be the most important thing of all, right? And yeah, he's hard to read because of his resting Grinch face, as I have said. So, okay, great. Glad you love it. Anyone else who doesn't have a command yet, let me know if you want one. So yeah, I mean, I think they'll, well, remember what's on the table is at least is the motion for the hearing, right? So I think he'll grant them the hearing. I do. I really hope so. And that doesn't mean that then, there may or may not be a result of that, right? Because we know how it is with judges and whatnot. But I would hope there would be. But at least even getting the hearing is a step in the right direction, right, man?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The witness may be shown the document to refresh his recollection.
Oh my God, he's wearing jeans. Y'all, have you ever seen that? I don't think I've ever seen that. He's wearing jeans and short sleeves. Interesting. Very different.
Yes, Your Honor.
Than your usual.
And Judge, for the record, this has also been admitted already in Frank's D17, page 634. Detective, can you see on that came in at, I think it's 15.
Mowery sitting there. Oh, well, you can't see because of the subtitles. Mowery sitting there like a potato, like a lolly. An Idaho. He's the lolly of Idaho.
30. It's
15:31.
okay. Thank you. I'm now handing you Defense Exhibit A to the reply to the AT&T suppression motion.
This doesn't have a sticker on it.
Pardon?
This does not appear to have a sticker on it.
No, it does not, but it is attached to the reply as Exhibit A, AT&T. And that reply is
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
see
I
line
do agree. You can tell more about what he's thinking by his questions and not his face. His face doesn't reveal anything. It's just the same. So, although he did crack a little bit of a smile when Miss Massoff forgot he needed to call the court to order. And that was I think the only time I've noticed that. So
for there. Oh, sorry, Judge.
Copy and put, let's just.
you think they're
get a
not going to
number
get
that we're gonna
Yemen?
call this.
Y'all, do y'all think? I'm curious. Do we need to do a vote? I'm curious what you guys think about DM statements. So Twiz is saying they'll never be admissible. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense logically, but like, I guess that's why I assumed it wouldn't be the case, because like usually the logical things don't happen here. I kind of just assumed that the state was gonna get that shit in because it's what happens. But curious with what you guys think.
I would call it Exhibit A to reply, because that's what it is in the record. You see at the bottom of the page where it says Exhibit A, AT&T.
So this is the return of the warrant of S2. All
Yes.
right, let's call it S2.2
2.2.
or 2.1, pardon me.
Well, definitely.
The fact that it's
The
associated
state
with that.
still is
particular
going to
one.
want her in, I think. I mean, not,
I'll
like
touch stickers
in
under the-
Karen Reed, right? We've got these prosecutors that don't make the best decisions, right? Like I feel like the state wants DM in, and it's like they don't realize that that's a poor choice. Just like a lot of the things we saw Lolly do in Karen Reed. I mean, there's other examples, right? Where it's like, why the fuck are they thinking this helps?
Union contract, so why don't you give it to the bailiff?
Oh, Judge Hippler just did a little bit of a smile again. What? He's in a better mood today. Look, guys, this is crazy. Did he get laid or something last night? Sorry. Eh. Yes. Par for the course. Par for the course. Yeah, watch
Touch stickers under
watch out for the smile, guys.
the union contract, so why don't you give it to the bailiff?
Right there. Amazing. Look. Wow. Who would have thought?
Detective Payne, on page 2 of that Exhibit A, it's actually just the front page where it says Affidavit of Brett Payne. What does paragraph 4 say?
Paragraph 4 or line 4?
Line 2. Line 4.
Let's just count to 4, shall we?
Says the warrant was served on 12/23/2022 by email, fax, etc.
So do you know exactly what method was used?
I don't remember.
Okay. And it says warrant in that line, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say anything about the affidavit in support of search warrant accompanying the warrant?
Mhm.
On the next page,
I agree.
the receipt and inventory of warrant, do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you look at description of property? What does that say?
It says 509-592-8458.
Can you explain?
So keep in mind, guys, just as they go through all this stuff, I just wanted to reiterate for anyone who's missed it that the fact that they haven't specified even just generally the type of cell phone, like iPhone versus Android, with every other trial, even pre-trial, you get the phone, right? The model, the generation. If it's Apple, you get the iOS. You get. It's like, there's certain trials where I have the different phones like memorized, like specifically. I mean, it's like, but to just keep calling it cell phone blows my mind. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out again because I'm still not over it. Clearly,
And how that's a description of property and what that means.
It just means essentially that there was the information retrieved as a result of that phone number being queried with AT&T.
And it indicates that that was produced how?
Entrance was obtained by email.
And when that was received, did you do anything to verify that the data was within the date ranges of November 12th to November 12th to November 14th of 2022?
I don't remember. That information was provided to Special Agent Balance as soon as it was received.
Well, even
You
just,
have,
even just on a practical level, like there was that one, the Bryan's phone live stream, right, where we looked at well, fucking hell. Let me just pull it up. That's me making fun of myself because I do this every live stream. But, you know, I'm like, why tell you when I can show you? Because, you know, I like to show you guys the stuff so that you're not just like listening to me. Because this is the crazy thing. This is the crazy thing. Let's get this pulled up. And so you guys can see firsthand how insane this is. And if you've already seen it, it's going to be just as insane this time around. So let me unshare, reshare. So this is from Pennsylvania, Commonwealth, another Commonwealth. Okay, so when you see this, like the visual, like it's just even crazier than you'd think. So here we go. So this is the receipt for the return here. And then we're going on down. We have knife, books, blah, blah, all this stuff, right? And then look at where it's the circle, line 13. Can I zoom in? Yeah. Gotcha. Cell phone. And then the other thing we looked at on that live stream was we pulled up the actual one from the digital forensics lab, which was, of course, Mowery was in charge of, right? And literally, he even says on there as the affiant, like that, like part of the thing is like you're saying the specific item, like details, right? And then in that same thing, you have the Seagate and like the million serial numbers, and then you have all the other shit. You look at the laptops, you look at all the, and then even the iPad. They don't say tablet, they say iPad. I mean, you look at everything, and then when it gets to the cell phone, it says Bryan Kohberger's phone, not even cell, just his phone with a capital P. That's even less specific than this phone. And it's like you have to go out of your way to not even just say like iPhone will be the easy thing, right? If it's an iPhone or whatever. I mean, it just blows the mind. So there we go. Now I'll pull up the hearing again. But I went through for that live stream, I went through like everything, and all of it's the same. The most specific you ever get is cell phone, or that it was Bryan Kohberger's cell phone, and that is it. You don't get anything else. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I just figured at least someone on accident by now should have slipped up and accidentally called it what it is. You know what I mean? But anyway. Okay.
You say that it was provided to Special Agent Balance. Is that because you don't have the capacity, technical skills, I guess, to review that raw data?
Ask and you shall receive, guys. Just give me a second. Ask and you shall receive.
Was there anybody else that you relied on for that other than Special Agent Balance?
Not that memory brings to mind.
Let's now turn to the AT&T2 pen trap, and also known as pen trap and trace. Can you explain what a pen trap and trace is?
So pen register, best of my knowledge, now granted, as I've stated before, I'm not an expert in cell phone stuff, but best of my knowledge, a pen register tracks incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, so on and so forth. And then the trap and trace is the portion that essentially gives you location data, or the precision location data rather.
Hang on. Huh. That's interesting because that's different than, I'll have to look that up because that sounds like a different method of retrieving that data. I wonder if it's the same as like the location data that we've already talked about. Oh, let me just see what he says here.
So essentially incoming and outgoing calls, what messages are received, and then part of that was where that phone was located.
See, why do I feel though like it's still going to be related to cell towers? Let's just see.
Was it required that you secure the AT&T first warrant to obtain the second warrant that included a pen trap and trace?
I don't believe it was required.
So when the data was received on at 3:30, you gave that data was given to Special Agent Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what happened in between 3:30 and 4:53 when the second warrant was secured?
You're talking technically speaking, or can I speak in generalities? Because that's all I really know.
Well, I want you to talk about what you know.
So the only thing I know is that information was provided to Special Agent Balance. He utilized whatever tools he has at his disposal, and then it was decided upon to go after the second pen trap and trace.
When did you start drafting that second trap and trace?
I don't remember.
So on that day, you did one in the morning.
Okay, I'm just Googling it. I didn't pull it. I Googled it. So it does look like it does give you latitude and longitude. So I wonder if, okay, here's what I think it is.
So in other trials, right? Like, for example, what we've covered with Murdaugh, right? The way that they've obtained the latitude and longitude there, of course, it's iPhone cache data, right? Location data. So that's done via, Celebrate extraction, which means what? You have to already have the phone, right? So that makes sense that this is a different method for when you don't have the phone, which is why, you don't, I haven't heard of this as often, right? Because, and it's seems like it's a pretty high standard. Denise, let me know if you have any familiarity with this, but it looks like it's a pretty high bar to get a warrant for this, which makes sense, right? It does say it contains dates, times, latitude, longitude, and other pertinent data. I wonder if it's though, I'm just thinking like, is it as specific though as the data that's on the actual phone itself? I don't know. Like, it seems like that would be a lot for them to give you though in that warrant, search warrant. Like, I wonder how it compares. I'm going to keep doing some research here. But anyway, I was pulling up for you, Twiz, because like I said, asking you shall receive. Let's see if we can find the 7 minutes. Let's do that. Hold on just a second. So, y'all know my brain works like, if I have that thought, then I'm like, okay, like it's going to drive me crazy until I, go find the answer. So, okay. So this is the one from yesterday and we'll find the 7 minutes here. Okay. I'm just guessing here.
Very clear to say, I'm looking at what the proffer is from the defense without evidence.
It's right here.
The affidavit is attached to Detective A's submission. Is it Detective A's affidavit, right?
I think it's earlier.
Multiple search warrant applications. That within those Exhibit A's.
Y'all let me know if you remember specifically, if it's like go back or go further, but I usually can find this stuff pretty quickly. Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where in her spiel it was. I feel like it was more than halfway through. There's no timestamps on this. So I know I have an idea. Okay, so this, I'm just looking at the thing. So this is the beginning of her argument. So that actually helps. When I made the joke about halfway through, I was like, that's actually not a bad idea. So now I can use that to jump ahead and see.
Into the area of 1122 and then leaves, as
Wow.
well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing
Okay.
during the same time period.
I think it's I think it's around this, but maybe right after.
And
did y'all see that? Sorry, she just did a pearl clutching gesture. Watch this, guys. The pearl clutching gesture. Hold on. What? Madam, are you from Victorian England? Do you need to be wearing a bonnet? Sorry. It'll be worth it, guys. Just wait. The pearl clutching. Literally, like the gesture. And there's the spinny wheel. Okay, watch for it.
And
there. Oh.
and even if the state's wrong,
And she's like still doing it. Grotesque. It's freaking clear.
that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to
So
some of her.
I do think it's right after this. I'm pretty sure. So just some spinning wheel. Spinning wheel. I need to make a song so I can sing it whenever it does this because it just annoys me.
She saw was real, a magistrate should know about it. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. And we know it wasn't a dream.
Oh my God. Let's just keep going, guys. We have to move forward and find the 7 minutes because yeah, we all heard that. And yes.
Determined to be a Hyundai Elantra.
Aha.
This is about 5 pages of the probable cause affidavit. The reality is, yeah, still images and video were provided to a vehicle specialist. Based on his review, he provided information to investigators.
I think we're in the
that
right.
the suspect
We're in the right arena. I think we're in the right arena.
vehicle was likely a Honda direction.
Mhm.
He said that the year range to be focused on was 2011 to 2016. So Detective Payne reasonably relied on his expertise as a vehicle
Oh, she's saying of the agent. I was about to say, how many times did we hear Brett Payne say, I'm not an expert, but she wasn't talking about him. So
specialist and included that in his probable cause affidavit.
can we
And
hear from him,
the
please?
court has in front of it the emails attached as exhibits,
And we're going to find the 7 minutes for Twiz because
like I guess a
I guess-
Hyundai Elantra.
Oh.
And
Oh,
the video
I'm
that
sorry, this is annoying me even worse than yesterday. Which her demeanor is just really weird. It's weird.
is clear, well, they take issue with that video because, and
We're just going to get to the 7 minutes part, guys. Boop, 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 boop.
to the area of the crime scene, they say, well, that can't be the right video, because if it were, then the surveillance right up the street would have also caught this video. But we know that's not true. And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me?
When was it submitted?
Oh my God, this part. That's one of my favorite parts. Oh my God. So she's reacting to let me back it up. She's reacting to his face. I think we're in the right arena though of the 7 minutes, but this is okay, I'm going to watch, I'll watch his face here. Because what is she reacting to? And then the way she says, excuse me.
And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me?
Oh, he was laughing kind of.
Was it submitted to this court?
Well, it was submitted through my response.
Yeah, isn't it? I think it's right after this, right, guys?
We're gonna say.
It was submitted through my response, that their logic is flawed. And I can tell you, it has since been confirmed. I do not have, and it has been discovered to defense.
This is Weasel material right here. Weasel.
We had Special Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was.
Literally, it's so funny. I could have. I've delved so much into the cell phones with her. I feel like I could have literally responded to that because, it's a fact. They cannot. There is no event. There's no way. Again, just for anyone who didn't hear, there's literally no way when you do an extraction or anything. There's no way to know for sure if a phone is either on airplane mode or off. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is it's not going to have a little code that says this is on airplane mode or this was turned off. It doesn't log those things. So the only way you can figure out if it was either of those, or potentially if it's just not pinging towers, it's out of service, is by looking at the context clues. So it's subjective for the most part. Of course, there's other factors, but yeah. So I agree is what I'm saying there. That pisses me off because literally, guys, just remember for the end, for all these trials, right, going forward, unless something changes with the technology, and I'm sure if it does, we'll hear about it. At least as it stands right now, just remember that if anybody says that somebody's phone was turned off, right, or for sure on airplane mode, or for sure any of that, they're making assumptions, or they're misinformed, or they're just lying on purpose. There's a number of options. Okay.
Was set up to capture motion, would not have captured the corner
This is
the defendant says must have been necessarily captured.
I think we're in the right territory though of the 7 minutes.
Again, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the defendant's speculation about the route of travel and their differing opinion on it isn't the basis for a Franks hearing. There's no legal basis for second guessing a vehicle specialist's opinion.
Your mom's no legal basis.
And they haven't made a substantial or a sufficient proffer for you to do that. Next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue. And
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that the I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question. My question is whether
Oh, look at her smiling. I'm sorry. Just playing it.
the affidavit describes the specific
Facts.
shots and cameras relied upon to
Facts.
make the identification.
No. It discusses that several surveillance videos were reviewed, that images were turned over to a vehicle specialist, and then that specialist.
Why don't they
made a
name them?
determination.
Because we know who
But
they
no, we didn't
Okay.
walk through
like. They're just so used to
describing
putting names in.
each and every still image or video to the magistrate. No, nor did we need to.
According to her, you
Um,
didn't do anything.
Really, the IGG has been discussed extensively. I think the only real Franks issue is, should the IGG process, the fact that it was not included in the PC, is that the basis for a Franks hearing? But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it. They were told it's only a tip and that they should develop probable cause separately.
Oh, okay.
And that's what they did.
She was smiling.
And at the end of the day, Your Honor has already kind of hit the nail on the head through your questioning of Ms. Taylor. At the end of the day, this information regarding IGG and the
Top
use of
Cat. I was just talking about you because we have another Australia friend. Moonvale, meet Top Cat. Top Cat, meet Moonvale. You guys are Australia friends. Love it.
IGG
That's right.
is only inculpatory.
Squirrel foo. That's it. That's it.
And the non-reliance on
For you
the
guys who are just now getting here, you're probably like, this is the hearing from yesterday. Yes, it is. Because ask and you shall receive, right? I tried to make magic happen over here. And Twiz said something like, I need to go back and review that whole bit about the 7 minutes discrepancy. And I was like, God, now that you've said that, that's what we're doing. Because now I'm thinking the same thing. So we are finding that part with the 7 minutes. I think we're really close.
IGG information does not diminish probable cause. And the IGG information
We have two
was
cats.
confirmed through the STR
Australian
testing.
squirrels.
I can't wrap my head around.
No. Why is that his problem that you can't wrap your head around it? Okay. I feel like she's going off into a different category. So let's go ahead a little bit because we're looking for that 7 minutes. We got 2 Australian squirrel friends and we got 2 cat squirrel friends. We have another friend, MCAT, who I think a few days ago maybe was last here. I think they usually tune in for the Adelson coverage, but shout out to MCAT if you're listening.
Is exculpatory. And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog. It doesn't diminish probable.
I hate, dude. Okay, I remember this part here. I think I need to go forward a little bit with like the slider bar thing. So
Defendant the next area is the footprint. There was a footprint found outside of
I know.
DM's bedroom.
okay, further. See, the thing is, in case you're like, why didn't you just go to your timestamp? Because I haven't finished the timestamps for this live stream to where I got to this part yet. Otherwise, I would have. That's why I do it. And guys, when I finish the timestamps, just as an example, it'll be timestamped. It'll be like the 7 minutes, and then you can find it. But I hadn't got that far yet, so that's why we're doing it this way.
Neither did the PC affidavit. there was sufficient probable cause with or without this information.
They didn't need any information for their PCA.
I'm going to address grand jury subpoenas. They didn't discuss it today, but it's addressed in their motion.
Yes, before you get to that. can you
Oh,
address
I
the Allegation that the cell phone data
Here.
was,
Bam. I bet.
I guess, purposefully erroneous as to the time that the phone was.
We're here. We found it. Guys, we did it. Round of applause. We did it. Here's the 7 minutes.
No longer reporting, which then relates to the supposed position of travel.
Right. Well, I still,
He
I don't know that
He's asking her this because she was going to not address it, is what it sounds like. First off,
I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this.
I have to, so help me out.
wow.
Well-
Weaseling.
I still don't
I
understand.
understand her statement and her argument. I'm trying to
Wow.
understand your response.
Yeah.
I
she's
guess
doing it.
what was reported was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
By
There's-
Detective Payne? Or by the
The
cast member?
information that he was given from.
This goes to
SAM.
my first question about imputed erroneous statements.
Frank.
So I
By the
understand,
way, so since I'm glad we're listening to this again. Thank you, Twiz. Repeated erroneous statements. You guys hear what that spells? That spells FRANKS. That's what that spells. And he brought it up. I think that, man, I think it's going to get granted, guys. I don't want to get my hopes up, but I think it is. Code red for the weaseling. Thanks.
and the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that. But did the cast specialist know
Reckless.
that there was a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
I don't think that, I don't
Well, we would need to hear from
I
him.
don't think that you have before you a
Ooh.
sufficient proffer that proves that the cast
Okay.
specialist submitted false information.
That right there is why I've been saying why the fuck did they not have these agents balance? I think it was balance that they're referencing here, balance or IMO. But why did they not have, like, literally, she's like, and that's so Weasley, right? She's like, she's not saying it didn't happen. She's like, I don't think you have before you. Why? Because they didn't testify. This is just like with the IGG, right? When they're asking Anne, are you making the assertion that Bryan Kohberger submitted his DNA or whatever? And she's like, I can't make that assertion. Why? Because I don't have the stuff. Same thing here. This is, okay, deep breaths.
Apparently there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
okay. No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
I'm
Material-
gonna see if I can set up a poll on YouTube that I'm gonna see if I can keep it going for a while where people can come in and vote if they think if that Frank's is gonna get granted, because I think that'll be fun. The only thing is that when I've done this before, the results don't show up in StreamYard, so you guys have to tell me the results. But yeah,
Really, if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that
okay,
7 minutes,
yep,
Well, it's material.
going a direction different than what your
Here we go.
affidavit says it was going, isn't that material?
yeah, fuck.
The
Y'all.
direction of travel, like, yes, I would say it was if it was found
She's like,
Out-
like she doesn't know what that means.
side of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman.
Wow.
I mean, this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
That's her response right there.
We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off.
Oh, there's that part. Wow, bonus. We got that part too, which was then turned off. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Yeah. She's making a knowingly or recklessly false statement right now with that.
Isn't then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Kohberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior, proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me. Does that answer?
No,
Well, it's your answer, so.
that. And speaking of answers, I liked his answer. That was a really great moment, wasn't it? And then she smiles. But boy, that was telling. I mean, that wasn't exactly the 7 minutes, right? But like, I didn't hear the but or am I wrong? I was creating the poll. I feel like there's more though with the 7 minutes. I feel like there's more. And maybe we need to hear the part that Anne says about it as well. So that might be another thing. So anyway, the poll should be up there, guys. Hopefully you can see it.
Let's say it was. Let's say that
Oh my God.
it was exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included.
Super Planner Girl.
It wasn't, but let's say it was. Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause
For
the
real.
arrest. So we still don't get to a Frank's hearing, even if you want to make that leap.
Okay, so let me go, Twiz, since this was your question, let me know. I think that maybe we need to go to the defense part about the 7 minutes, because I think that was her hellish weasel answer to that question, and she didn't address it. So let me find where that comes up in Anne's portion. And again, we're going to find it, trial and error.
in mind, and that's a really important backdrop. These affidavits are a group
Right.
effort.
I know, right?
I think the courts have heard a little bit about that. And if the court has
Y'all are
some
funny.
of the initial exhibits,
Twiz better fucking be here, because literally this is what once he asked that question, I was like, I want to find the answer anyway. But like, this is partially because, he said he wanted to find it, but we're finding it.
the court will know. And I'm at,
He was here. I can't see. Well, he has actually 3 accounts now, apparently. I don't know. Is he blocked again or whatever it is that's going on with YouTube and that? But he was here popping in with different accounts. Katz Randall saying everyone seems bored. Is there a gas leak? Yeah, good question, right? It could explain a lot.
D2. The court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody, they were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge. The first warrant.
Oh, okay. Super Planner Girl. So you know what? Okay. I can see that makes perfect sense. Like, I would imagine if somebody was watching these hearings and they were not up to speed on the filings, like literally, so even before this happened, right? These hearings, there was like new court documents coming out. There was like, oh, there we go. Thank God. The squirrel call worked, guys. There was, in other words, what's my point? if you weren't like up to speed, like with like the minute by minute play by play of what was going on, you know what I mean? Like, I totally understand why this feeling. So please ask any questions and I will answer them right now. I'll just say right now, we went back to yesterday's hearing to look for some specific testimony about the gap in time of the 7 minutes. So that could be part of why you might be feeling lost, although I don't think that's what you meant. But for anyone who is feeling lost, we're looking for the 7 minutes, although I think most of you guys have heard that that's what we're looking for, right? So we just heard Ms. Jennings weaselly as fuck answer when Judge Hippler asked her about that, and he was not pleased. And now we're going back to Anne to find where that she first brings that up in her part. And then we're going to go back to today's hearing. And then, yeah, so, and I'll try to explain more stuff as I go too. So that way you don't feel like you have to try to, you know, ask a whole ton of questions or whatever. I'll try to anticipate those. So Twiz clone, ordering food. Excellent. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to, we'll do the rebuttal. So we're going to get to the initial part where it's mentioned, and then we'll hear the rebuttal. Thank you, Denise.
That gets anything related to Mr. Kohberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Kohberger. And I want to go through that warrant with
I think we're close because I just saw here's the break. So when they come back from break, that's when they get into this. So this is probably
for having in mind that the IGG was purposefully and intentionally withheld from the magistrate. And I want to talk about some of the other problems with that warrant.
I know. I agree. I agree. I thought the same thing.
This probable cause affidavit talks about an interview they had.
Don't worry, y'all. We're gonna, for anyone who's, I don't get this. We're gonna get to the 7 minutes. We're gonna break it down. Don't worry, guys.
The person that was interviewed said that she heard things.
I'm gonna go forward. This is DM, so let me go forward a little bit. We're just gonna find the 7 minutes and break it down. We might have a little bit of
and never left the bed. And so the
okay, further.
That said that she had had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that
DM territory. We'll go further. Just narrating this for fun.
This is going to be in D10. That's in D9. And finally, after several submissions, that's when the FBI IML says I can make a car identification. The issue with that that's not disclosed to the magistrate is that car appears one time on one video and not any of the others that they try to say are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right. It's not following a consistent.
So here, I remember this part. This is where she's talking about the choppy surveillance footage. It's not, I think we need to go a little bit further because that's more about the cameras.
And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking and they key some time.
Okay, and dog, go forward.
No connector in there. This is where the lack of the IGG becomes really important. If you know about the IGG, you know why that would be built. Otherwise, 2 random traffic stops months ago.
Well, I have to just say, I am operating under the assumption that the first time the 7 minutes comes up, this is my recollection. Y'all let me know if you remember something differently. My recollection is that the first time the 7 minutes comes up is in this second portion, right? Because the first portion was the motion to suppress IGG. And I don't think it was there. I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. I just wanted to let you guys know my thought there.
Oh, in pretty populated areas with a lot of college kids really doesn't add up to be an investigation. But those are put in there to try to bolster up this investigation and say it was something that it wasn't. Probably the worst part of that is relying on, after the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University officers find cars. They find one that's registered to Bryan Kohberger, parked at the apartments.
Go further.
Remembered was real, and give that to the judge. If you add in the missing piece of IGG and what happened
It
with
gets further than
keep
this.
any of our documentation, because even though Department of Justice policy says we need to, we just
I'm going to go ahead a little bit. I'm trying to just go increment by increment, and I feel like we'll get it. We'll get there, guys. And again, when I finish the timestamps from yesterday's live stream,
law enforcement
fine.
came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here. And they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there because we've got this confidential informant. And this confidential informant has provided a lead.
I think it's right after this. I think we're close because I remember having this conversation about this when they say that it's really IGG. Ba-da-boo. I feel like Twiz knows the answer to that question. Oh my God. Spinny wheel. I swear to God. Y'all. By the way, for anyone who's new, welcome. Glad to have you guys part of the Skull crew. Love it.
Because somebody got
In the Discord if you
stopped
want.
by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
Hey, speaking of, is this exactly what I think this is exactly what you're referencing here, Tonka. So let's hear the context for this because we got that one going.
You, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped
I don't know that she mentions
by
the
law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
Purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license plate on the front. Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest.
sounds like some 404B if you ask me, prior bad acts. Just
And the
kidding.
defendant
Just kidding.
was found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second, though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video.
We're in the right arena.
There was no video collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So if before the identification through IGG.
I'm just not tracking why that matters. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we need to go forward a little bit. Y'all let me know if you remember if it's like, no, it was before this. I mean, I'm trying to go in order so I don't think we've missed it.
This warrant is not good. There's too much missing information, false information, and information withheld from the magistrate here. But then the warrants just rely on one another. There are other things to add into later warrants as well. And so I want to go through some of those other things with you.
Okay. All right.
I do want to comment on the affidavits being used by a variety of officers.
Okay.
I
think it's right after or soon after this. We're going to go forward a little bit. The communal affidavits, as it were, group effort, which, you know, we love group efforts.
2 AM
Up here.
that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 242. So they get the phone records and then it becomes 244 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 AM.
I think we're
in
in
the
the right.
place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow.
Yeah.
At 242 is
This is it.
inconsistent with 244, but they don't correct that.
Okay, you guys, I want to make sure that everyone, this is it. I'm going to back it up. This is the spot. This is the time. Here we go. Excellent. We got it. Just some spinning wheel first to get us excited. Just a warm up spinning wheel for the suspense.
Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence 2:44 AM. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 AM. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m.
Here we go.
And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m.
There it is.
We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts.
I'm gonna replay that part because I know that there's a lot of you guys who are probably writing things down and taking notes. That's why I put this in the chat about the Bishop Boulevard. So let's hear that part again so we can get the deets.
And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right.
Actually, I'm actually going to be I'm typing this up actually in the notes that we were doing from yesterday. So I'm going to back it up just one more time so I can get verbatim what she says here about this and put it in our document.
Phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory.
And remind me, guys, that's when his phone, they're referencing the time when his phone first goes off the network, correct? Like when you're looking at that window, I'm pretty sure that's correct because the 2:47, I was typing that up and adding it to our little document here. I feel like I also should go ahead and add in verbatim the part about what's its face Boulevard. So let me actually go back to that real quick, guys. So I can put that into this document since I have it open.
They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be.
Let's go back a little further.
But they don't correct that. Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence at 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that.
Oh, right.
They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra.
Okay, let me
running around that night. Because we now
okay. So here's what she's saying. She's saying for just so that it's funny. It made it more clear as I typed it up. So what she's saying is like Bishop Boulevard is like, I guess the road what did she say? You turn on to go to Moscow, right? And that they have him, they say the white Elantra is there at 2:42 a.m. But the state is also saying he's leaving his residence at 2:44 a.m. So that's a big problem as well. And I don't know that stuck out as much. I think the 7 minutes, I mean, these were back to back, mind you, right? So here's the, and I will just say too, the significance of this, right? Beyond, I mean, there's obvious significance, but remember, like we've talked about a lot, and especially relating it to Murdaugh, if you want to prove a person's whereabouts, right? And they're using a vehicle and they've got a cell phone, you got to put the phone with the car with the phone, the car with the person with the phone, and all three and all that, right? And then you can prove where somebody is. So I think the reason these are back to back, right, is because she starts with the discrepancy in the vehicle with the Elantra surveillance or whatever, right? Because that's a discrepancy, right? Because in other words, if he's turning on to, and maybe we should Google Maps this. Maybe we should Google Maps this, because the thing is like, I don't really know where Bishop Boulevard is because I'm not a local. And that, you know, depending on how far away that is from his residence there in Washington, that completely changes the timeline. Like this is way bigger discrepancies even than what we had with like working through Murdaugh. Like that's crazy. And then you add to that, then you have an additional discrepancy there with the cell phone for 7 minutes. So what that's showing, beyond the fact that there's problems with the affidavit and Frank's hearing, beyond that, right? This is separating the phone from the car. If the car is off by 2 minutes, say, well, we don't know. We need to Google Maps it. And the phone's off by 7 minutes. Okay, let me pull this document down and let's scroll this. So, okay. Right. Yes. Okay. Yes. 2 different cars. Yes. So, okay. So let me back it up a second, and I'm going to pull up Google Maps and we're going to scroll this. Let's do this, guys. We'll solve this. We'll get this one issue anyway. All right.
Phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m.
I need to go back further.
And the place near Bishop
I need to
Boulevard
go back further
where one could turn.
So some of these context clues really help when you're breaking this stuff down, especially when you're trying to, you know, put all this information into things like lists and maps. Okay.
Looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr.
So she's saying they changed it after they got the phone records. Again, like I said, the state's goal, and if you're any prosecutor, you need to put the phone and the car together, right? Try to prove the whereabouts of the person. So one or two things could happen. If your information's not lining up, right, then you either are going to have to change the timing with the car to fit the phone, or change the phone to fit the car, and that's going to be a lot harder to do. So that's what she's saying. They're changing. Yeah, that's problematic. I'm just looking for something here. We're gonna get this. We're gonna solve it. So as much as we can anyway. Okay, let me.
Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow.
Okay.
At 2:42 is inconsistent
Okay.
with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now.
I have to just say this real quick too. Let's just hope that there's no catastrophic issues with this mapping situation like there were the other day there for any of you guys who were here, and Jeff H was there, and we were doing Lambsden Drive, and it was a whole thing. And anyway, I did timestamp it, and the timestamps are kind of funny. But okay, so okay. Not that the unit matters, but so like, are we going to have another issue here? Is this actually a thing, or is it a fake out? Like, do we need to consult Apple Maps? Mother of God, like that whole thing was so crazy. Look, Merman Drive, Merman. Shout out to all the mermans out there. Anyway, so first, like I have to get a squirrel's eye view, if we can. Well, actually, let's map it first, and then we'll do the squirrel's eye view, because otherwise it might change our location. So there, and then we're going to do Bishop Boulevard, and we're going to see. Okay. Now we've got Southeast Bishop. She didn't say that though. She said Bishop Boulevard, no Southeast. 9. Okay, and there's different ways to get there. Some of you guys probably know this route better than I. Like, did they suggest a route? No, they didn't, did they? Of how he got to Bishop Boulevard? Like, what I'm wondering now, is that the only 2 data points they have for that? I know, again, some of you guys have like mapped this out. So I usually am scrolling harder at the legal documents, but now I'm scrolling at this the way I scroll at other things. So are those the 2 reference points they have as far as Washington, right? The time they're saying he's leaving his apartment, and then the time they're saying that he's turning there, but they changed it after the cell data. Or is there another marker that we can use to try to figure out which route he took? Because there's different options. So, yeah, there's a lot of new things. We're gonna talk about all that. But I'm just curious, guys, for those of y'all, especially that are like have been doing this mapping thing, right? If anyone can just remind me and or verify, because my recollection, I just want to make sure I'm correct, is that they don't have anything as far as the White Elantra, apart from those two things, right? Leaving the apartment and then Bishop Boulevard, right? And what it sounds like is that, well, let me go back to the hearing. Like, because the thing is like, they moved the time. Like, did they add minutes or subtract it when they changed the time? I think they subtracted. But it's weird because common sense would be like, you can't make it earlier than the time he's supposed to be leaving his apartment. Let me just listen one more time because this matters. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay.
Now, no, it was at 2:44.
Okay, let me listen one more time.
Residents, 2:44 a.m. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they cameras after the IGG identification. They find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that.
Okay.
They don't correct that. They don't say.
What I think this is. Here's what I think this is. What I think this is that they're estimating, or the way they're getting to the figure, like the number, right, of when he's leaving his apartment. It sounds like, and this is really crazy because usually this is not how it's done. What it seems like they're doing, actually, this is kind of how it was done in Karen Reed, but again, anomalies. What it sounds like they're doing is they're basing their estimation, again, it's already a problem, that's an estimation. It sounds like they're basing their estimation of when he left his apartment on, they were initially basing it on the white Elantra that was seen at Bishop Boulevard, okay? And then when they got the cell data, and they probably used freaking Google Maps, they got the cell data, and then they realized that something was off. So then they changed the time. Wait, hold on. They changed the time he left his apartment. Wait, hold on. Let me listen one more time because they don't have, hold on. Let's just see. We'll get there.
They find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42.
So that's step one. Okay, step one, they have the white Elantra, a white Elantra, right? 2:42, and that's the Bishop Boulevard turning, okay?
So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m.
Okay, I see where she's going with this. Right. So, okay. So then they get the phone records. So then they're basing now. So initially it sounds like they were basing their estimation of when he left his apartment based on that white car that was seen at Bishop Boulevard. But then they get the cell phone records and they realize that that wasn't accurate. And so they need to update their estimation of when he left his apartment, which is all well and good. What she's saying is that they didn't change, they didn't update the time on Bishop Boulevard. Now, why didn't they? Well, they can't, because that's a surveillance video. They can't change that, right? So that's a problem. That's a problem. But we're going to map it. Just give me one sec. Right.
And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at.
Hold on, one more time for me.
And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 242 is inconsistent with 244, but they don't correct that. They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 242 cannot have been the right white Elantra
Right.
running around that
Right.
night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow.
So I would have thought that then the time, okay, let's go back to the map because I'm trying to make sense of this. And it's one of those things where maybe you just have to see this. Okay. So, all right, let's zoom in. So, and by the way, I just wanted to say something as I'm zooming in and looking, doing the mapping here, that I just wanted to say that as far as the DoorDash guy identifying the car, first of all, where that came from was, that's not in any of the documents. That came from what the Gonsalveses told Denise, which the Gonsalveses would have gotten that from law enforcement. But even that, okay, so you can put how much credibility you want there. But even with that, what they were told was that he saw a white Elantra and without a front plate, but didn't even see who was driving it. So that does not identify the car specifically. And it also doesn't identify the driver. Now, having said that, if you had a situation where you had the car and maybe you couldn't see the driver, but you saw the back plates and you got a license plate number, now you're one step closer to identifying a specific car. But just because something doesn't have something, that's not an identifier. It's like the negative. You can't prove something with a negative right there. Like you can't just like, now if it was something maybe more specific, like it didn't have, let's say it only had 3 tires. It was missing a wheel, right? Okay. I think that's a bit closer to a specific vehicle because there's probably not that many of those as an example, right? But a front license plate, no. And again, didn't see the driver. Okay. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that while we're doing this. So Bishop Boulevard, this is interesting because Bishop Boulevard, I mean, no matter which route you'd go, right? They're either 9 minutes or 10 minutes away. So that really does shift the timeline, doesn't it? Now, I wonder, that makes sense because we know the cell phone timeline was off by 7 minutes, right? And then they changed the timeline of when he left his apartment or whatever. So basically that was off by 2 minutes. And then 9 minus 2 is the 7. I'm going to find a way to present this in a way that makes sense. I'll put something together, but it's harder to do on the fly because I'm going to have to really delve into it. But hopefully that makes, oh my God, I keep clicking, some kind of sense. So there's it's further away than I thought. That's interesting. So oh my God, by the way, shout out to Harbor Freight. I freaking love Harbor Freight. It's one of my favorite stores. So let's go to this intersection though and see, and there's the Walmart. And so this is to get to Moscow. Let me zoom out a little bit. Wait. So to get to Moscow, wait a second. We need local twins. Because look, Moscow, you go this way, right? So then, hang on. Okay, interesting. I think we can figure some stuff out with this now. So she's saying there's a turn, right? To go, and then you get on the road to go to Moscow, right? Here we go, this way. So it only makes sense. Okay. And it's interesting. She referenced the blue line. I bet they were using Google Maps. So if you look at the different options, right, for this route, like if you take this route, like you don't go on that corner, right? Again, if we're going with the assumption, it's just a white car, but we're going to work it through, right? Because if you can disprove something, even if you give every benefit of the doubt with what they're saying, then you know it's pretty solid that you've disproved it, right? So, okay, so he's here. Oh my God, stop doing that. No. What is it? What is it doing? Go back to what we were doing. Do this one again. Google. Guys, I'm such a disaster.
Why is it taking me to the air? This, by the way, this happens to me even when I'm using Google Maps, just like on my phone, and like, I don't want to go via that way. And I'm a disaster with this, with the clicking on the Google Maps. It's just a weird thing. I don't know what it is. I'm just not good at it. Okay. Can we redo it? Redo. I need a redo. Fucking hell, you guys. What? Like, why? Just why? Okay. Can I undo this? Delete. Get out of here. Oh my God. Does anyone know how to get rid of that? Yeah, Kat, do a timeline. Put it in the Discord. Like, how do I make it, like, can I just like undo? Okay, no. Like, what the heck, man? Can I get rid of this? Get out of here. Like, why? Just why? Y'all. Does anyone else have these issues with Google Maps? I think I'm just gonna have to start over with another tab. So let's do that. Wouldn't be the first time I've done this. And I'll just copy and paste, and then it won't be stupid. Hopefully, that's the goal. Whenever I use Google Maps, I do a Google search for Google Maps. Do you guys do that too? SquirrelLife. Hashtag SquirrelLife. Okay, great. Now we are doing better. I got better. Right. So what I was saying before Google betrayed me was that, okay, so with these different route options, right? And this is the road to get to Moscow. So we can rule out this one option here, right? Because then there's no turn here. So, and honestly, same thing here. So he must have had to go, according to the state, right? He must have had to go this way in order to then get this to this turn and then go around to here. Because if he took this road, that takes you wherever. It takes you to, well, you could go to the Staley Airport. You could go to Armstrong, a couple options, but it takes you more into Washington and not. So this is the road. So that does narrow it down. So that's the route he must have taken. Oh my God, zoom in. Okay. So this is the route. So now, so that says 9 minutes, but let's take a look at this street view. Take me there, little man, tiny man. Okay. So he would have had to go, according to the state, this way. Okay. This is what it looks like, guys. Field trip. There is Bishop Boulevard. A squirrel's eye view. Tires, Les Schwab. Whoa. And this is from July of 2023, it says. And so this would be the way. And then let's take a look. So then we'll go to the next like intersection thing where you turn. So it would be, I hate when it flips the orientation on these things. Okay, I see. So we did that. So now we're going to go here. Okay. So then this is the next turn. So then we need to go, see, I'm just looking at the little yellow dude. We need to go this way, to the right, to the right, to the right. And this is the road to get to Moscow. There we go. Right? Yeah, we're doing this correctly. We're doing this correctly. That's the right way. We're doing it good. Yay. So, okay. So now I wanted to take a look. See if we can go here. Oh my God. No, 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 no. Don't do the thing. Don't do the thing. You guys are probably like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Okay, here we go. We've had some really magical moments though doing these field trips. Like anyone that was there for Murdaugh, it was a time we'll never forget. So I just want to see, can I go here? Can I go? Yay! We can go there, guys. There we go. Nothing like doing it yourself. So let's see, can we get closer? Can I go closer, please? Okay, so we might have to just walk it out, walk it out. And then we go turning this way. There we go. Merman. Shout out to all the mermen again. Ah. Oh. So how interesting. There's a playground. So I think, okay. Why do I feel like this would be the access point though? But it's telling me that's not correct. But you know what? It wouldn't be the first time Google Maps has led someone astray. Have you guys seen the episode of The Office with the gift baskets? That's one of my favorite ones. That's me. That's my life, which is like, I don't actually, by the way, I've never used Siri and I don't use any of that, like the directions and shit when you're driving. I don't do any of that. If I need to go somewhere I don't know about, I like look at the map ahead of time and then I feel like I might be able to figure it out. And if I get lost, then I try to just figure it out by just driving around until I recognize something. Great plan, right? Okay, so let's try this. Oh, we need to go over here. That's what, oh, it won't let me. That's why. So it's over there. Anyway, so the 9 minutes. So in other words, they changed the time that they think he's leaving his apartment. This is a real problem though for the state. So because they, like, in other words, they can't, you guys, they can't change the time of that the Elantra is seen on camera, right? And by the way, I'm not even looking at the chat, but welcome to everybody who's here. Love you guys. Shout out to Angel Baby. Happy to see you again. Yeah, my life is definitely not automatic. I do things the squirrel's way. Yeah, I mean, when I had it pulled up, the three options, it was just a second. It said 9 minutes and 10 minutes, but you know what? But the thing is that like we narrowed it down, right? Because there was only one route he could have taken. Where he, again, if we're going off of what the state is presenting as their theory, which would mean there's a white Elantra and it's at that specific intersection at Bishop Boulevard. Out of the different options to get from the apartment address to Moscow, there's only one route where you make that turn at Bishop Boulevard. So that narrows down the route, and it was one of the ones that said 9 minutes. So, but the point is they can't change the time that the camera saw an Elantra, right? So that they're stuck with the 242 there, right? So again, they're basing their initial estimation on when he left his apartment on as new information as they get it. So like maybe they had the surveillance camera. So, but then as Ann Taylor said, then they get the cell phone records and we know there's a 7-minute discrepancy, right? So they change the time. They change their estimation of when they think he left his apartment, but they don't change the time of when the Elantra was seen. That's her point. And why? Because they can't. It's stuck at 242. Like that is a problem. Like that means their timeline doesn't work. Like this is insane. Does that make sense to you guys? Oh, good. Twiz is back. So Twiz, did you miss? We found all the things you were looking for and we're scrolling it. We're scrolling it. Okay. Let's do it again for anyone else because we've got some other people here who are joining us. So what we are doing is we're scrolling this hardcore. Okay. So let me pull it back up. We're going to listen again. So we're doing what's happening here. Okay, guys, is that the state is trying to do and failing, if you ask me. The thing where you have to prove you have to prove where the person is, right? And how are you going to try to do that? Attempt to do that? To put the phone with the car, and then you also have to put the car with the phone, and then eventually you have to get to the person with the phone with the car, right? But the problem here is that the car and the phone are not lining up, as you guys have heard, but we're breaking it down for real. So let's listen. We're going to go back to the Bishop Boulevard part, and that'll actually help me as I try to articulate this as well and put it in the list and do the mapping.
Is going on here. You have an affidavit that sometimes Moscow police attribute it to the person that really wrote it.
Okay, so I need to go ahead a little bit. I went back too far. I would agree with that.
About the second warrant.
Okay, here we go.
The second warrant is also AT&T. The first one comes in and an hour later.
So it's two back to back. The back to back. The first thing is the Bishop Boulevard thing, and then she does the 7 minutes. So we're going to listen to it because it's just back to back.
They say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Bryan Kohberger.
Go ahead a little bit. Yeah, so Twiz is saying, why isn't he on the Bishop camera? So there's a white Elantra on the Bishop camera, but it doesn't work out with the timeline. And I agree with what Murdaugh said, that it can't be him. That car can't be him. Because if the state's going to choose what thing they're going to want to hang their hat on between those two, the cell data, right? And then the surveillance camera, I think that if they have to choose, they're going to go with the cell phone data, right? And they would rather concede, although they haven't done that, but they should concede that that's not his car. Now, having said that, if that's not him, I don't think that they're like the assumption that he took that route that we just referenced is again going off of the assumption that we're going to work this through. That would mean that that's his car. And if that's not his car, then he might have taken one of the other routes. Now, does that matter? Oh, of course it matters. I mean, it in a lot of ways. One of the ways that it matters is that the state has like literally no idea.
Second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant,
they're not doing an alibi defense. The stargazing thing came up like that during that one hearing or whatever, but they're not, that ship has sailed. They're not offering that. They're not presenting an affirmative alibi defense.
That affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42.
Mm-hmm.
So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra.
Yeah, so exactly. Yes. So let's just take a look at the map so everyone can see a visual for this. Yes. So basically, Merman. Okay, let's go back. So, okay, so let me zoom out. So can we get the other route options, please? Can we get all the options, please? My God. Oh, options. Let's see. Is this near? Oh, Google. Well, fucking hell. We'll just open up another tab and do it again. Let's Google for Google Maps. That's how I roll. Anyway, so I wanted to show you guys though, because this matters, and the route. This can change things here. So let's just do it again. Shout out to Google. Not. Okay. But boy, I'll tell you what, it was definitely worse in terms of how badly it led us astray when it was the 119 Lansdowne the other day. All right, so back to this. We're gonna just third time here. So again, the three routes. So what Twiz is saying is accurate, right? So that if you do the math, right? So if they know for sure, again, this just depends. If they know for sure, like this is the thing. What are the knowns and the unknowns? It's like a math equation, right? my interpretation is that they don't actually know when he, according to them, is leaving his apartment. It sounds to me like they were basing that on the information they were getting and then estimating it. Let me know if you guys, if that's incorrect and they had something, because there's no cameras there, as I understand. There's no cameras there. Like, I don't think they have any way. I don't think they've asserted when he's leaving, like they have something to prove that, right? So if this is an unknown, again, think like a math equation. This is an unknown, and the only known is whatever it is they're referencing. There's a cell tower ping, right? We're going to get to that. And then there's a known, which is there's a white car here, right? Turning at 2:42. I mean, I would assume that that's time stamped, right? So assuming the timestamp is correct, you can't change the time, right? So it's one of two things. Like, either this is not the same car, right? This is a different car, or it's the same car, but the timing is off on one of the timestamps or something, right? Or that's accurate, but the cell phone records are off. And there's probably more options, but this is where I'm saying the equation, right? So, and the problem in summary of this is that there's too many unknowns, because, like, for example, if you had definitively the time he left his apartment and then you had another time, like a cell phone, right? Then you only have the one unknown here with the bishop. And then, but again, I wonder, yeah, interesting. Because like the 2:42, that would be from the surveillance footage. So either that time stamp is wrong, because that can happen, or it's a different car. And if it's a different car, then he might not have even gone this way, right? Hi, welcome to all the new people. So, okay, so 2:52 when he leaves. Thank you. So W, when he leaves Washington, you mean his apartment, or is that like crossing over the state line? Because she was just saying 2:44 leaving the residence, right? So are you saying 2:40 and 2:44 leaving the residence according to the state, right? 2:44 and then crossing over the border? That's a good point, right? They have no proof, right? So that's what I thought. So it's too many variables, right? Because they have no proof. So in other words, here's the thing. Here's what we can glean from this. They have whatever their cell phone tower ping is, their first ping that they're using. And what they have is a white car here at 2:42, but they don't know which car it is, right? Or like, they don't know for sure, but they have the white car at 2:42. But essentially, that's not for sure, because A, the timestamp could be off, and B, we don't know whose car it is. And then, so they're using some like data point for a cell phone ping, right, along the way, to then try to figure out and estimate what time he left his apartment. But again, that was a great point. They don't even know he started there, right? They have no way to know that. They're estimating that he started from here and at what time, based off of the ping or whatever, whenever, and then this business here, which, wow, like they need more. Like, how is this possible? Why are there not? And if they did, hang on. And if they did the pen trap and trace, right? Remember when I freaked out about that? And I was like, wait, so they do have location data? Hold on, back up. I'm just checking my brain here, because I got all like thinking, oh, great, location data, because that should prove, but hang on. If that does, as I Googled it, right, and it does say pen trap and trace does do latitude and longitude, if that is as reliable and consistent and frequent as like the standard cell phone location data that you would get from a Cellebrite extraction, for example, iPhone cache data, which it's like updating like every 6 seconds. If they have that from the pen trap and trace, we would not be having this conversation, because they would be able to tell you literally everything. Again, y'all have hopefully seen the Murdaugh example I've given with that timeline. Literally within a 6-foot radius, like if you're inside the house, they can tell which room you're in. I mean, and it's like refreshes it like every 12 seconds or something. So there would be none of this. Like, that's the thing. So that's an interesting thought too, right? Like I need to write that down, because like, what the heck is going on? Like, if the pen, trap, and trace, like I said, it says online that gives latitude and longitude. Now, where it could be a problem is, let's just say that, I don't know how that all works, right? I know more about the cell phone location data you get from a solid byte extraction, but let's just say that only refreshes itself once every 8 hours. Well, then you can see why that would be pretty freaking useless, right? Unless you're trying to figure out which state somebody is in, right? Because like iPhone or cell phone location data, like we've talked about, there would be no mystery, none, like literally. So I don't know what the deal is. So I'm going to make a note there, because that's interesting right there. That's interesting. I mean, I'm wondering if it's not as, and it would make sense, right? If it's whatever it's relying on, it may not be quite as accurate as the cell phone stuff. Because as we know, the difference with the like the iPhone location data and on Android as well, that you get from a Celebrate report, there's a crowdsourcing that goes on to make, like, to put it over the top. Like, the accuracy there is because it uses the GPS, it uses cell towers, it uses Wi-Fi, and it uses a crowdsourcing thing, and it combines all of those. And that's why you get, that is the most reliable. So I wonder if the pen, trap, and trace is not that great. So anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So, okay. So basically this is all guessing here. I mean, but I will say this much. This, I think we can remove from the equation, right? Because they, like, if they want to update this to reflect the change in the cell phone shit, right? And I think, Twiz, you put that in the chat. Where was it? You did the math. It was 252, I think is what you said, right? Like 252. So this said 242. But then she says that they say he's leaving his apartment at 244. So like my best guess would be if you want to just use common sense, you'd have to add 244 plus 9, and then you would get wait, was it 244? Yeah, 244. You get 253, right? AM. So that would put him. So the only way to correct this would be to say, oh, we looked at the timestamp on here. Turns out their cameras were off, and this was supposed to be 253. Okay, well now you can still be like, okay, well maybe, I mean, we don't know who this is, but like we can't rule out that this was a potential route, right? If it's for sure like, oh, that timestamp was off. But if that's not the case, and there's no evidence that this timestamp was off, and this is definitely 242, then that's not the same car. That's the thing. Okay, let's listen to the next part, and it's going to get crazier here. We're going to hear the 7 minutes. So let me pull that back up, guys. All right. Play.
Running around that night.
Running around.
Because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m.
Okay.
And that's not right.
So this is the last time. This is, I think, where we were at Twiz before you came back. And this is this is the last time. This is the big deal. This is marking the last time his cell phone reports to the network before it comes back on, right? So 2:47, right? But it's not 2:47.
We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our
And so
experts.
that's a big deal. That puts the timeline off, right? So if he's, or, you know, going by this, right? If it's, wow, because if it's like, that's actually 254, what you have to say is you have to say the math. I've done the math extensively in terms of the house, right? And if going with what the theory is, let's say the max time, max rounding up is 14 minutes. But even if you go with that and you're saying it took 7 extra minutes for him to get there, now you're going with 7 minutes and that's your window. That's just one potential way it could affect it, the timeline. It affects it in other ways as well.
To have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here.
Why can't you see Nightbot?
We're talking about ground that can be
Yes.
covered in a
They lied
vehicle.
about 247. Yes, Twiz. They lied. So 247, which was like the time that apparently is now 254. Let's go back and listen again, just so that there's no confusion about like, and then we'll see what happens again. We'll go back to, as much as everyone hates it, we'll go back to Miss Jennings to see, because it sounds like this is not disputed. Like, you know what I mean? So let me back it up a second and just make sure. Is it for sure? Like, for sure, for sure.
Submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here.
Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Classic squirrel mistake.
The phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m.
Okay.
And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say
Their cell experts report, not Cy-Ray, their cell expert, the state's cell expert.
the phone stops.
Now, I wonder who that is, because we know that they're trying to bill Mowery as like a digital forensics expert, but I don't think I think they're talking about somebody else.
Reporting at 2:54 a.m.
So the state's own expert, wow. The state's own expert looked at it and was like, no, it's 254. Good job, state. Now that's exculpatory information. So because, you know, when you're working with these experts, right? If you're having an expert take a look at stuff and then and they give you their thoughts, right? Because if you're doing your job correctly, whether you're the defense or the state, you should be like, yeah, just take a look. You can't tell them what you want them to find, right? You're not supposed to. Shouldn't do it. Kenny Kinsey's a great example. Like, I'm going to look at it, and he was super credible. So anyway, but so you do that, and then the dude, and in this case, right, the expert comes back and says, okay, 254 is when it stops reporting to the network, and that was their expert. Well, here, the state can't just say, okay, well, we're not going to call you as an expert because, like, that's not good, because that's potential exculpatory information. Actually, I mean, it is like, it's a lot of things. It's like throws off the timeline. It's a problem with all this, with the probable cause, and also potential. I mean, and it's like they got that information, and so they can't undo that. Fuck.
We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about.
So there's a difference. She said phone. Let me back it up. She said phone. What did she say? Digital expert. Because like there's people who are like with the cell phones, there's experts who are experts at how they use the towers and related to CAST. But then there's like experts in all these other facets as it comes to the phone. So it just depends. Let me just hear how she specifies that again. Because it sounds like she might be referencing not a CAST dude. She might be referencing one of the other types of dudes that look at, for example, maybe the pen trap and trace.
Their cell experts report that
Again,
say that
the reason I'm saying that is because CAST and CDR and all that is relying on towers only, right? And pen trap and trace seems to rely on, similarly as cell phone location data, uses more than that. So that's also A, why it's more accurate, B, why it could be different. So for example, we don't know yet, but this expert could have been analyzing the phone, the location data, and using, again, it's a combo of GPS, crowdsourcing. Sometimes it does towers. And there was, I forget the other things, but there's a combo platter, right? Whereas the dudes that do the cell phone towers, it's like, that's it. They're really more experts at how the towers work versus the phone itself, in my experience.
Phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot.
I don't think I went back far enough. Because, and again, I just was, as she's saying this, I'm remembering there's another category of phone experts. There's the people that come in with the records from like the Verizon or the AT&T. Like, again, thinking back to Murdaugh, right? Like they had from the state, like at least 5, if not 6 people come in as it pertains to the cell phones, and none of them were covering the same thing. They were all different. They all had different specialties. So you had like the people from Verizon and they're looking at the phone records. And then you had, you know, using happy to see you guys. We're just scrolling hard at this information here.
The phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking.
So that's, I need to go back further, but what she said, so their records worked, or so their experts worked with call detail records. So call detail records is, wait, hold on. My brain is, call detail records are the cast, right? I mean, because we know there weren't phone calls being made. Although I know there's a different report that gets spit out from that, right? Okay, let me see what she said. I just want to hear specifically what expert she says from the state.
Stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts.
Their cell expert
report that say the phone.
So if she doesn't specify, that's annoying. Because so again, that's why I wanted to back up, because cell expert could mean a lot of different things. And the reason I'm saying it matters is because I'm just so curious, when is someone going to look at the pen, trap, and trace for location data? And I'm wondering if that's what type of cell expert this was. That's like such a generic term. And anyway, it really matters. I mean, it's completely different here, right? If you look at what you can get from the towers versus what could potentially exist in phone location data, and it's still just unclear about that. So, right. Yeah. Okay, so let's listen to the next part.
Stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. So don't get caught up in
referenced here from the state, a cell expert. And the cell expert, we don't know what type of expert, so we can't say how, but they arrived at 2:54 being the actual correct time that the phone lost connection to the tower. That's the state's expert. And then she referenced their own experts as call detail records experts. So that's what we have. Now, it would be great if they were more specific, but right. And I'm just looking here. So yeah, so the call detail records, that's going to be coming from the network provider, is my understanding here. Yep. So like when I was just giving that example in Murdaugh, right? When they had the Verizon dude. So that's what it is. So the cell network. So again, thinking about how there's these different categories, right? There's cast, which is like your cell towers, right? That's one thing. Then you have your CDR. That comes from the network provider, like your Verizon or your AT&T. And then you have the actual phone itself with the phone location data, like I've been referencing. And there's definitely smaller subsections within that. But in terms of like the 3 main categories, Those are, and they're all different, right? So you can just remember that, right? You've got your phone location data, you've got your CDR comes from the network provider, and then you've got your cast report, which comes from the cell tower. So hopefully that helps.
I'm thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about two towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance.
When they go off network, right? Okay, I see what she's saying. Yeah, yep. Okay.
That's not corrected in any of the affidavits.
And so that matters. Why? Because we are here determining, right, the standard, like Frank's, right? So, I mean, again, even listening to this again, it's like, I think he's going to grant this motion. And again, is the poll still going, guys? I have no idea. There was a poll. Anyway, now we're going to jump back to what Ashley Jennings says, and it's very weaselly. And there's some pearl clutching. It's worth watching, and see what she says when asked about this. So let me just see if I can. I'm guesstimating here because we don't have a timestamp because it's East Idaho News. So she does some pearl clutching, and then we get to the. It's just spinny wheeling. You know how it goes. Yeah, Purdue. Come on. Do. Did you guys enjoy the little field trip? I guess if you live in that area, then it's not that exciting. Although perhaps watching me struggle with Google Maps was entertaining. I don't know. I mean, I laugh at myself anyway. So let me see. Maybe I need to close out some tabs. Will that help? I've got like 50,000 open.
Reckless statement in there. But Detective A isn't the one that made it. It was another person on the team. Let's say the cast member.
I think it might be a little bit before this. Let's just see. More pearl, love that. More pearl clutching. I'm in. Yes.
Of multiple warrants. This was a massive investigation.
So
You heard testimony.
the way I determined this before, and it helped, was I looked at where, okay, so it's actually more ahead. Okay.
PSLI work alleges Kohberger around the King Road residence.
Okay. And remember, we did this before, and it was like she does all this, and then there's the talk about the dog, and then it's like right after that.
It's about what those records show. We have an expert who tells us, and that's what was relayed in the probable cause affidavit. And those opinions haven't changed. We differ on a few factual issues. I believe there are 3 towers that provide service to the Moscow area.
Let's take a listen.
Defendant is cool.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently?
This is it.
Apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Frank's motion.
Y'all, this is pure magic. We're going to get to the pearl clutching. We're going to get to the weaseling. And there was some other crazy, like all back to back in this little snippet.
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe I referenced it in my response.
Yeah, but that doesn't, if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Frank's hearing. And
yep,
so
do it.
That's why I'm been very clear to say I'm looking at what the proffer is from the defense without evidence submitted by the state to determine whether they have met their threshold burden. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily part of the evidence.
I don't know, maybe.
Understood.
We can find it.
We can move past the number of towers.
Oh my God, what a mess.
Here's what is in evidence though.
Oh fuck.
And based off of the PC affidavit is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true.
Within 27 miles. Though.
Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant.
She says that about every single thing. I mean, I pointed that out last night. It's kind of insane. Okay, let me go forward a little bit. I think we need, we're right.
Defendant then makes some allegations regarding an eyewitness statements related to DM.
Okay, it's after this part because yeah, the rocking back and forth. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find it though. Rocking back and forth. She talks about the dog. Meanwhile, we have Idaho Lolly over here. Welcome to anyone who's joining us. Whether you've been here before or you're a new squirrel friend, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are scrolling hard at this. Shit show of a timeline. And this is where you need more information, right? This is what I've been saying, right? Like, it's tough when you don't have enough information or you have not enough information, and some of that is also unreliable. Because then you end up in the position that the state is in, you know. Oh my God, spinny wheel, I swear. Oh man, it's just dumb. So, you know what? You know what happened? You know what worked? What fixed this last time? Let me unshare, reshare. That helped before when there was an extended spinny wheel. So, yep.
Well,
Yeah, it solves the problem. So it's got to be a StreamYard thing. Anyway, but we need to go ahead a little bit here.
to be focused on was 2011 to 2016.
It's a little bit ahead.
They can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra.
Okay, I think it's right after this.
To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
Oh my God.
And the video that is clear, well, they take issue with that video because, and specifically, we're talking about 1125 Bridge Road, because they say, well, that can't be surveillance video of the white Elantra, even though it was caught on video about 0.3 miles from the crime scene, about 3 minutes right before when we see the suspect vehicle
Yeah,
in
this is
the
the part.
area of the
This is
crime
the part.
scene.
She starts getting,
Which
she starts doing a lot of hand gestures. This is the part, guys.
3 and 3 minutes appear to be the amount of time it would take the vehicle to travel
Her stupid
to
gesture.
the area of the crime scene. They say, well, that can't be the right video, because if
we
it
go.
were, then the surveillance right up the street would have also caught this video. But we know that's not true. And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me?
This is it,
When
guys.
was it submitted to this court?
Y'all ready for the best moment? Let me back it up. This part. He starts to laugh at her and her excuse me, and then we get this crazy extended pearl clutching, and then it goes right into the weaseling.
And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me?
When was it
I'm
submitted to this
dying.
court?
Well, it was submitted through my response.
I was afraid that you were going to say.
Wow. Wow.
It was submitted through my response.
Him saying I was afraid that's what you were going to say. If you now again going back and listening again, there's a lot of little subtle hints that I think he's going to grant that motion for Frank's hearing.
That their logic is flawed.
Oh boy.
And I can tell you, it has since been confirmed.
Okay.
I do not have.
Look at this judge's face. Fucking hell.
And it has been discovered to defense. We had
Get ready for the
Special
pearls.
Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was set up to capture motion would not have captured the corner the defendant says must have been necessarily captured. Again, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the defendant's speculation about the route of travel and their differing opinion on it isn't the basis for a Frank's hearing. There's no legal basis for second guessing a vehicle specialist's opinion.
Okay.
And they haven't made a substantial or
It's the pearl clutching is right after here because I remember making the joke about your mom's illegal basis. So.
sufficient proffer for you to do that.
That's how I feel about her.
Next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue. And
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit?
Here we go.
What
Buckle up.
shots and what cameras
This
were
part.
relied upon to make the identification?
I know that the app, well, I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my
God.
question.
Oh
My
my
question
God.
is
Oh my God.
whether
Oh my God.
the affidavit
Oh my God.
describes the specific shots and cameras relied upon to make the identification.
No. It discusses that several surveillance videos were reviewed, that images were turned over to a vehicle specialist, and then that specialist made a determination. But no, we didn't walk through describing each and every still image or video to the magistrate. No, nor did we need to.
Oh my God. It's like she thinks she's in a your play or something.
Really, the IGG has been discussed extensively. I think the only real Frank's issue is, should the IGG process, the fact that it was not included in the PC, is that the basis for a Frank's hearing? But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip and they made a strategic decision not to include it. They were told it's only a tip.
Okay, hold on. I think let me go forward a little bit. He's going to grill her some more here.
And at the end of the day, Your Honor has already kind of hit the nail on the head through your questioning of Ms. Taylor. At the end of the day, this information regarding IGG and the use of IGG is only inculpatory. And the non-reliance on the IGG information does not diminish probable cause.
For sure.
And the IGG information was confirmed.
Okay.
Can't wrap my IGG.
Judge Hippler.
Defendant makes
Oh God.
kind of hay about the dog barking.
Okay, it's right after this. The dog barking.
At the end of the day,
Again with that.
this is
Here we go. Here we go.
the proffer is their opinion of the evidence. That's not the basis for a Frank's hearing. We're relying on our expert's opinion. They disagree. And that is a dispute that should be had, and it should be had at trial. And I suspect it will. But it doesn't give you the basis to grant a Frank's hearing. Defendant next, the next area is the footprint.
Okay, wait. It's right after the footprint.
It came back using a presumptive blood test.
Go ahead. The problem is that, like, because this isn't time stamped from East Idaho News, not that they should do timestamps the way that I do them, because the way I do them is insane. The thing is, it's like she repeats herself so much that it's hard to figure out, like, okay, because like at the end of the day, right? And I'm like, oh right, I know where this is, and it's like, oh, she does that like a billion times. But we're close to the part I was looking for here with her. So we took some stops along the way.
Again, our case doesn't hinge on the identification of this shoe print. I'm going to address grand jury subpoenas. They didn't discuss it today, but it's
Allegation that the cell phone.
Here we go.
Can you address the?
Okay, here we go.
subpoenas. They didn't discuss it today, but it's addressed in their motion.
Before you get to that, can you address the
Here it is.
allegation that the cell phone data was, I guess, purposefully erroneous as to the
Franks.
time that the
Franks.
phone was
Franks.
no longer reporting, which then relates to the supposed position of travel.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I still
Watch.
I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic. in
Oh
this.
God.
I have to, so help me out.
Well, I still don't
I
understand.
understand her statement and her argument. I'm trying to understand your response.
I guess what was reported was
Okay.
was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
By
There's-
Detective Payne? Or by the
Correct, the
cast member?
information that he was given from.
This goes to my
SMS.
first question
Oh
about
my God.
imputed erroneous statements.
Oh my God.
So I understand the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that. But did the cast specialist know that there was
Okay.
a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
Ranks.
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient proffer that proves that the cast
Oh.
specialist submitted false information. Apparently, there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day,
At the end of the day, again, fucking hell.
okay.
Bizarre.
No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
Wow.
Is it material if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that 7 minutes?
Well, it's
If
material.
Going a direction different than what
Yeah.
your affidavit says it was going, isn't
Yeah.
that material?
Mm-hmm.
The,
It's a problem.
the
Right? Rochelle,
Direction-
win. Yup. At the end of the day, yes. Yup. Yup. For sure. New drinking game. I love it. I love it.
of travel, like, yes, I would say it was if it was found outside of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman.
Oh my God.
I mean, this assumption
This just
assumes
gets
that
worse and worse
cars
and worse.
can't change direction of travel.
Oh God.
We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off.
Again, for anyone who missed it the first time, impossible. There's literally no person, cell phone expert or otherwise, it is impossible to say for sure that a cell phone is turned off, just like it's impossible to say it's on airplane mode because it does not log that as an event in the log of the phone. So, I mean, right now she's lying.
Isn't then
Right.
also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan
Oh my God.
tied to Mr. Kohberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes
Yep.
at 2:50 in the morning when
Jeez.
which is about an hour,
You're killing me.
approximately a
Jeez.
little over an hour before the crimes occurred.
She needs a nurse.
I don't follow the logic that
It just gets worse.
this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different
Oh my
direction
God.
or not.
Oh my God.
It's a leap for me.
Oh my God.
Does that answer?
Here comes the pearls.
Well, it's your answer, so.
Right? I know. Yep.
Let's say it was.
Oh my God.
Let's say that it was
Here comes the pearls. Here it comes. Pretty sure.
exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included. It wasn't, but let's say it was. Well, the magistrate still had enough information
Oh my God. This
before
again.
her to to grant probable cause.
So that needs to be on the drinking game as well, because the other thing that she says repeatedly is with every single issue, she's like, well, even without that, we don't need that. We could get probable cause. So that we need to add that to the drinking game.
The rest. So we still don't get to a Frank's hearing, even if you want to make that leap.
Oh, that's another one she says a lot, the leaping thing.
I can quickly go through grand jury subpoenas. At the end of the day,
There it is again.
their desire still, this has come up several times throughout this process. Their desire to see the actual grand jury subpoenas is not the basis for a Frank's hearing. There's just simply no legal basis to support that idea. And there is nothing obtained that was obtained in violation of any of the
I know.
defendant's constitutional
Y'all are hilarious,
rights.
dude.
They say they needed to know the scope, but it is not clear to the state how that would have made any difference in the probable cause determination, or why the
Everything.
magistrate would need to know that.
Again,
Again, this just appears to be another attempt by the defendant to
y'all,
try to.
I will say, don't actually, I think if you actually attempted this drinking game, it would not be safe. So maybe let's just pretend.
Obtain these federal grand jury subpoenas. And I submit to you, Frank's is not the proper avenue.
His face and his hand is really good.
We're going to go to lack of connection. I think this has already been addressed by Your Honor. At the end of the day, this fact
my
just
God.
has no bearing on the probable cause determination.
Again, she's literally a broken record. I don't know how I didn't notice this yesterday that she says at the end of the day so many times. And also, well, I guess there was so much shocking information. It was hard to pick up on this stuff. But I don't know why. And again, it's like she's like going in circles. But where the fuck? How have we not gotten to the pearl clutching? It's like keep thinking it's happening, and it's like when she's getting really animated, and it's so worth it. Fine.
Defendant next, the next area is the footprint.
There's
There was
that.
a footprint.
I thought it was after the footprint, but maybe not.
And that is a dispute that should be had, and it should be had at trial. And I suspect it will. But it doesn't give you the basis
Okay, we heard this part.
to
We need to go back a little bit. Doo-doo-doo-doo. What's his face? Mr. Nye
a
also
reach for me.
has a lot of oh, I think it might be right here. Mr. Nye has some interesting expressions as well here with her talking.
That a dog barked for 25 to 30 minutes.
God.
And this is just a reach for me.
Yeah, reach and leap. are other
I'm still unclear how this is exculpatory. And again, this fact just does not diminish. Take all information related to the dog. It doesn't diminish probable cause.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Circling back to the cell phones. At the end of the day,
Oh my God.
this is the proffer is their opinion of the evidence. That's not the basis for a Frank's hearing.
I can't tell if this is because literally she says I literally can't even tell. Oh my God. By the way, so Jenna said she's confused. Jenna, are you confused because like, you know, her talking, or are you confused because like, what are we doing? Like, let me know if I can help with your confusion, and I will do my absolute best. It's just insane. Leap, reach, end of the
And
day.
they made a strategic decision not to include it. They were told it's only a tip.
Okay, let's go back a little bit further.
Returned over to a vehicle specialist.
There's that part.
Discovered to defense. We had Special Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this
Thanks.
as Bates 15990.
We heard this part. So I remember it's easier to tell it apart when you hear something like a Bates 1590. It's like, okay, well,
Also
that.
caught this video. But we know that's not true. And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me?
Oh my God, this part.
Was it submitted?
Every time.
Well, it was submitted through my response.
I was afraid that you were going to say.
Oh my God.
It was submitted through my response that their logic is flawed. And I can tell you, it has since been confirmed. I do not have, and it has been discovered to defense.
So I think it's got to be right before this part. Let's just see. It's like she's got so many crash and burns happening back to back too. Look at that pause right there. Look at her. See what I'm saying with the gestures and the being animated? Look at the face. That's a really good one. That is a good one. I'm going to take a screenshot of that and then we can do something with that later. Okay.
Even though it was caught on video about 0.3 miles from the crime scene, about 3 minutes right before when we see the suspect vehicle enter the area of the crime scene,
I'm dying.
0.3 and 3 minutes appear to be the amount of time it would take the vehicle to travel to the area of the crime scene. They say, well, that can't be the right video.
Guys are so funny.
Because if it were, then the surveillance right up the street would have also caught this video. But we know that's not true. And that's been submitted to this court.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me?
Just seen this, but every time, that is my favorite thing of all time. The way she does the excuse me. Okay, let's, you guys, this is just like amazing. Absolutely. And this cat is just slaying me with these comments. Maybe this is one of those that why are we witnessing this and not giving her the help that she needs? Accurate. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best.
Some emails attached as exhibits that show that's exactly what occurred. And the defendant appears to argue that, well, the vehicle specialist shouldn't have relied on this video because they can't tell that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra.
What is going on?
And the video that is clear.
So fucking weird.
Well, they take issue with that video because.
Okay, let me go back a little bit further. Yeah, she does seem like she's on slow mode. The spinning wheels, like, I'm sick of her. Oh my God, right? I know.
It's simply not true.
Yes.
The magistrate was given a very detailed picture of the investigation at the time related to the white sedan, which was later determined to be a
Dude,
Hyundai.
she points all over the fucking place. Her hand, this is really something special. We see attorneys gesture all the time. That's not, but her gestures though are unique, is one way to say it.
Elantra. This was about 5 pages of the probable cause affidavit. The reality is, still images and video were provided to a vehicle specialist. Based on his review, he provided information to investigators.
See, again, it's like she's just saying the same words over. I'm like, did I just not go back far enough? I thought I really clicked this a bunch of times. I guess. I mean, it is wow. Wow.
And we know it wasn't a dream.
Oh my God.
Because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory.
Don't actually drink, guys. You might.
They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen.
Oh my God.
That somehow we got it wrong.
Right? She does it repeatedly. It's the end of like every sentence or like every
next defendant attacks the vehicle identification. Well, this picture they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true. The magistrate was given a very detailed picture of the investigation.
Oh my God.
At the time related to the white sedan, which was later.
Thanks for the tip. I've been watching on the front, the one on the right. Thanks for the tip, Rochelle. Yeah, that's another good point because one can go through this and then there's the 2 different camera angles of her. And so it's like 2 different shows at the same time.
determined to be a Hyundai Elantra. This was about 5 pages of the probable cause affidavit.
Like, wait. I didn't go.
The
Oh my
reality is, yeah, still images and video were provided.
God, see what's happening
Take
here.
issue with DM is about these other just matched the vehicle surveillance.
So now we're back to, so you see why it's confused. So I'm going backwards on the thing. Now we're doing vehicle surveillance again. It's not like categories. So
When a suspect vehicle is coming into the area
okay.
of 1122 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period. And
I think it's the, or wait, is that another pearl clutching? See, didn't think it was.
surveillance of when
Oh my God.
a suspect vehicle
Maybe-
is coming into the
Does she do pearl clutching
during
more
the
than
same
once?
time period. And
There it is. There it is. There it
And-
is. This is the moment. This is the pearl clutching. Okay. I was like, does she do it again? And honestly, that's might still be the case, but this is like what I remember her doing. Watch, guys. This is so crazy. Some of you guys have already seen this tonight, but it's worth watching again.
and even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory
Oh my God.
relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit. You can take all of it out, and the magistrate.
Literally, what she says is just take everything out of the affidavit, and then you have a blank sheet of paper, and then there you go. You guys, this is just pure gold. We can always, I think that this is one of those things where we can just like come back for a laugh. I think right now, though, I think we've done some good work and on the business with the 7 minutes and then the 2 minutes and all that. So let's go back to today's hearing, which is what we were doing. This was a nice detour. We love these detours. And so I just realized that my banner was not correct this whole time, but that's okay. So now the banner is going to be correct. And we're going to watch some Brett Payne. And so, yeah.
That was secured at 10:03.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second one was secured at 4:53 p.m. And you don't have a recollection of when you were working on those?
I don't remember. No.
I know.
All right. I think you have
I
State's
hope
Exhibit
so.
2 in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you flip back
I
to
would
that
hope
one?
so.
Can you see on
And
page?
I will say Judge Hippler's languaging when you listen and you could do, again, don't actually recommend this drinking game, but you could add to the drinking game. Every time Judge Hippler says something like erroneous or misleading or exculpatory, or, I mean, the number of times he interrupts her to like, basically point out that what she just said is like meeting the standard for a Frank's hearing. So like, that's a whole other thing too, but like that bodes well for that being granted.
One, what does it say that the time of that warrant was obtained?
Talking about State's Exhibit 2. 10:03 is what it says. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm referring to the return, which should be in, I might be referring you to the wrong exhibit.
Point 1, I believe.
And that was at 4:53. The second warrant was obtained at 4:53. I might not have handed you pin trap.
I don't think I have that one.
Pen trap and trace. So again, we're going to be paying attention to what the fuck did they get from that in terms of attention data, because I have questions.
Yeah, mine for warrant, the warrant and the return of the warrant all related to the first warrant to AT&T, and we haven't got.
Are you guys telling me that you want to just go back and watch Ashley Jennings again instead of today? Because I'm just seeing what you guys are saying. I never get sick of laughing at things that are funny. Obviously, we watched the same clips of her, some of which were actually the same, some of which were different, but she's saying the same things, and it's hilarious, isn't it? Isn't it?
Presented yet, I don't think.
Right, I've got it here.
And we can always come back to it, you know, but we do want to watch.
And Judge, you know, for clarification purposes too, today as we're going through testimony, my plan was not to go through every single warrant that we're arguing about and get it in front of the court. I'm really trying to take kind of a scalpel approach on the issues that we want to point out to the court. So it does really feel like I'm jumping around, and I realize that. I hope to bring it all together in the end.
At the end of the day,
The only caveat being what
no.
I told you before is where you have is a broad array of documentation that you've presented. The court will not scour the record
Y'all,
to find support for.
watch, you guys, it's still entertaining. Sorry, I just look, you guys, look at the top right. Look at Ashley Jennings. She's like doing a weird, oh my God, there's an animal. Let me back it up. She's doing a thing. Hold on. Watch her movement here. It's way better, I think, if we watch her. And she's about to do something funny as well.
The only caveat being what I've told you before is where you have is a broad array of documentation that you've presented.
Meerkat. That's what it is. It's meerkatting. She's meerkatting. Look,
The court will not scour the record.
you guys know what I'm saying. Like, does that, y'all? She's meerkatting. She's being a meerkat. And I don't mean any offense to meerkats when I say that. But that's literally the position, like the poking up like that. You guys know what I mean? Or like maybe even like a groundhog. Groundhog. What do you guys think? Meerkat or groundhog? Maybe groundhog. Maybe groundhog.
Record to find support for your.
I was talking about you earlier because we have 2 other cats in the chat, and I was like, we need MCAT, literally. So, yay! Now we have all 3 cats. Yay!
Motions
Welcome.
that's not pointed out to the court specifically, and that's well established with case law in the Idaho Supreme Court.
And Judge, that's why I am trying to grab the pieces and parts that I want you to be able to identify. And that's why I'm putting the paper in front of you. So I'm hearing you when you've asked us to do that.
Top Cat and Cat Randall, make yourselves known to our other cat friend.
All right, I'm handing you States Exhibit 1. And this is to the second AT&T warrant, also known as Pen Trap and Trace.
Okay. Please, Mother of God, let us learn something.
Just one on the sticker.
Oh my God, the freaking stickers. I swear to God. I really want to know what the fuck is up with this location data. I've said it a billion times. They're going to deal with the sticker problems.
Record, but
And what I think, Judge, when you are going back and working with your clerk
my concern, frankly, I know what all the
Oh my
documents
God,
are.
with the stickers and the
to
exhibits.
label all of these.
Oh my God. And then we have Idaho Lolly.
Yes, on the record, what we're looking at.
So Detective Payne, is that the warrant that, that affidavit in support of the search warrant that you drafted for that second AT&T warrant?
There you go. Rochelle, people are going to be like passed out.
Yes, ma'am.
I love it though. Amazing.
On page 11.
So MCAT, have you not been watching all of these hearings? And if you haven't, that's totally fine. Because I will be happy to answer this question. So this is really common in high profile trials. And even if they're not high profile, all it is that, when there's going to be cameras in the courtroom pre-trial, and again, this happens in a lot of cases, the defense can make a motion to where he gets to wear, civilian clothing, as it were, because he still maintains the presumption of innocence, right? They don't want him looking, and it makes sense. It makes sense. And remember, I know that even though there's no jury here, the standard for a jury, right, when they come in for voir dire, it's great if none of them have to know anything about the case. They don't have, literally know nothing. But remember, if they say they are familiar with it, but they haven't formed an opinion, or they've been exposed to it, but they haven't formed an opinion, that's not going to be an automatic cause, to dismiss them as a juror. So to strike them as a juror. So in other words, right, there still could be the possibility that a potential juror might have seen a picture from a hearing, right? When it's on the news or it's like on the newspaper or whatever. And like, and even if they just see it in passing, right? Subconsciously, they want to make sure that that their brain is registering that he's innocent, right? Like he's got the presumption of innocence. And the thing is when they're in their prison garb, right? Pre-trial, you know, it's understandable that a person, especially if they're just like seeing it in passing, their brain might register that like, oh, that's a criminal, right? Or whatever. So I think it's important. I think everyone should be able to wear civilian clothes unless and until they are convicted. So
At the bottom of the page, can you read that last sentence under probable cause?
Certainly. In support of the assertion as to the existence of probable cause,
Yeah.
the following facts are offered based upon personal knowledge of the affiant. See attached statement of Brett Payne, which is
Yeah.
marked Exhibit A and incorporated as though fully set
Yeah.
forth hearing.
All right, I am now
He has
handing
lost
you
weight. He looks really
S2.
He looks honestly skinnier today than yesterday. I know it seems impossible, but maybe it's the angle, but like he looks really skinny.
Is the search warrant and order authorizing installation and or use of pin register trap and trace device and non-disclosure order pursuant to Idaho Code 18-6772.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Can you please turn to page 7?
We're going to flip through their pages. I think I'm going to have to go with Groundhog versus Meerkat with her, just because I feel like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we do another poll? Everyone's got their spirit animal, right? We got Lolly. We got the Lolly bird wearing his closing arguments tie. That is literally his actual tie from closing arguments. Okay. We got Elaine from Deputy Heard. We got her spirit animal.
I'm now handing you what is titled Return of Search Warrant, Exhibit
Okay.
A to Trap and Trace.
Another vote for Groundhog. Cool. They won't. That's not going to happen. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So we were talking about this earlier, like in terms of the motions to suppress, right? Versus the Franks hearing. I think a lot of us are feeling like the motions to suppress maybe won't go anywhere, but the Franks hearing will. At least the motion to hold a Franks hearing, right? And that's honestly the more important one. But it would be unreal. I totally do agree. Yeah.
Does that have a sticker on it?
Oh my God.
Does that have a sticker?
Drink. Just
No, it
kidding.
does not.
The stickers. And there you've got, look at her. Look at Ashley Jennings. She's doing that same thing again. How funny.
Dominated by the title, which is related to the pen trap and trace.
Now, meanwhile, Santa's wearing the same outfit as yesterday because I commented on it. I was like, I liked the color because it was different than what he usually wears. And that's how I remember it is. It's like the light gray jacket and the dark gray tie.
On page, can you look at page 2? You see the top, who does it say it's the affidavit of?
Corporal Brett Payne.
Are you looking at Exhibit A, page 2?
Oh, correction. I see what you mean. Affidavit of Lawrence Mowery is what it says at the top.
Right, and then,
Of course it does, right?
but is that actually your
Oh boy.
affidavit? And so that was a mistake.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is Prosecutor Santa. Yeah, so Prosecutor Santa, are you able to see my mouse? You can't see my mouse. So if you look at the top right corner, and then you can see Santa sitting over there. It looks like he might be picking his nose or something. Okay, there's Prosecutor Santa. So he got real spicy. This is where this came in. He got real spicy around the time of the motion to change venue. So that's what I made this for. So that's Prosecutor Santa being all spicy. Spicy Santa. Because everyone calls him Prosecutor Santa or just Santa for short, you know. So yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you looking at?
On page 2,
Yeah,
top of it.
he's not the DA. He's just the prosecutor from right? Why do I feel like I'm like I don't think he's the DA. I can't remember who the DA is actually. But I don't think he's the DA. Yay, Top Cat joining. See, I was like, yay, all the cat friends.
Says affidavit of Lawrence Mowery.
Yes. He's in
which
Boise.
is the affidavit of Corporal Payne.
Heading problem there.
A heading problem. Kat Randall, did you say hi to MCAT yet? It sucks that they're having all this issue with like the stickers and the numbers and the letters and the papers. You know? Oh boy. Y'all don't have to worry about Ann Taylor. She's on top of it, guys. She's ahead of the game. And she knows way more than we do. You know what I mean? And remember, they had rules and restrictions on this hearing when it was public. Well, for today and for yesterday, that there were certain words they had agreed upon ahead of time, which we heard this on the January 22nd hearing, that they had already agreed that there were certain things they weren't going to say. And that's in addition to parts that are sealed. But they had already agreed. So I was commenting on this at some point, that how limited the defense is in terms of what they can say in open court. So you have to remember that too. But here's the spinny wheel, right? I mean, you know, let me do the thing that helped last time. Let me unshare and reshare it. I don't know why it's doing this, but this has to be a StreamYard thing since this fixes it. Yeah, this fixes it. So it's got to be StreamYard.
It does.
Okay.
Let's mark that 2.2.3.
Help speed it up. Yeah, I remember thinking it was slow also today.
In the next day or so, if you would provide a formal
Okay,
identification.
great.
Right, on this page.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, ma'am.
And was a
Right.
timing advance report requested on this page? I'll refer you to the last paragraph where it says
The
remarks.
other thing I just want to comment on is that I would imagine that if they had navigation data, like GPS data for the Hyundai, that would have come out by now. Like it would have come out today. Since it didn't come out yesterday. We were talking about this, like, I wonder. And when I looked it up, that year of the Hyundai, like it was optional. You could do it with or without GPS. So it doesn't seem like they have car GPS, which is why they're relying on the freaking camera footage.
Special instructions.
Yes, it did. They actually concluded early. I was pleasantly surprised.
And do you see any reference in this document indicating that the affidavit in support of search warrant was included with the warrant?
That's what it seems like.
No, ma'am.
Okay, the next warrant I want to talk about is Apple.
She did say she would be jumping around a lot. All those papers. Stack the papers. Oh my God, spinning wheel. Why? Yeah. This seems to fit it.
What was your training related to Apple warrants in December of 2022?
I had no official training at that time.
Great. Sounds like you're well qualified. Now,
I'm
Judge
handing
Hippler,
you what's been marked as
I just want to
defendant
note that Judge Hippler just wrote that down, by the way. He just took notes on that.
Exhibit A. It does have a sticker, and it's to the Apple motion.
Thanks, Twizzy pants. Twizzy and the hizzy. Where did Heather go? That shiny ass. Look at his shiny pin, though, guys. It's so like.
Can you state what that document is?
It appears to be a preservation request.
And who is it sent to?
Apple Corporate Legal Counsel,
And what's its date? What is it? What is the date on it?
December 21st.
Of 2022.
So
And
Apple,
that letter was not sent by you, right?
so Apple is very specific. They're notorious actually for being difficult to provide, like they're just notoriously difficult. This has come up in other trials where it's tough if you don't do things correctly, you don't get the certain information and blah blah, and they really hold things, close to the vest, as I say. And so that could be part of why there's like maybe some different standards to that than what maybe for other things. MCAT, can you remind me where you are at? I feel like you've let us know, and I just can't remember. I feel like you're in another country, but anyway, that's just me trying to remember everything about everybody, you know.
No, I do not remember sending this. No.
Well, can you look at that?
That's not me.
Yeah, the top of it is Department of Justice, and the back page 2 is Special Agent in Charge Dennis Rice.
Correct.
Chicago, that's right. Thank you. Yep.
How
that's
was the
Chicago.
DeSales email account known at that date?
I don't remember.
Sales email account.
How did you become aware of an Apple product in this case?
Memory serves, when the search
An Apple product. Does that mean there's one or more than one?
warrant in Pennsylvania was executed, there was an iPad that was located in one of the shared living spaces in the home. And there's a receipt in his vehicle, in Kohberger's vehicle, that was found for an iPad as well.
And during the home search, was the iPad seized?
It was not.
Why not?
It was in a shared living space.
Hang on. Let me back this up. This matters. I'm trying to figure out this phone business.
iPad that was located in one of the shared living.
Come here.
How did you become aware of an Apple product in this case?
Memory serves, when the search warrant in Pennsylvania was executed, there was an iPad that was located in one of the shared living spaces in the home. And there's a receipt in his vehicle, in Kohberger's vehicle, that was found for an iPad as well.
So the reason I wanted to listen to that again is because the timing of it could matter, right? Like if they came across the iPad first before they were able to collect his phone, because but now that I backed it up, so because they collected that in Pennsylvania, right, which would be either at the same time or maybe after. I would imagine they took him first, right, and then got shit out of the house. That I'm wondering if maybe he has an Android. And I know that there's been some other people who commented that people have said it looks like an Android in like the body cam and stuff. We shouldn't have to be guessing this, but nonetheless, this sounds like maybe it's an Android phone because the Apple product might just be one of them and it might be the iPad.
And during the home search, was the iPad seized?
It was not.
Why not?
It was in a shared living space.
Do you remember what day that the Apple account was created?
Right. That's a great point.
Does 2016 sound familiar with the research?
That sounds vaguely familiar. Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And you mentioned the receipt that was found in his car. Do you recall the date that indicated that an Apple product was purchased?
I do not remember.
Yeah, there it
I will
is.
show you
There it is.
States Exhibit
Oh.
1.
He said the receipt was in Bryan's car, the receipt for the iPad, which is interesting because, right? I mean, I'm just thinking about that now. Like, wouldn't that mean he probably bought it recently? Because, like, what we know, I mean, people say it's like, okay, we've not seen pictures of the interior of the car. It has been said and referenced that the car was clean. We see him doing that drive. I don't know that we get to really see the interior enough to judge like how clean is it. But my point is this, like, there's some people who might have like stray receipts lying about in the car that could be from whenever. But if you've got a car that's really immaculate, and if you're like maybe a little bit OCD about cleaning, right? Or even if it's just because you've just done a cross-country trip, so then you probably would have had the car empty, so then you have room for luggage. I don't know. My thought is like the fact that the receipt's in the car, I wonder if it was a recent purchase. Just thought. But yeah, the receipt was in the car and the iPad was in the house in a shared living space.
To the affidavit for search warrant.
So that's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's usually not. In every single freaking trial, even when it's not family members, even when it's like roommates, like if it's in the, like, they take the things. I mean, Sarah Boone, right? We heard her complaining about the computer and it was Lucas's computer. You guys remember that? I mean, just as a recent example, right? I mean, there's countless examples. I've literally never heard that before. And I didn't even think about it till you mentioned it. So thank you guys so much for your awesome comments and questions, because that's a great point. Literally, I've never heard of that ever. And maybe when Denise is here next time, because she's our resident defense attorney, we can ask her what she thinks about that too. Yeah, no, it's,
And I believe it's tabbed.
I mean, and like, for example, in the Casey Anthony trial, which I'm still in the process of covering from gavel to gavel, you know, everything is called, like everything has a name to designate it. So like, there's like but the biggest computer that they use in that case, it's the Anthony family computer that the whole family shared. Cause back then, you know, there might've been one like PC for the whole house or whatever, but then people had their own individual laptops. But anyway, yeah, just there's countless examples. That's not a thing I've ever heard of.
The receipt.
This is State's Exhibit S1 affidavit.
Oh,
of the
did
search
they?
Warrant to Apple Inc.
Maybe I just didn't hear that part. That's interesting if the receipt's still in the car after 2 years though. I mean, really though, like the receipt, I mean, the odds that it wouldn't just blow out of the car with a gust of wind for a receipt to stay in the car for 2 years. I mean, I don't know, maybe if it's like under the seat.
It's 2018, the date.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the form to prepare the Apple warrant?
A form, be more specific.
Correct. Well, the search, so you're looking at the search warrant affidavit, and inside of that affidavit is a long list of items that you.
Yeah, and I'll give you another example. So in the Ezra McCandless trial, they collected a fuck ton of devices in that trial. And they were not even all belonging. I mean, there were tons of them that were not belonging to the victim or the defendant. They had a long list of cell phones, iPads, computers. So these were young kids. And so all the roommates, right? And all the friends, and they took everybody's electronics, and I don't think they get them back. I mean, they were all taken apart and blah, blah, blah. So you had everything from iPhones to iPods to iPads to Androids to laptop. And they took all these devices, even for people that were, again, not the victim and not the defendant. So there's that too, because they were roommates in the same house.
Us.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that information to be able to include?
Could have been in the glove box.
That was all provided to me from the experts in that particular field.
That's a good point. The glove box.
I'm just getting S1 in front of myself for a minute here, Judge, so I don't. Give a minute.
Okay, let's go ahead. Didn't they do S1? I thought they already did S1.
I apologize if there was a question pending that I threw you off from.
No, that's fine. I'm looking for the
Oh dear. Ay, ay, ay.
that iOS devices can use an iCloud account to back up the iOS device.
Yes, ma'am. That sounds familiar.
And what's your understanding when an
hope so.
iOS device uses an iCloud to back it up?
Similar to Google and many other of these digital operating systems, essentially they back it up to a cloud account. That information is stored not on your device only, but also in a cloud storage area. That's my understanding.
And so in an Apple
submit-
phone,
Wait,
that ends
wait.
up
Are you?
as
Oh my
creating a
God!
duplication
Why?
of what's on the phone?
Essentially, yes.
Are you referencing the DNA on the sheath or the DNA like on the handrail or whatever? Because I mean, they said they submitted the knife sheath to CODIS, mind you, after they submitted it for IGG, according to the state's exhibit that we've looked at a million times. But just if you want to clarify.
And do you recall that in the affidavit, you made reference to the fact that Apple users get 5 gigabytes typically of storage and then can purchase more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I thought, because that makes more sense. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, that's true. They did not submit that. Unknown male B and D, I think it was. I have it on my list somewhere. Oh my God.
It does have a sticker.
Oh my God, with the sticker. You guys, it is grueling, isn't it? Jesus, hold on. Let me just
Actual warrant itself that you're.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's, I don't want to answer that as a yes before I look and make sure what.
Oh my God.
I want to make sure because my page numbers run out at 25.
Oh my God.
Record.
I'm not there. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
January 27, 2023.
Yes,
All right, go
yes.
ahead.
You requested records. Can you explain what Apple responded to?
I don't remember what all they responded to. They responded to the search warrant and all those listed items that were in the warrant itself.
And the warrant, the date on this.
So this is a good question. So good question. Did they test other people like the frat boys? So they can't take people's, so that you're talking about a buccal swab. They need probable cause And it's basically it's probable cause a search for a search warrant. What is the search warrant, you might ask? It's for it's called for your person. It literally is like they get a search warrant for the person, for the person's person. If that makes sense. So they can search you, right, and take your DNA. And so they can't just do that. Now, what they can do is they can ask, do you want to do it? Like we see this all the time where like family members, for example, so that they can, well, you guys have probably seen it in like interrogations, right? And they got family members. It's like, yeah, we just want to clear you. And, you know, do you want to just hand over your DNA so we can go ahead and just clear you, right? And if they say yes, then that's fine. But that's different than law enforcement, like forcing it. They can't do that. They would have to have probable cause.
If you will turn to
Thompson is Prosecutor Santa. Bill Thompson. He's the lead on this, the state's case here. He's in charge. That's him. Yes, that's Bill Thompson. I know why you asked that, probably because no one ever calls him that. We always call him Santa or Prosecutor Santa.
see.
But yeah, his real name is Thompson.
Turn to page 34 of the exhibit. Do you see the date of the warrant?
1st of August.
So I understand that you just said you don't know or you don't remember, but in this context,
Drink.
in your search warrant affidavit, you make reference to something being produced on January 27th to process.
Y'all, we got some groundhog action going on back there with Miss Jennings. Groundhog action alert. Groundhog action alert.
To get a warrant on August 1st. Do you know what the process was that Apple responded to or what they produced?
I do not remember. No, ma'am.
Drink. You can play the drinking game by just saying drink every time, given all the different suggestions that were shout out to Rochelle for that idea. You can just say drink and it's funny enough.
I'm handing you Defendant's Exhibit B to the Apple Defendant's Memorandum in Support. It does have a sticker on it.
All right, the exhibit, just for the record.
Yeah, so I don't know. Does anyone else know? I don't know what the situation was with that because that's been really under wraps because of the gag order, right? Like, I don't know. I would imagine that they probably asked, are you willing to submit your DNA? And I would imagine that they probably said yes. And then you don't even have to ask the next question of like, would they? But I mean, I just don't know because we don't know enough, like, whether or not they would have probable cause. We just don't know very much about that morning, right? We know very, very little. So it's hard to say because the circumstances matter, right? And we just don't know anything. So it's tough to answer. But I would think they probably were compliant and said, sure, that's fine. You know, but I've not heard anything definitively about that at all. Like they really don't talk about, like the only person they talk about apart from like the people in the house, like DM comes up all the time. But other than that, you know, it's like, I don't know. They just don't come up that much. Yeah, they would have to have some reason to think that they could have been. Now, like, for example, with like the roommates, right? DM and BF, like that's a little bit different. But like the boyfriend that showed up or whatever, you know, that's different because he could not have been involved. And, but I would think that they gave it over.
Here is Defendant's Exhibit B, date 11/14/24 on the sticker, and the title is Certification of Apple Inc. Custodian of Records.
Okay. Detective Payne, on this, there's a certification. This document is a certification of Apple Inc. Custodian of Records. Do you see that?
Yep.
And it indicates that records are certified and being produced from legal process served on April to Apple on January 12th,
Yes,
2020.
that's it. Yes, thank you for putting that more succinctly than what I was saying. They can ask, they just can't compel. Yeah. So I'm trying to make sense of this statement. So I don't know if I'm understanding this when you say the profiles were created. So CODIS has two separate databases. One is for people who've been charged with a violent crime, and the other is for people who've been convicted of a violent crime. So I'm not quite sure if I'm just misunderstanding. Say it.
2023. You see that?
I mean, wouldn't be
What
the
was
first
served
time I
as legal
misunderstood
process on
something.
Apple
LOL.
on January 12th, 2023?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Drink. I'm drinking sparkle water and coffee.
You know what the legal process would be?
I don't remember what that would have been.
Of course he doesn't know. Why would he know? I mean, that part he shouldn't know anyway, really. Santa and Ashley Jennings are chatting, whispering.
Going back to, going back to Exhibit D. Do you have that one in front of you still?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you turn to page 35 of that?
Oh no, not the page turning again. So, here's the thing. It sounds like literally all that is happening right here is, and maybe this is why, maybe this is the point. Let me try to make sense of this. And let me unshare, reshare, because it's being, here's the thing. Maybe the point of this, and remember how she's going to jump around. Maybe the point of this was a strategy. And here's why. Because while it might seem boring and awkward, and I'm not disagreeing there, the thing that's happening via the way she's going through this is she's getting the same answers from him over and over again. And what are those answers? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. And pitting those back to back to back to back to back to back, even though it feels grueling, when you think of it that way, that's on purpose. That's what I think is going on here. I think that's on purpose to make it clear to the judge, right? Listen to how many times, I don't know. I don't remember. The same answers over and over again when you're the lead detective. And you're supposed to have been involved in all of these search warrants. I think that's what it is.
And you served it.
But it's really not. So in other words, there's no really information coming out here, right? I don't think that's the point. I think the point is to get that answer to show Judge Hippler just how, again, like the example I gave earlier, what was it? Chasing shadows of imaginary ghosts, right? That's like, you're the lead detective and literally, it's like you're an invisible ghost.
Right?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you
Yeah,
believe
so
so, would
I
you have executed an affidavit if you hadn't?
I mean, I just want to make sure on the warrant return itself that it wasn't served by one of the.
I mean, but all that to say, I think that's the point. So I'm going to go ahead a little bit because if that's the point, then this is, it makes sense that it would be extended, right? To really hammer the point home that he just is clueless. So let's just see.
As the lead investigator, who have you put in charge of evaluating Apple data?
I relied on the specialists in those fields, which would be Detective Mowery and then SA Balance. Those are the folks who knew far more about it than me.
And do you know, as we sit here today, whose job it is to evaluate the Apple data for this case?
I don't know, ma'am. Not right now.
Jeez.
Okay, the next warrant we will talk about is Google.
So again, just, I don't know. Let me go ahead a little bit. Let's just see if
The
anyone.
warrant being with respect to the application.
Yeah, here we go. Now Judge Hippler is going to ask questions. This is good. This is good.
Records clearances, defendant's exhibit number D with the date on the sticker of 11/14/24, which refers to the sticker date, I believe, not necessarily the document date.
Sticker.
And then it's entitled Return of Search Warrant, the warrant being with respect to the application of search warrant for Google LLC. That as the other documents that were proper argument.
Did you prepare the Google warrant returns exhibit D?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh boy.
On page 2 of that exhibit.
I spoke too soon. I thought it was the part where Judge Hippler asked some questions, and it's not. So I'm gonna go ahead a little bit.
Warrant through a portal.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
Told me that.
When did you get the return? When you got the return, did you review the data?
Right?
I did not, ma'am.
You're right. That's a great point. Rochelle says she should have just said, "What do you know?" Great point, because this would have been over in 5 seconds. Nothing. Great point. Brilliant, Rochelle. Brilliant.
Did you take any steps to see if the
No.
return
I can answer this. The answer is no.
conformed to the warrant?
I did not look at the technical data contained within. I believe it was a zip file that was downloaded from Google, if memory serves me correctly. I downloaded it and made sure that was there.
And do you recall that there were actually 3 Google warrants? Does that sound familiar?
Oh, he nodded. Thank you. It's a rarity, though. Okay, let's just see how we're doing.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
I mean, it's just more of the same. Okay, we're gonna go ahead a little bit. Judge Hippler.
And I think I get my dates right here. We observed final preparations for the SRT operation that was going to take place. And
Oh,
then
okay. This is a little bit. Okay, he's actually giving some information. So that's what we want. We want information besides I don't know, I don't remember, or recall. At the end of the day, leap, reach. We don't need that for probable cause. What else was she saying? That's the vast majority of it. Oh my God. Okay, unshare, reshare. Oh, I appreciate you guys hanging in there as this spinning wheel is having a moment. Appreciate y'all.
Pennsylvania for Mr. Kohberger's arrest, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And you watched the preparation for service of the arrest warrant?
How do you mean?
Well, maybe I should ask this more open-ended.
There we go. Open-ended. Rochelle, there you go. See, she's taking your advice for this part anyway.
Tell us about your arrival in Pennsylvania in time-wise to his arrest.
Yeah.
Time frame of his
And
arrest.
this part's
I believe
weird.
we arrived there, if memory serves, about 7 p.m. on the 29th. And I think I get my dates right
I
here.
remember this part. This part's great. When we get into the BEARCAT, that's some good stuff.
We observed final preparations for the SRT operation that was going to take
Well,
place.
it's a good hybrid animal.
And then
So
we,
up to the
we,
BEARCAT.
myself and Detective Gilbertson from ISP, drove to a separate Pennsylvania State Police barracks to await the arrival of Mr. Kohberger.
When you were observing preparations, what were you observing?
I believe we observed their final tactical brief for SRT, and that was about it.
Can you explain what that was like, what the preparations were that they were making when they were doing that tactical brief?
Probably not.
I can give you a general overview. It's the best I got. So they had their entire SRT that was going to be conducting the operation present.
For the record, SRT is
A special response team, usually what it stands for, Your Honor. So they were doing their final preparations, going over their approach, team member assignment.
Actually, Jennings is doing something funny with her mouth. Let's take a look. Look at the weird mouth.
Their entire SRT
Weird
that was going
mouth.
to be conducting the operation present.
for the record, SRT is
A special response team, usually what it
Interesting.
stands for, Your Honor.
Very interesting.
So they were doing their final preparations, going
Very
over
interesting.
their approach, team member assignments, so on and so forth. This was all done.
So on and so
basically
forth.
a briefing in front of everybody.
And do you recall that the preparations included that in preparation they were going to knock and announce in
I bel-
execution?
I believe that was brought up. Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, this part's interesting.
And while you were there, did you go into and have were you given a tour, or did you drive into the gated community of Mr. Kohberger and see where he was living?
No, ma'am.
You never went in or around his home?
No, ma'am.
When the execution of the arrest was happening, did you have the ability to listen in any way?
The only ability that we had at the time was
Yeah.
very choppy drone.
I don't think we know because why? We don't know really anything. We have really no solid. I mean, there's just really we don't have anything. We just don't have anything.
Feed. We were driving. at the
They've
time,
kept
and
everything
that-
under
and that was the only,
wraps. I mean,
communication we had.
And so how is that
and
choppy
the thing
drone
is,
feed?
the thing is this is like some stuff they just might not have the answer to because like this was this crazy like dual investigation thing where like there was like the fake one and then the real one and that's a whole thing. And then so like there's like stuff that's just like missing. And then on top of that, you add the gag order, right? So like it's really crazy.
Being communicated to you.
Via cell phone.
So can you explain that? Like who's the person communicating with you about the drone? I just don't understand.
So essentially, it's a drone operator with their SRT. I don't remember how it was conveyed. A link of some sort. They dropped a drone. It took off. I got the link, so we could essentially just watch a live feed of what the drone was seeing. And that was it.
Do you know if that live feed was recorded?
I do not know, ma'am.
Did you record the while that was happening? Did you create a recording?
No, ma'am.
What is a BEARCAT?
BEARCAT's an armored vehicle used in SWAT operations.
And do you know what role the BEARCAT? Describe that vehicle again.
BEARCAT.
So they're usually
Much
built
like
on,
a,
I think it's like a Ford F-250 chassis. So it's a pickup cab essentially, but it's got a large
Shark
box
weasel?
compartment in the back, for lack of a better term. Usually has portholes on the sides.
Wally Bird.
It's highly up armored to protect the occupants, being SWAT operators. They usually use them as an approach
Shark
vehicle. So
weasel?
they have a covered location to deploy from.
Bryan.
Is it a like a retrofitted military
No,
piece of
ma'am.
machinery?
No, ma'am.
It's specifically a law enforcement piece of machinery.
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like it's really big.
It depends on what you're comparing it to. I'd say it's no bigger than if you were to have a pickup camper on the back of an F-250, something like that.
And what's your understanding of where that Bearcat was parked for the arrest?
I believe the Bearcat, if memory serves, drove up the driveway and just parked in front of the house.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5 to the motion to suppress, and it was attached to 119 Lambston.
All right, this is marked with an exhibit sticker S5. Title of the document is Pennsylvania State Police. Heading with essentially a letter directed to Detective Payne.
Detective Payne, can you explain what that letter is?
That's a justification for reasoning for amending the original plan for knock and announce to a hasty knock and announce and quicker entry into the Kohberger home.
When did you receive that?
I believe this was recently. I don't remember what date.
When you say recently, was it received in response to prepare for today's suppression hearing?
I believe so.
Do you know why Mr. Lang didn't date the letter?
I have to ask him, ma'am.
And so in that correspondence, he explains that the knock and announce was shortened to announcing from the Bearcat with immediate forced entry.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present when Detective Gilbert Mirandized Mr. Kohberger at the station?
Gilbertson?
Gilbertson, sorry, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And that took place after Mr. Kohberger was first seized in his home, right?
Correct.
That also took place after he was transported in the back of a police car to the station, right? You noted in your report that Detective Gilbertson had a recorder in his pocket at the time of the interview.
I believe so.
Were there any recordings that took place at the Kohberger home when entry was made into the house?
I do not know.
Where was Mr. Kohberger's car parked at the time of his arrest?
It was in the garage.
Was it later seized pursuant to a search warrant from that garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said that the iPad receipt was found in the car, is that the car that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
That is all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination. We have just a moment, Your Honor.
The state doesn't have any clarifications for this witness.
All right, thank you, Detective.
Oh, weird. I'm
Actually,
shocked.
if you don't mind, I actually have a question.
Of course
Oh,
not.
this is the judge question part. I was
You testified that you
Genie!
didn't send the affidavits and support search warrants with the warrants themselves to Google, Apple, et cetera. And the persons that processed the evidence received, would they have knowledge of and access to the affidavit?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Party
Questions or
Central.
follow-up to that?
It's just Party Central over here. And boy, we were having a really good time going back and watching Ashley Jennings again. Y'all, let me know if you're like, can we take a Jennings break? Right now, she's just in the background and does this like, she's doing this like peeping or popping up thing and very much like a groundhog. So that's what's happening.
I do. How would people that are getting an email through a portal, Apple, Google, AT&T, how would they have access to the
My
affidavit?
question was the people that received the evidence, not the people who sent it. So in other words, the police and team that reviewed the evidence, did they have access to it? Not
We are all friends here, always, guys. Squirrel crew for life, yo. Oh, cute, Frodo, my dog. Sometimes he does this like I call it random puppy because he's 14. But every now and again he just came in here and he's like sniffing around like he wants to chew something like he's a puppy. It's really cute. Random puppy moment. So yeah, we had a fun field trip earlier, mapping it out. We were looking at the timeline with the discrepancy there. We've done a lot. We did a lot of things.
It's been very squirrely, and we were also dying laughing as well, as per usual. So yeah. Oh, and there's a drinking game, but like I'm not recommending people actually do it. But Rochelle can also refresh y'all's memory on the rules for anyone who's curious.
Okay, I didn't hear you. You do
Just to
have
clarify.
you do have a soft voice, and I am losing my hearing. But so then based on that, how would those folks get access to the affidavit in support of the search warrant when they're reviewing materials?
Just so I'm understanding you, those folks, meaning the people who work for these companies, is that who you're referring to?
No, I think that's not what the judge was
Correct, I
asking.
understand.
He was asking that once that evidence is returned and you log it, his question was, do they have access to the affidavit in support of search warrant?
Right.
And your answer to him was yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
How?
There were paper copies of it. It was no secret. It was shared freely amongst the investigative team.
Okay. But not each person reviewing, various people are reviewing these, the electronic data for the some 67 devices and third-party warrant returns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of my question earlier, which was who I was asking about Apple, who's reviewing that data? Your answer was, I don't know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you don't know who's reviewing something,
Hang on. Did y'all hear that? 67 devices? Hold on. Did I imagine that? And then this is the other thing that's been going on. It's just really fun. This StreamYard, let me do the thing. She did say 67,
And,
but
in
y'all
terms
didn't
of-
hear it because it was spinning wheel. Let me back it up. She did say 67. Oh, for fuck's sake.
not each person reviewing, various people are reviewing these, the electronic data for the some 67 devices and third-party warrant returns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of my question earlier, which was who I was asking about Apple, who's reviewing that data? Your answer was, I don't know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you don't know who's reviewing something, how would you know that they have access to a search warrant affidavit?
Well, that's the beauty of having a collaborative team effort. If you share the information freely, it's not independent upon myself to provide that to them. Everybody has that information directly.
And then no one's responsible for anything, too.
So
Works out
is
for you.
in the database that you're creating with this collective, I'll stop this, break this down. My understanding is that the collective document is Exhibit A, correct?
Correct.
And then when you attach Exhibit A to a warrant with Exhibit A to a affidavit in support of a search warrant, you also add additional language depending on who that warrant is for, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So there are over 100 different search warrant affidavits in this case. And it's your testimony that everybody who would have access to doing review of data has access to go in and look at what exact search warrant affidavit was executed.
I believe so, yes.
That's a good point, Top Cat, that number would sound to a jury like it's a lot. For sure. That is a good point. But, the other thing to keep in mind, again, a jury wouldn't, you have 3 different states, right? So there's that, right? And then you have a lot of different people, because they serve search warrants for I'm sure the social media and the phones of the 67 devices, for example, right? That's going to be all the people that were at the house, and then, family, and then again, going back to the DNA thing, they would have to have, in order to compel them to submit their DNA, that would take more than being hey, can we look at your device? You know what I mean? So, but if they look at the device and there's something on there that again adds another layer of probable cause, then you have to have enough to get that. The search warrant for the person is the most intrusive, right? So, but again, they could willingly volunteer their DNA. So.
No further questions.
Follow the state on that. All right, thank you, Detective.
All right, time.
Judge, I think we don't need to step away, but I do need a break too.
Okay, break. So we're up next is the Idaho Lolly, guys. Y'all ready? I mean, it looks like they're still going. Are they discussing whether or not to take a break? I don't understand. Because she said she needed some time. Doo-doo. Eh. Oh, there he is.
What is your role
He just got on the stand, so.
in this case?
I was, I guess, put in charge of lead. I don't know. I was the one that was looking at, and
He's my favorite. This honestly is going to bring us, I think this is where we can get some of that humor. Like, I don't even know, man. The Idaho lolly.
funneling the excessive amount of digital data and evidence that was coming through.
The expert.
Have you taken on any other roles in this case? Have you had other duties?
If you're asking about serving warrants for digital evidence, then I've done that, yes.
And you've heard Judge Mike.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you agree that the Exhibit A that's been discussed was and attached to warrants, that was a group effort?
Yes,
Have you been a part of that group?
I was.
What role did you have in the first AT&T warrant?
I don't recall specifically. I was
Drink.
there when it was being discussed.
Y'all, I've got my water, my coffee. Sparkle water for the win.
Do you recall that you served that warrant?
I do.
Well, that's good. He remembers that.
When you served that warrant, did you serve it with the search warrant, with the affidavit in support of search warrant attached?
Oh, ma'am.
And that came up when we went through all their motions. I read all of those, right? That came up, and that's a whole thing. By the way, do you guys like sparkle water? I feel like, I love water in general, like flat water or whatever, but like sparkle water, it's just a little bit more festive. You know what I mean?
Is it your practice to ever serve an affidavit in support of search warrant with the warrant?
No, ma'am.
Interesting.
Were you co-located with Special Agent Nicholas Balance as well?
Sweet.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the distance that you had in proximity to him?
He
Like
sat
our
in the same lab that I did.
Our festive
And
water.
so was that a cubicle setting? Can you describe the setting?
It's a secured forensic lab. It has a door.
Isn't that
And then
wait. Isn't that verbatim what Brett Payne said? Because I remember thinking that was a weird answer. It's a secured forensic lab. It has a door. Oh my God. Y'all, that's literally the exact same answer. That's weird.
inside, is it open? Were you in separate
Water's good
offices?
for us.
It's a single room.
Single room. And so you were literally in the same room with Agent Balance.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that for the entire time that he was co-located there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you Cat? You haven't seen our new command for birthdays. It's Flash's birthday today, and so even though Flash isn't here right now because he's out to dinner for his birthday, I'm gonna do this command so you can see the birthday command. Because Top Cat, I put the whiskey in this just for you. So when it's your birthday, here you guys will see. Cover all my bases with this command. Payne did say separate rooms. Yep, but he did answer the thing. It's a secured forensic lab with a door that locks or whatever. That part was the same. So yeah, so here's the command. So as you can see, there's whiskey, and then I know it looks a little bit different when it's pulled up on StreamYard, but you guys I'm sure are familiar with these commands. So the whiskey was for you there, Top Cat.
Are you aware of his ability to have access to AT&T records without a warrant?
Oh, ma'am.
All right, I want to talk now about the cell phone, also known as the USB. Do you recognize?
This blows my mind. Again, y'all, how the cell phone, also known as USB. Now we know that's the USB thumb drive. That's not the actual phone. This is why this is insanity.
Is that? Brian, I should say, I'm so sorry because there are so many cell phones. Bryan Kohberger's cell phone. I'm going to talk to you.
Is this a joke? There's so many cell phones. Bryan Kohberger's phone. Just when you think, I'm like, oh, wait, I don't remember her saying what type of phone. I don't remember her saying it. I mean, did I miss it? And then it's like, oh, let me be more specific. Bryan Kohberger's phone. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
The physical cell phone or the data from the cell phone?
We're going to talk about both of those.
Okay.
So for
Please, for the love of God, tell us what phone it is.
purposes of today's argument, we've called it cell phone / USB.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm in an alternate reality.
How did the state come into possession of
insane.
Bryan's phone?
Obtained via the warrant in Pennsylvania.
Was a copy of that phone made prior to the search warrant being signed?
Insane.
Which search
Copy
warrant?
of Bryan's cell phone.
Again, I'm asking which search warrant you're talking about, the one from Pennsylvania or the one that we requested once the data returned?
I'm talking about when it was first seized. So it'd be the first.
The Pennsylvania one?
Right.
I do not know.
Oh, vodka sparkle water. Interesting. They still
You're
haven't
aware-
said it. And it's so weird because it's like, again, this came from initially, like, again, even when we looked at all the initial, search warrant returns, and everything, everybody puts cell phone and they're still just calling. Like, I don't understand why. And even there, see, he was actually pointing us in the right direction when he was like, you mean the physical phone or the USB? And I was like, oh, please say physical phone, because then they're going to have to. And then she's like, it's cell phone / USB, which she's right. That's exactly how it's listed in all the documents. But I wish she could have gone with his answer, because get into the physical phone. I don't understand how or why. I don't know how or why, I don't know how or why they're not saying it. Your laser? I don't know what you mean. Working with your laser. Is this like, what type of laser are we talking about here? Yeah, let's be safe, people.
Where that a copy of the
Oh, I'm
phone
sure they
was
did.
made and put on a USB.
Yes.
And then a warrant was obtained to search the USB.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the second warrant.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
like Moscow
Was the
Mule.
cell phone searched prior to the warrant for the USB?
Oh, cool. Like in
The
what?
extraction was created before the warrant in Idaho was requested.
Was the extraction searched before the warrant was obtained in Idaho?
Oh,
And how do you know that?
I was the one that received the extraction.
oh dear.
The extraction, where was the extraction made?
Pennsylvania.
And who made that extraction?
I believe it was Special Agent Tanzola.
And how did Special Agent Tanzola get that extraction to you?
You'd have to ask him. I believe it was using a Cellbrite product.
So what about is the USB not a physical box of the extraction, or is it all digital?
The USB is just a storage device that the data would be placed onto.
So with the extraction and the USB, can you explain the process of the extraction being made and it getting to you and it getting put on a USB?
What about the phone?
Normally in a forensic environment, the device is extracted at the extraction and then therefore replaced onto a different storage device for evidence storage or for sharing with other forensic investigators.
And so you said normally, but I'm asking you specifically to Bryan Kohberger's cell phone.
Okay.
The data was placed on a storage device by SA Tanzola and provided to me.
And how did you get the storage device?
I believe it was brought back. I don't recall how it was given to it. It was still in the FBI packaging.
This is
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether or not Special Agent Tanzola reviewed the data of the extraction before the search warrant in Idaho was obtained?
I don't recall.
You shouldn't have. Oh, for Pete's sake.
Okay.
I don't understand what is going on. Like, why are they just pretending the phone doesn't exist? This is very weird. You can do glass? What? That is insane. Wow. You'll have to put, dude, Rochelle, did you join the Discord? Because please put pictures if you, and you can put them wherever, but it reminds me that we have a thread there called What We Do. And I feel like I don't mention that one enough, but that's where you can, for people that have like whether it's what you do for work or your cool hobbies. Honestly, again, like I haven't mentioned it in a while, so it just was a good reminder by what you're talking about here that'd be a wonderful place to put pictures. But you can put them wherever, and hopefully you have joined or will join the Discord. I think you actually asked for the link last night or the night before, but anyway, yeah, please share pictures if you want to. Oh, weird.
This is when you don't have yet either This is Defendant's Exhibit A to cell phone.
So I've been told also that sometimes I think it's like doesn't work well on iPads. I don't know if you try it on an iPad, but what you can always do, guys, is if you're having trouble with the link, just go on Discord and search for Law Squirrel and look for the squingling.
And it does have a sticker on it.
I mean, the FBI was working
You
this
have an extra
case.
copy of that?
Pardon?
You have an extra copy of that?
There's
The
no
ones
doubt
from
about
tonight?
that. I mean, the FBI, and then of course there was a lot of effort, as we went over earlier, to put a lot of effort put into the Christmas present analogy, as I've called it. For any of you guys who are like, "What the heck?" That was, maybe on replay. The beginning of the live stream, we went over a lot of stuff. I had some different presentations going, but yeah, I mean, again, you have 3 different states. And the difficulty, of course, is that with the FBI, it's like they don't have the stuff. It's just, it doesn't exist, or it's just difficult to get the discovery to show your work, right? Especially as it pertains to the IGG. So we've done.
I handed 2, right?
Yeah, and just in going forward,
Oh.
I need 2 copies.
That
Well,
one.
I heard that message yesterday, Judge, and I apologize. Moving forward, I will make sure that there's that extra. I'm assuming you went up for your clerk. So
My staff attorney,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I'd heard from people. So
okay, that's great.
With a date on the sticker of 11/14/24.
the stickers, drink.
Detective, how did you create the affidavit in support of the cell phone of the USB warrant?
How did I create it?
Yes.
So I'm not understanding. That's a big question.
How did you go about drafting this? Is this a document that you had that you filled in from, or did you start from scratch? How did you
I
come
don't
up?
remember the exact way that I did it, but it's not, this isn't very different from, say, an ICAC warrant that I would have had previous intentions to search the cyber tip information that would be already placed into evidence at the Digital Forensic Lab.
So there's knowledge about what you're asking for and lists of things.
Cat, we went through this a lot at the beginning of the live stream, but that's not accurate. I'm not accepting that. That's not accurate. So there's a question as it pertains to standing, right? And the thing that we talked about at the beginning of the live stream was like, we already know that they backdoored it, right? We know that in order to search those databases that have opted out, that it does require a warrant, right? So it is a Fourth Amendment, a constitutional violation of the Fourth Amendment, right? This is where people are getting confused because the problem is the standing, right? And that's why Judge Hippler asks a bunch of times, and it came up and we talked about it earlier at the beginning of the live stream, the whole thing about like, was it the defendant's DNA? Because if it was, it would be different. He flat out says it, that it would be different if it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA and he was a match to himself, which has been my theory, right? But what we went about through at the beginning of the live stream too, is we pointed out and we went through and talked about like the different, how this was talked about yesterday, right? And it's worth checking out because it's very interesting. There's a lot of interesting, actually, little cues from the judge. And then we went through a whole thing with these 2 different scenarios. Like, what would it be the difference if it was his, like a direct family member or an immediate family member? And how would it be different if it was him? And I had a whole presentation thing for that. So, and the biggest thing I will say is this, as I've pointed out many times, there's no discovery from Othram because they didn't generate a lead, because they only searched the databases for people opted in. So they didn't have anything to turn over. And then the FBI, who quote unquote was making a family tree, right? Supposedly, they don't save any of their work, right? As we know. And then they generate a lead, which is one name, and then they turn the lead over. So literally, you have to keep that in mind, that when all these questions are being asked of the defense and the evidence to support, are you asserting that this was done, that he submitted? Remember, the only thing apparently that they have is the name at the very end, and that's it. So it's one of those things where it's like, no one, it sounds like, can deny or affirm whether or not Bryan Kohberger was a match to himself, and we know that the end result would have been either him or an immediate family member. So now, you know, and that's the other thing too, right? Because like if it was an immediate family member and then they know that like the profile on the sheath was like male, right? Then the tip they would turn over would be the brother, which would be him. So it's just a little bit more nuanced than that. But I know people like to break it down and just be like, it's legal or it's illegal. It's just, that's not the right way to approach it. And the other thing is that it depends on who they matched to, right? Because that person has standing. For example, let's, for the sake of example, say that it matched to like Bryan Kohberger's sister, right? She would have legal standing and she could, I mean, this is not legal advice, obviously, but and just to show like she has standing. Whoever's name it was has standing. And so, but because she's not being charged with a crime, the standing would have to happen through litigation in the civil courts. So for example, a lawsuit that would be completely in my mind, completely not in my mind. That would be a route you could go, right? That's a constitutional violation. And so, and again, because the sister, if it was just as an example, right, wasn't charged with the crime, it's in the civil realm, right? But it's still so do you see why it's different? So if it's someone who's not being charged with the crime, they have standing civilly. If it's someone who's being charged with the crime and is a criminal defendant, and that's the match, and they went through backdoor, they have standing through the court process criminally because they're being, prosecuted. Does that make sense?
To get what are you basing that knowledge on?
I would be basing this on information that I've done in previous cases, other warrants that I have served, and other warrants that I have viewed from other investigators.
I don't think there was any family tree. I mean, the thing is this, the FBI doesn't do family trees. Like so we know that Othram didn't have anything. They didn't have any leads they also, remember, according to the states, like they started to work on it, but then they were told to stop, right? But we know it was because they didn't get anything. We learned that yesterday. The FBI does not build their own family trees. And we heard that, I mean, that came out, that's come out in a lot of the stuff that we've covered. But for people that haven't followed everything that, I've been talking about, if you just watched those hearings and you heard Gabriel Vargas, you would know that they turn the case over to the IGG people and it becomes their case. And then they work it until they get the end result, which is the lead, right? That they turn over. And only just recently, I think it's in 2 states, they have started forming like branches of the FBI to start training and start it's like to start the process of being able to do it in-house. But that only just started happening and it's in like 2 states. And so the FBI does not do the family. That's why they hire people like Othram and people like these third-party people, right? That's who they hire. So this whole family tree thing, I think, was a myth from the state to try to make it seem like there was any IGG, because without a family tree, it's not IGG, right?
Years throughout my time.
Can you turn to page 24?
Exactly.
You see that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that page entitled Search Warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the first paragraph of that search warrant.
I'm not
Is there
saying,
any reference?
I don't know what you're saying would be allowed. I'm not saying anything's not going to be allowed. What I'm saying is if you go back and, again, at the beginning of this live stream, I put together a thing like literally there's no one no one's affirming or denying that he's not on the database. And the fact the Judge Hippler does a really interesting thing at the end of the state's argument where he asks again and he brings it up again. And I had talked about this earlier. That was really interesting. And it makes it look like Judge Hippler, like they don't know. Like Judge Hippler himself is like concerned that because even after it's come up with the defense and then even after he talks to the state and they ask the state about it and they talk about other things, then he circles back around at the very end and yet again, brings it up about, so he says like, if it was a match to himself, would that be a problem for you? And he's like, yes. And I'm just paraphrasing there, but like, it's like, if this was for certain, then the first time that question is asked and answered, it would be sufficient. It's just very interesting. And I have to just say again, and I reiterated this earlier, there's nothing to prove anything because there is nothing. There's no discovery. There's no showing their work. So like, it's one of those things where it's like, because it doesn't exist, they can't prove it one way or another, right?
It's to search warrant affidavit in the warrant.
Oh, ma'am.
And is the date of the crime on the search warrant?
No, ma'am.
On page 25, can you turn there? There's a directive to search the premises. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the premises located as, listed as?
155 South View in Moscow, Idaho, in the forensic lab. 155 South View, one word.
Does it say USB in that descriptor?
I have to just say something. Y'all, I recommend going back to the beginning of the stream because I put up a whole presentation that I walked through the thought process of this. But long story short, this is not going to give the full context, but remember, this shit's under seal. Like this statement, Top Cat, I love you, but this statement is completely not possible because this shit's under seal, right? It's like being hamstrung, as they say. Like, to the extent that she has that information, she's like, remember, it's under seal. And remember that the whole thing, right? The motion, right? They wanted it to be unsealed. And in the motion, she said over and over again that it was for the public needs to know. It was like really a huge emphasis on the public. And because she thought that, you know, and then it was denied. So.
No, ma'am.
Can you turn to page 28?
The date of the crime? Of what crime? This crime? What?
Who is Key Computer Forensic Lab?
Key is not a person, it's a thing. It unlocked the secure cubicle that the USB was placed into by myself so that it was secured. I had the key and entrance was obtained by Key in the Computer Forensic Lab.
That makes sense now. I thought it was the name of a company, and I don't know why, but that makes sense. Key
Something makes
Computer
sense.
Forensic Lab. Who was ultimately in charge of searching the USB drive?
The data was extracted, or not extracted, but reviewed by several
Absolutely.
different people.
I mean, it's there somewhere. We just don't get to know it. And that's the thing. That's why when you think about how odd those questions and answers were yesterday, it was so odd. It was like they wanted to say it and they couldn't say it. And that's what it was. And it was like, and again, the judge brought it up several times. It was his impetus. Like he brought it up. He's the one that asked that question over and over again. And it was just really interesting. And so I totally agree. I think that answer exists somewhere and we just don't get to know it yet. That's what I think.
Okay, who are those people?
I don't know all of them. Myself looked at some of the information, but not all.
And you said you don't remember all of them, but who else do you remember?
The information was also given to the FBI. The FBI had that information and they
You say I don't know.
Do you know who with the FBI?
No, I do not.
He probably said he didn't know the date. Ha!
Can you turn to page 27? Can you look at page 6? Or not page 6, I'm sorry. Number 6, line number 6. Do you see that? What does that say?
A copy of the warrant inventory sheet were left with the drive.
And that does not indicate that a copy of the search warrant affidavit was left with the drive. Is that right?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead a little bit. We're getting into the territory where it's just like, okay.
How did you know that?
I was relying on the experts that have worked with or served the warrants to Amazon previously. I believe that information came from Special Agent Michael Douglas.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of the same. I mean, we
Special Agent Douglas for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Google is the next one I want to talk to you about. What's your training about Google?
Again, I have no specific training to Google. I've served
Yeah.
various email.
Well, this is very much the same so far as what's happening with
Okay.
Payne. I think it's a similar strategy, like I was saying before, right? Her goal is to just go through this and have them repeat these same answers over and over again to make a point to the judge. I don't know. I relied on other people. I don't know. I don't recall. I relied on other people, right? I mean, he answered the question about the key to the forensics lab, so that was good.
Were you, in preparation for creating these warrants, were you having communications with Google?
Like, hey Siri?
Specifically about these warrants.
About being
That's
able
not
to get
Google.
the data via warrants?
I don't even know. Is Siri Google? See, I don't
Recall
use it.
communicating with them specific to these warrants.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's Defendant's Exhibit F to the Google Memorandum in Support.
Oh, Rochelle made it to the Discord. Awesome. Love it. I just saw my phone light up. Sweet. Yay. Yay. I
Recognize
love
that?
it.
Appears to be an email between myself and a Francis from Google.
So is this how you were communicating with Google via email?
I was communicating with Google for other, I'm not sure if this is the one for this specific warrant, I guess is where I'm getting at. There was question of what Google could provide. We served Google at one point with a warrant. They said it was, they couldn't do it because there'd be too much data. So they were trying to assist us in, well, basically not spending $100,000 of getting them data.
What?
So to be clear,
You guys, I've never heard of this. Hold on. This is another one of those things. What was the other thing that was really weird from earlier with Brett Payne? Him saying that he didn't search the iPad or he didn't seize the iPad from the Pennsylvania house because it was in shared living conditions. We talked about that and I was like, that's odd. And I appreciate whoever it was that brought that up. But this is another oddity. And it's not,
Google
it's working.
could provide. We served Google at one point with a warrant. They said it was, they couldn't do it because there'd be too much data. So they were trying to assist us in, well, basically not spending $100,000 of getting them data.
So that's okay. Here's how I interpret that. I interpret that as not that Google said, "Oh, it's too much data." It's that it would be too expensive, and MPD said that's too expensive because Google, there's no amount of data that's too much for Google. Google, that's just not going to happen. And then now he's mentioning the price. So, oh my God.
Your communications with Google about all the warrants. So was there email and telephone communications or just email?
I believe I spoke with their legal representation on the phone. I don't remember if there was other conversations.
Do you understand the difference between a personal account and a not personal account on Google?
I do not.
Okay. Well, there's reference to DeSales and DeSales helping from their end. Can you explain that?
I don't recall what that means.
Oh yeah, this
do you recognize what DeSales is in the course of this case?
It references an email address that was associated with the defendant.
Okay. And that email address associated with the defendant is a college that he attended, right?
Yes.
And so what was there communication with DeSales about them not wanting to produce records pursuant to a warrant because it was educational record?
I was part of a little bit of that. Detective Payne knew more about that conversation, but yes.
And so what I'm trying to understand is what was DeSales doing to?
Yeah, and I remember, and I actually remember that when that happened, but this was before that because this was in 2022. But also, I mean, Mowery says it himself. He's like, they're trying to find a way to make it cheaper for us because it would have cost $100,000. So I think it was about the price.
I believe DeSales was just waiting for a warrant. I don't recall completely.
You know, that counts. If he says I don't recall or I don't remember, that counts. Yeah. Duh. Just kidding.
And did you serve the Google warrants?
I believe I did.
I don't know why it would be that.
And consistent with what you've said earlier, you did not include an affidavit in support of search warrant with that?
Judge Hippler looks like he wants his life to be over.
Why did you choose the time frame of January 1st, 2021 to December 30th, 2022?
I don't recall the specific reason why we went back to January 1. It was to include the time that we believe that the
Oh,
defendant
he's so much lolly. I mean, it's just lolly. It's lolly vibes.
had entered Washington to become a student nearby the crime scene and just prior to that.
Please say what if
But you know that he didn't come to Pullman, Washington until June of 2022, right?
Correct.
So the reason
Did you review the
just to remind you guys that what they're looking for here, overbroad, right? Overbroad, you know, some of the things as it pertains to the standards here for the motion to suppress. So overbroad, vague, that's a lot of the stuff that we're getting. And then there's like the chain of custody, like I didn't do the work, it was someone else. I don't really know this, I don't know that. But the reason she asked that particular question about going back to January 1st was because it's overbroad.
Your Google warrant return emails?
Yes.
Did you review? So you said you reviewed them. Are you the
I
one
did.
who's in charge
did.
of evaluating those materials for this case, or is that designated to somebody else?
The materials came to myself, at which time it was disseminated to other investigators and the FBI as well.
Is it fair to say that between warrant 1 and warrant 3, it's gone from 2 gigs to over 13 gigs of material?
It was substantial information.
And have you done anything to verify whether or not the materials produced are within the scope of the warrants?
I usually made sure that they were from that specific account when it's received, but I did not go into depth of the evaluation.
Let's talk. The final area is about the Apple warrant. What was your role in those
Final
warrants?
area,
In that warrant, sorry, not plural, singular.
I don't remember that specific one. I know I was involved in a lot of the Apple iCloud warrants.
What kind of communications did you have with Apple to facilitate getting the warrant?
I don't recall prior to.
Don't recall.
I'll hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit C to the Apple warrant. It does have a sticker on it. And it's not to the Apple warrant, it's to the
Yeah,
memory.
so it's similar to chain of custody. I mean, it kind of depends because sometimes they're actually talking about the transferring of data, right? Like, you know, who gave you this thing when, and like, how did you get the USB drive and whatnot, right? But also, like when we were covering the, because we went through all these motions to suppress, there's specific case law that was there in the defense's motions that talks about how, you know, they're required, right, to basically not just like recycle the affidavits from other people. Like they, you know, like when you sign the affidavit, like it's a sworn statement, the same as being a witness in court. And you're signing your name to it that this is what you are attesting that this is true to your knowledge, right? So you can see that there's a problem when it's Brett Payne's affidavit or whatever, and it's like copied and pasted. And it's like, even in Pennsylvania, I mean, I've covered, you know, and in Washington as well, they copy and paste Brett Payne's affidavit. And then they like sign their own names at the bottom or whatever, and they can't attest to that information being true. I mean, that's what the defense is saying, you know, to paraphrase. I mean, among other things, but it's in terms of that question. So, there's kind of a twofold there, right? There's like the issues with, you know, what she's going through. There's issues, you know, potentially, right? She's asking questions about with like the chain of custody as like who gave the file to who and whatnot, right? But also there's a separate but similar issue when you think about the statements themselves. And so it's like there's the statements themselves and there's like the evidence that they handled, if that helps to kind of categorize it, makes sense. But it's a similar thing of like, if you're, you know, with chain of custody, right, you're responsible for that piece of evidence, right? And you can only, you know, you can only talk about the piece of evidence that you were in charge of. You don't, that evidence over there, that was somebody else, you know, it's a very specific thing. You do your job and you do that thing and that's it. But you can say for sure, yes, I did the thing. No one else did the thing. I did the thing. Similar thing when it comes to these statements in the affidavits. So
Random in support.
Exhibit C attached to their memorandum dated, exhibit sticker dated 11/14/24.
Sticker.
Appears to be a printout of some emails.
Great. It's just like the way he sits. You know, y'all, if you've seen Lolly recently since he got relegated to being courtroom furniture, the way they're sitting even is so similar. I wish we could see Mowery from the same angle that we see Lolly all the time.
Communications were occurring.
It appears that there was communication between Apple and FBI.
Okay. And were you included in that?
I believe I was.
Okay. And did that include chats,
I believe the word chat means to chat, to talk.
like telephone talk or Zoom talk, or what was the method?
I believe it was telephonic.
So what kind of help were you getting from Apple?
Oh, yeah.
And what was the FBI getting from Apple?
Very
I don't recall
slumpy.
the conversation.
Like a
This
slumpy
was
potato.
more specific to the FBI's current investigation. As I stated in my email there for the stalking investigation, I was merely just privy to their conversation.
Have all of their materials related to that been turned over?
Who's there in that sentence? Counsel?
Pardon?
Who's there in that sentence?
Sorry, FBI.
I do not know. I wasn't.
Oh, drink.
I have no further questions.
Oh, great. Taxes Wednesday. I think you guys, I have to say, I think that like as much as I like yesterday, I felt like Ashley Jennings was really grueling. I think at this juncture between these 2 days, I think that if I had to pick like a favorite part, it was watching that like Ashley now would be like, that would be my highlight. I think you guys, some of you guys would probably agree just because it was so funny. You know what I mean? Like that's like the one that we will go back and watch when we need to laugh. It, you know, and there goes the groundhog is popping on up.
A few questions, John.
You
Stay here.
Oh, she wanted to stay there and he said no, I guess. Come walk over.
Just a few follow-up questions. When you received the evidence back from these various providers, did you have access to what we refer to as affidavit for search warrant and Exhibit A?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd also love
And
that.
did you use that to determine the scope of what you would be searching for from those providers?
If I was to be doing the investigation, yes, I would have looked at those items.
And you testified that several investigators helped MPD in review of evidence back from providers.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did those investigators have access to
I need
the
to update my
affidavit
banner.
and the Exhibit A?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, excellent.
You redirect.
Take
No,
your
Your Honor.
computer down. Why did you need your computer for
Thank
that?
you.
Jesus, I didn't even get to update my banner. That was so quick.
I have no further witnesses.
All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
Argument time. That's the best time. Apart from watching Ashley Jennings do her groundhog behavior and like clutching her pearls, like that was insane. Argument.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll move to argument then. The defense may proceed.
Judge, I'm going to cover several of the warrants, and then Mr. Logson's going to cover 4. So I'll just wrap all of my arguments.
That's I think maybe the part I didn't see today. I did not know Mr. Logston. Thank God, I freaking love Mr. Logston. I'm super excited.
Up instead of getting
Yay.
down for each one.
Love him.
My oral argument is not meant to rehash every point briefed or every argument briefed. I'm giving you big picture comments based on the testimony, but I want to make it clear that we're not
Oh, yeah.
waiving any
I
written
remember.
arguments. While I question Corporal Payne and Detective Mowery about some exhibits, but not all.
I think it's only a 1.25. But like when Ashley Jennings was talking, like I think I put it on 1.5 and it still felt like it was like below 1, which was wild.
It was not an indication that others are not important. I wanted to make important points, but not belabor. With IGG and Franks having been addressed yesterday, and the fact that the primary issues that I'm addressing have to do with general warrants, I'm not going to rehash those arguments, and I'm going to focus on the legal issues, beginning with the AT&T Warrant 1, Pen Trap and Trace, also known as AT&T 2, and the cell phone /USB drive. The Fourth Amendment requires particularity sufficient to prevent the exercise of discretion by an executing officer. The particularities requirement, particularity requirement's objective is that necessary searches should be as limited as possible.
Limited
A
and
search
specific.
warrant must be particular enough so that as to what is taken,
Yeah.
nothing is left to the discretion of the officer executing the warrant.
You guys see how right they are? Just to bring it on back to the cell phone, because I'm just so annoyed about that. Do you guys see why for something to just say cell phone already? It's like, how are we not failing to meet that standard already from the get-go there? Just like, why, like, what the fuck?
The government cannot seize the haystack to look for a needle.
Nope.
And there is an undisputed privacy interest in cell phone data, including cellular site data pursuant to Carpenter. All three of these warrants were issued in December 23rd and early January 2023. The two AT&T warrants were issued on December 23rd, 2022, within an hour of each other. The first did have a temporal narrowing. AT&T one had November 12th, 12 a.m. to November 14th, 12 a.m. The warrant itself was extremely broad and did not incorporate the affidavit. In support of this actual failure to incorporate, the officers admitted that they did not incorporate in the search, but to the extent that the state is going to argue that when the warrant says upon offer and proof, that is the same.
I'm just laughing. I'm just like, can you imagine her kid when her kid gets old enough, and then like her being a mom, and then it's like you're the kid, and then all you hear is at the end of the day and all her other things. It's like, oh my God.
As
No.
hereby incorporates an affidavit. I pointed out the language in certain search warrant affidavits to show you that they do know what it means to actually use the language herein is incorporated Exhibit A. And that same language is not used in a single search warrant
That drove me
affidavit.
crazy
So
when we
the
went through that.
incorporation that would be a remedy for this issue potentially
Yeah,
of
gross.
particularity
Please no.
doesn't exist when
Let's not
the
do that.
warrant, the search warrant affidavit is not included.
Ew.
Even if for some reason you were to determine that there was English language meaning upon proof, an oath is the same as hereby incorporated, the language in the search warrant affidavits themselves is extremely broad. The affidavit of return signed by Detective Payne, this is on affidavit AT&T 1, says that the warrant was served by email, and as he indicated, it did not include the search warrant in support.
I might have to make a thing for Ashley Jennings, like my little things I put up on the screen. I might have to make an Ashley Jennings, like a groundhog Ashley Jennings to put up, like how I pull up these different ones. The overlays, that's what they're called. I might have to make something. So that'll be fun.
The description of the property in Exhibit A to AT&T
Really
described the property as just a phone number with no other description of the property, which indicates.
Well, does that not surprise me? Did you guys hear that shit? Fuck. Is there not actually a phone? I am confused. I mean, and remember, oh my God. This is mysterious because remember the whole thing with the cell phone, it's the USB drive, which I understand that they extract it, but like normally the whole thing is the piece of evidence is the phone, and that's the USB thing is secondary. But like this part that she just said, am I gonna have to unshare, reshare? That is insanity. What?
The description of the property in Exhibit A to AT&T described the property as just a phone number with no other description of the property, which indicates a lack of knowledge of what was actually seized and going to be searched. The second AT&T warrant and install pin trace was requested within 1 hour of the first warrant return at 3:50. The data from Warrant 1 was analyzed such that by Special Agent Balance, such that Detective Payne was relying on Balance in his affidavit to support it by saying that the data that had been in their hands for less than an hour supported that the phone was possibly off going south on PULLMAN at 2:42 a.m. And there is just got to be a question for everybody of how does this massive amount of data get analyzed in an hour to create a second broader warrant? The warrant language in AT&T2 pin trap trace
really
is
is.
extremely broad, and the time frame goes from June 23 to 2020, June 23rd,
And
2022.
the odd thing is, apparently, they somehow didn't even generate any location data from that. I don't understand.
To present. The crime of homicide was stated, but the date of the crime was not stated. There was no other specificity in the actual warrant. The warrant asked for extensive data, location data, timing reports, cell tower information, and installation of a pin, trap, and trace, among other many things.
There it is.
And when the warrant was served,
It asked for it, right? It asked for it. So that's why it's so crazy that literally, then where is it? Because, like I said earlier, if they got that, like with the latitude and longitude in the same way, if it's as frequently updated and precise as it is with like the stuff that you would actually get from a celebrate extraction, which it seems like it is from what I looked at online, then I don't understand why they have like literally no information about where the phone was. Like never even mind the car, but like the phone itself, right? They're relying on the cell towers. I just don't understand.
a check the box form was included as a cover sheet to AT&T. Turning to the cell phone is first seized when Bryan is arrested. It's copied by Special Agent Tanzola without a warrant, and then that USB drive makes its way to Idaho in an unclear fashion.
Right, yeah.
It sounds
I totally understand that once the phone is extracted, right? But the thing is that when they do the pen, trap, and trace, that's before the phone is extracted. It's before they have possession of the phone, right? And we know that they have that USB drive with 2 terabytes of data on it, and that came from the phone. So that phone had a lot of data on it, and the pen, trap, and trace should have been accessing all of that, including location data. So the question is just, like I've said before, what kind of phone was it? Because, Android and Apple, they have some differences, right? But also, regardless, like even if they did a pen, trap, and trace, right? Well, we know they did, right? And they somehow don't have location data from that, which makes no sense. Once they do the extraction, they should have location data from the phone itself. That was done, you can get through Celebrite. So I don't understand.
to me like it came back with Corporal Payne, who was there for the arrest. And when that warrant is obtained for that USB drive, it's put in a safe with just a copy of the warrant that has no date of the crime, and there's nothing particularized about what is to be searched. This creates a general warrant with 100% total discretion and nothing to limit the search.
I don't
and if you believe that
I don't recall seeing. Oh, do you mean like a watch, like with a regular watch, or do you mean one of them fancy smart watches or whatever? Because I was just thinking back to the search warrant returns. I don't remember seeing like an Apple Watch or whatever they have. But there might have been like a standard, whatever you call it, analog watch, and I don't recall if there was or not. But smartwatch, yeah. So that I would have that would have been more, that I would have noticed that, and that would have been there along with the electronics. I don't recall seeing that, a smartwatch.
Within a database by somebody unidentified other than Mowery, who's going to evaluate that warrant, that they're going to look and
I understand why you're saying that, probably because of the running, right? Because that would make sense. I will say I'm also a runner, and you can use your phone, and there's all different free running apps that you can use, and I have like 3 of them on my phone, and they do like exactly the same thing as the watch does, except the difference is the watch would also do like your blood pressure, I guess, or something. I don't know. But like, other than like, there's like certain biometrics that, because it has to be like in contact with your wrist. I don't know. But the phone does all this regular stuff that usually you think about when you're running. So
that finalized search warrant from the database that everybody supposedly has access to, looking at that search warrant affidavit, there's full discretion to search the USB drive. There's no limitations and no efforts taken to address that. Turning now to Google and Apple.
I want to hear
A
from
very
Vallow.
instructive case on
need
Google
it.
and
I
Apple
need
is
it.
the Idaho pilling case,
I need
which
to
is 721 F Sup 3D 1113 2024. It's almost totally on point with this case. It is a federal case out of the District of Idaho, but it really couldn't be more instructive in terms of looking at these issues with Google and Apple. There's without a doubt a recognized protected interest of private information in Google and Apple records. Google contained private emails, schoolwork, research, among things.
I mean,
and Apple was.
I'm going to go forward a little bit, and here's why. This is like exactly what was in their motions, which I've covered and read, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Again, similarly to the IGG, this whole thing with the data, this is a really important issue that the courts, as you guys know, they move at a snail's pace and all that. It's, you know, people's data and whatnot. I mean, it's gonna have to be dealt with, you know, but I don't think that it's going to go anywhere here with that. I do think that as it pertains to this case, where they really have more of a watershed issue is as it pertains to the IGG. That's really where it's really a case of first impression.
Extent that these officers who swore to the contents of affidavits now have no memory of what that is. That's invalidating of those warrants.
They have no memory of it. It's interesting too, right? So then you think about, like, there's a lot of people that seem to have memory issues in this case.
As for the arrest and the car and the apartment, what I will close by saying on those, because it's not an issue of general warrant or a discussion of particularity, those are more reliant on the issues associated with IGG and Franks. And with that, I'd ask that you find that the warrants that I've just discussed are general warrants, not particular warrants, and they should be suppressed.
Yeah, they didn't take the iPad, they said. And
respond to that, or do you want to have the defense argue the additional warrant issues and then address them all?
I'll take your lead, but I'm happy to just address.
Here she comes. So yeah, and as far as the iPad, so no one said who the iPad belongs to, right? We just know that the iPad was located in like a common area of the house. There was a receipt in his car. Now, having said that, just to keep in mind, right, you know, it doesn't mean that it depends on how long. I guess there was somebody who said that the iPad was from 2 years ago, which is helpful because in that case, it probably was his. But anyway, they didn't take it, which is one thing. And the other thing is, like, the Apple account, as you guys know, iCloud, you can use on anything. You know, for example, I have an iPhone and an iPad, but I have a Windows laptop and I have iCloud on here. So, so yeah, even if you don't have Apple products, you can have iCloud. But it's still odd they didn't take the iPad. I mean, yeah, I've never heard of that. I mean, even if it was his parents, like I said, I was giving that example earlier of the Ezra McCandless trial. I mean,
You smelled this, and I can address just those.
They don't just take. That's why I was saying it was odd, right? I've literally never seen that. They don't just seize, because all the time we see this all the time in cases where people access other people's devices and then make incriminating searches. For example, just one example, they don't know, right? And it's like, if it's in a common area, it means other people have use to it, but it also means the suspect has use or access to it. Rather, that's what I was looking for, access to it. They always seize it all. And like I said, in Ezra McCandless trial, they had so many devices, laptops, phones, external hard drives, iPad. I mean, the list of electronics was so long, and only like 3 of those combined were like belonged to the defendant and the victim, and the rest were like friends and roommates who were like not involved, right? That's it. They take it all. So okay, let me update my banner.
I can make this pretty simple for the court.
Oh
You
boy,
don't have to go down the rabbit trail that the defendant would like you to go down.
God.
The search warrants.
Ready with your drinks.
Regarding the particularity requirement. And this group that we're talking about is Apple, AT&T, there was a first and a second, Kohberger's phone, and then Google.
Oh, thanks, Nisi.
All of these warrants. were
Yeah, I
not
remember
general-
seeing the iPad on the search warrant return, but he said he didn't seize it. So they could have been more clear when they did that, when they were talking about that. So, because she asked if he seized it and he said no, but I guess it was like initially he didn't seize it and then he came back and took it, because I did see it on the list there. So
general warrants. They were all sufficiently particular.
yeah, his answer would make you think they didn't take it, period. I don't know. It was just a bit misleading, I guess.
They were specific to the type, each one of them listed that they were specific to the type of crime, the location, and all but one
That
of
right
them
there sounds like, I don't know. I don't know if it's an actual chain of custody or if it's just they weren't specific enough, but it was odd, right? I mean, we all heard that.
had temporal limitations. And for the one that didn't, that would be the cell phone warrant. That warrant was more particularized in the types of data that officers were allowed to
I wonder
search
if
for.
more than one
The
iPad.
state's positions, these were not general warrants, and your
One
court
they
can
seized
determine
and one
that
they
just
didn't
by looking
seize.
at the face of the warrant. If you have any questions, otherwise, state submits, you should deny their motions to suppress for these issues.
Oh, well, she's done. She marches off with her computer. Very well. Yay! Mr. Logs.
Your Honor, I was asked to argue the motion regarding the raid on my client's parents' home, search of this
love
person here in Idaho, as well as
Get
in
it.
Pennsylvania, as well as
You're
on the
welcome.
Amazon warrant. I think for the most part, I'll just rely on the briefing. I just want to clear up a couple of things. One of the
Oh, thanks.
areas that was
So,
covered
so
in,
there's only one iPad and they just went back for it, or is there more than one iPad? Because I was thinking like that could be possible because they don't specify, like it could be any iPad, right? But also like I love that he projects, you can hear him. It's very good.
in the Pennsylvania home raid was that the state had to have a valid warrant in order to enter the home. I think in the briefing it gets a little confusing, but the point was not that Mr. Kohberger couldn't have been arrested as he was walking down the street via the usual channels in which that could have occurred. The point was that they had to have a valid warrant in order to get into the home. The only warrant that they have is the one that we're challenging and via the Franks motion. And so that was the purpose of that.
Oh boy.
The other
He said the
issue
magic
in
word.
terms of choice of law, it sounds like the state's kind of accepting that Idaho Constitution should apply. We set out a few different reasons why that should be the case. It doesn't seem like there's a big argument going on there. So unless the court has questions about it, I'll leave that alone. And then the other issue that I wanted to touch on is the right of privacy in the information that we have in our Amazon goings about why should the state have to have a warrant for
Oh,
that.
Amazon. Amazon's a whole
Thought we
thing.
set it out pretty well in the briefing, but I think the big concept and takeaway here is in Carpenter and Riley, the United States Supreme Court
Y'all, what is, I have a
starts doing
question. You don't
something.
have to answer this. I just thought it would be fun. But if you want to answer, what do you think if someone were to go through like your entire Amazon, like cart, like purchase history, you know what I mean? Account, like purchase history. Like, what do you guys think is like the most, like either something that would look incriminating, right? Or maybe the most embarrassing thing that you've ever, like if someone were to browse through it, they'd be like, what, And I'm going to try to think of what mine would be too. But I just thought it'd be fun if you guys want to be like, what is it like? Because sometimes it might be like someone else would think it's incriminating, but like, there's a reason for it, or it could just be like something silly or embarrassing. I don't know. I was just thinking about that.
Different. And I think what the court is starting to recognize is that to a great extent, the United States has become a sort of panopticon. That is, the concept of the panopticon is you have a prison in which you only need a small number of guards because you have a very heavy-duty surveillance system. In the United States, we have via our phones,
There
via the
you
internet,
go.
much of what we do is now
Excellent. I'm gonna-
surveilled and very easily accessible. And so the fact that we have the third-party doctrine made sense
Doctrine?
when it was being adopted back in the 70s and the 60s.
Doctrine.
It stops making sense once all of this information is easily accessible in the way that it is. And so our point is that the judiciary has to have a role in this. There has to be a judge between us and the executive. Otherwise,
I don't know. I guess I have something that could be used as a weapon potentially. It's a bulk package of body piercing needles. Some of you guys have heard me tell the story that when the verdict came in for Richard Allen, I went into the bathroom and pierced my eyebrow. So I already had those obviously on hand. So
we're essentially allowing the executive to know everything about us all the time. So the state makes the point that similar to the one that Professor Kerr made about going and getting bank materials. Once those were things that could be done simply and efficiently via these records, a person didn't have to go out and get the cash. The state argues in this case, because of Amazon, Mr. Kohberger didn't have to go someplace to purchase items. All of that would have been out in public. He's doing it on his computer. And so why should that make it private? And the reason why that has to become private, Your Honor, is because of the vast amount of information that is now so easily accessible to the government. If we don't require a warrant, we essentially put all of ourselves at hazard of being snooped on at any time. And so I also just want to just briefly bring up, I think yesterday the court had talked about privacy rights with the IGG databases. And I certainly want to make sure that we are preserving that argument. We included it in the briefing. We do believe that Americans have a privacy interest in the genetics they share with other people, and that other people
That's
then
not
place
going
within these
anywhere.
databases. So that is not something that we intended to abandon in any way yesterday. If the court has no other questions for me, I would rely on the briefing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Incriminating. So I've got this package 250 black nitrile gloves. They're so useful. Anyway, yeah. They're like the kind that kind of like what hairdressers have that are like small and like longer, like wrist part and like skinny. That's like the kind that I have. But you know, people.
Your Honor, I'd like to address just the third party doctrine, and then I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Thompson to address.
Santa.
To suppress. And the case that we're talking about is the Amazon records, and that's what has to do with the third party doctrine. And the U.S. Supreme Court case State v. Miller is the controlling case here. And Idaho courts, as explored in my briefing, apply Miller. And there's no reason for this court to diverge from that Fourth Amendment analysis. The documents are Amazon's business records. They detail transaction history. Business records are most akin to bank records, which is allowed. Applying the court's reasoning from Miller.
Did I pierce myself?
Again, these documents are business records of Amazon. They're not the defendant's private papers. Amazon is a party to those transactions. They have a substantial stake in these records. And the defendant took the risk when he revealed his affairs that this information would be conveyed by Amazon to third parties, including the government. It's the state's position, and it should be the position of this court. The defendant does not have a Fourth Amendment privacy interest in Amazon's business records.
I'm going year by year and searching
Thank
my
you, Your Honor.
orders, guys. I'm in 2022 now, searching my orders to see if there's anything else incriminating and or embarrassing.
Good morning, Judge.
Santa!
I'm going to address, I guess, the remaining warrants or the questions raised by the defense about the remaining warrants. I'd like to start first with the warrants for the residents in Pennsylvania. That expands into.
Oh my God. Okay, here's a good one. I've got an anvil, and then I've got a whole set here of different sized wrenches. So that's another good one.
Mr. Kohberger's person under the Pennsylvania search warrants for his person, for his car, which was in Pennsylvania. And then the defense also raises questions about statements made by Mr. Kohberger to law enforcement. First, as to 119 Lambston itself, one of the first things the defendant offers to the court is claims that there was no local warrant, valid local warrant. And that simply isn't true. As the record clearly demonstrates, there were 3 valid local warrants, Pennsylvania warrants, for the residents, for the defendant's person, and for his car. The defendant then asserts, and I appreciate Mr. Logston's clarifications, but essentially the defendant asserts there needs to be a separate special warrant in order for Pennsylvania to take the defendant into custody as a fugitive from Idaho on our charges. And as we cited in our briefing on this, the statutes in Pennsylvania and Idaho are virtually the same, and they clearly contemplate that a felony fugitive can be taken into custody without a fugitive warrant under the circumstances that exist in this particular case. Now, if the issue is the law enforcement presence or access to the defendant inside his parents' residence, we would submit that's already addressed because the Pennsylvania State Police had a valid search warrant for the premises, for the defendant's person, and for his car. So they had lawful process to be where they were, where they found the defendant and took him into custody as a fugitive. The knock and announce, there was discussion earlier today on the explanation of what happened with the dynamics of the knock and announce. That's detailed in Sergeant Lang's statement, which is now has a current cover affidavit to it filed with the court. That's S5. I'm not going to publicly go through all the factors unless the court wishes me to, because they are quite incriminating as far as the applicable factors that justify either an abbreviated knock and announce or, frankly, elimination of knock and announce entirely. And from what we have before the court now, it's clear that Pennsylvania's police were operating in a dynamic sense, reacting to real-time information that was coming in. That's all documented in various reports and log sheets that have been submitted with our pleadings, which
Oh
are
my
not
God, sorry. I just found the best one. I have a mini hacksaw. I forgot I had that. I love tools. Like not power tools, but like obviously old school, right? So like it's a handheld, like a mini hacksaw. There we go. That wins. I don't think I'm going to find anything more incriminating than that.
particularly lengthy. Finally, as to the defendant's statements, I think the key notion here on any statements the defendant made, and frankly, he really didn't make much in the way of incriminating statements, is there was never any interrogation. He was Mirandized eventually, but even the prior conversations.
Well, it said he wasn't. Wait, Santa, back up. It said he was. Is he doing that thing where he's going to try to be like, semantics was an interrogation or an interview? Because we all know they're the same thing. I wonder if that's the route he's going.
To real-time information that was coming in. That's all documented in various reports and log sheets that have been submitted with our pleadings, which are not particularly lengthy in nature. Finally, as to the defendant's statements, I think the key notion here on any statements the defendant made, and frankly, he really didn't make much in the way of incriminating statements, is there was never any interrogation. He was Mirandized eventually, but even the prior conversations that occurred with Pennsylvania law enforcement, there was never interrogation. And so Miranda is not implicated, and so there's no issue on the statements themselves.
Unless it's through the poison.
As to his car and his person, as I've already mentioned, there were valid specific Pennsylvania search warrants for each of those. So those are presumed to be lawful. There's been no substantive attack on those. There is a motion to suppress regarding, and I'll use the air quotes, arrest warrant. And frankly, I have yet to be able to figure out what arrest warrant is being referred to. But again, all the actions in Pennsylvania were taken pursuant to valid warrants, search warrants from the Pennsylvania courts and the applicable fugitive arrest statutes. And so we don't see that there's any issue before the court there. The defense also raised the issue of a search warrant for the defendant's person in a separate motion, which appears to be the search warrant for the defendant's person here in Idaho when he was returned to Idaho. And as the search warrant and the affidavit for the search warrant show, which were attached to our reply, there was a valid search warrant for that. I think any issues to be argued beyond that relate to the IGG and Franks that are already pending with the court. As far as the defendant's, the search of the defendant's apartment in Washington, for whatever reason, the defendant did not include all the documentation with their particular motion to suppress, but we provided that in our response, that there was the Washington search warrant. There was also an amendment to the Washington search warrant. The Washington search warrants, the applications, included all the information, the Exhibit A information from the state, and then the WSU Police Department added their additional state of Washington specific information. There's nothing to question the validity of that warrant on its face. So, Your Honor, unless the court has questions, I don't have anything further to offer in the way of argument or argument. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thoughts, any rebuttal?
So before that, so I'm just answering this question. So as far as the piercings go, you guys are really funny. So, I don't know. Are you guys like afraid of piercings? Like, ever since I was in high school. So when I was in high school, I went to high school at North Carolina School of the Arts. So it was like a conservatory. So by the time I was in by the time I was in 10th or 11th grade, I had already pierced my nose twice. And my ears, like in all different parts, like I had a lot of like in every location, right? I mean, you think about the different types of ear piercings, all of them, all the above. And I would just I would like do it if I got bored. Like if I got bored or like, I don't know, it's just fun. Like it doesn't hurt, it's just like, okay, and then by the time I went to NCSA for the rest of high school at the arts conservatory, I became known as like the local resident piercer amongst all the people. Like they were like, hey, can you come pierce this? I'm like, sure. And then like when I was in college, people actually would go and pay all this money to go to this place called Ink Link. I don't think they're still around anymore. And like, you pay like whatever, $40 or something. I don't know. It's expensive, right? And they to pierce you. And every single person came out of there with a botched piercing. And so then I became for years, I was like literally everybody's resident piercer. And so just facial piercings. No, that's it, just facial piercings. So people have like the what are they called, like the implants or whatever they're called. I don't know anything about how they even do that, so not that, but like everything else pretty much, like ears, nose, lip, eyebrows. And so like I was actually planning on piercing my eyebrow again anyway, because eyebrow piercings grow out automatically after like, well, sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's like they grow out after like a year. But the one that I had for, I don't even know, like 15 years or something crazy. So a long time. And so it like they just grow out over time. So I'd been planning. That's why I had the needles. Like I was planning on piercing it myself again, because I was like, why the fuck would I go pay money? It's just, I know how to do it. I'll be honest, I'm so experienced. I trust myself better than somebody else. But anyway, so, so I was planning on doing it, but I wasn't planning on doing it that day. And then, when that verdict came in, my brain, I just didn't even know what to do. Like, it wasn't even a thought. It was like, I'm going to go do something else to completely not stand here. Like, I just was like, go. And I just like went and got it. And it was great. It helps, right? Because it's like, focusing on something else that doesn't require thinking, because your brain can't think because it can't, So anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense. Well, there's dudes that have piercings. I have, just grab a fish, not a fish hook. That's silly. Not a fish hook. They're actual piercing needles, the same as what they use at the places. You can buy like they come in bulk, right? So you get like 20 or 30 of them on Amazon for like $2, right? And they're the exact same. They're sterile. They're in their own packaging. They're extremely sharp. And the sharper, I'll just tell you guys, when they're really sharp like that, you don't even feel it. Like literally, you really don't feel it. Like it's incredible. And it makes it really easy to do. And so I have like a fuck ton of them here now, because I just needed the one and now I've got like 1 million. Versus like you go and pay all this money at the place and like, but I have, and how many tattoos? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Those implant things look like a terrible idea. Like I remember when they first started happening and I saw it, I was like, why? What are we doing? This is not, even just from thinking like common sense wise, right? How is it supposed to heal? It needs you need the hole, like the hole needs to have, anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, hold on. I'm missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I remember thinking I had 12 or 13, but I just counted 8, but it's winter and I'm wearing all these clothes. So I'm probably forgetting something of the tattoos. Oh, ha. Yeah. A scalpel and stitch. What's a scalpel and stitch? Scalpel and stitch. I don't know what you're referencing. Is that related to the fish hook? I don't know. But tattoos are really fun. Obviously don't do that, don't do that myself. You go and you find a person who does a good job and you stick with them. Oh, the implants. Thank you. Yeah. Oh God, that's horrifying. Wow. Yeah, no, like it's so funny because like while piercings and tattoo, like it doesn't faze me at all. For some reason, the thought of like the way that the implant like goes just in like that for some reason freaks me out, which, I don't know. That just freaks me out. It just seems weird. I don't know. But okay, so we're getting on to Mr. Logston, I think, is coming back up. Yeah.
I think I rely again on the most part. In terms of the knock and announce, I think the totality of the circumstances of this particular raid,
That's always a
something
good
that the court
good
has to
argument.
be cognizant of.
Totality of the circumstances.
If Dylan Roof could essentially be picked up in a parking lot outside of a drugstore or whatever it is that they were able to
Telling me
do.
facts about which I have no idea, and so it's not going to be helpful to compare it to
Well,
whoever Mr. Roof is. So
I guess the point is that in this particular case, the state manufactured the exigencies, if they had them at all. The reality is, as they explain in their own affidavit, they're essentially watching Mr. Kohberger as he moves around his house via snipers. I mean, they were quite safe, and there was simply no reason
I almost
to
wondered how no one saw
bash the
them.
doors
They were
in
wearing
momentarily after yelling from their BEARCAT.
There's two issues. There's officer safety. There's also destruction of evidence concerns.
In the cases that we cited, Judge, when the claim has been that there's evidence being destroyed, the evidence, what's known to the officers is something along the lines of, they hear somebody running away after they announce themselves. It's not typical that the police simply don't knock and announce at all. In those cases, they usually give the person the
Top Hat,
opportunity.
are you thinking about Katie McVanwell right now and that whole silly argument they had about them knocking at the door? Because that's what I'm thinking about right now. And they had that silly, that was so fucking funny.
To surrender, but it's not a particularly long one. And in this case, they don't do that at all. And the only thing they knew is that he's walking around from room to room and that he has some kitchen gloves on. And I don't think that equates necessarily to the destruction of,
Well, that's not all they knew, but I won't go into the detail in order to preserve so as that we don't go into those issues.
Oh,
Thank you, Judge.
wait.
But beyond that, we'll rely on
Wait, which issues? Which issues? Hold on.
equates necessarily to the destruction of,
Well, that's not all they knew, but I won't go into the detail in order to preserve.
What? What? Hold on. What?
don't do that at all. And the only thing they knew is that he's walking around from room to room and that he has some kitchen gloves on. And I don't think that equates necessarily to the destruction of,
Well, that's not all they knew, but I won't go into the detail in order to preserve so as that we don't go into those issues.
Thank you, Judge.
Huh. What do you guys make of that? Is that one of those things that like they actually have, again, because we don't know fucking anything, right? Do they actually know that what do they know that we don't know, you guys? That's my question here. Oh, sorting the garbage. Maybe. Yeah. Right. That could be. That's probably what it is, actually. How did I forget about that? I guess my brain just, officer safety. Right? Yeah. That's a good point.
But beyond that, we'll rely on the briefing. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take the motions to suppress under advisement and issue ruling forthwith. The next issue is the state's motion to compel regarding the defendant's expert disclosures.
Oh boy. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
the
that's
defendant's motion.
So do we know for sure that was happening? I mean, I remember it was in one of the documents, but I feel like it was in there as in this was a narrative that they were told. Because I remember when that first came out with the garbage, so I was like thinking to myself, that's a made up story. Like that to me just sounds like something like I didn't buy it, but people, it seems like it has stuck around. And then it was in, I think it might've been in 119 Lambston Drive, actually, when it talks about the nature of this, when they arrest him, but I feel like it might've been in like a narrative type of way where it's like, that's what they were told. Because remember, and you see now, well, now I'm remembering that they didn't actually videotape that or anything, right? The FBI. So they didn't use their body cams. They didn't record it. So, Yeah, I think that the gloves on I think that seems to be potentially like reliable, but the sorting of the garbage just, I mean, I never bought that. I never bought that part. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like the wearing of gloves is not, I mean, like I said, I have that huge box over there. I use those all the time for stuff. It's just, they're honestly really helpful. Like, when it was really cold and I had to go rake leaves in my front yard, I have this huge maple tree because obviously it's Squirrel City. but the leaves are a completely other level. Like you guys can't even imagine the leaves. It's like a whole thing. And so like, you know, with the rake and stuff, it's like it will give you, it would give me blisters on my hands. So I actually got special, like they're like weightlifting glove. I just had to get some type of glove that is supposed to prevent blisters. I didn't know what to get. So I got like weightlifting type gloves or whatever. But they're like fingerless, right? But they have like, they protect from blisters. So anyway, but when it was like freaking cold, right? And I'm out there raking. So just long story short, I put on the nitrile gloves underneath the other gloves, and I didn't get any blisters. And the previous winter, the blisters I got on my hands were awful, really bad. So, and when I was doing just the bodybuilding or weightlifting, whatever they're called, gloves, I was still getting blisters, and my hands were cold because they're fingerless. When I put the nitrile underneath, no blisters. So the thing about the neighbor's bin, so that I think is more, I think that is more credible. The rumor though was like he was sitting at his kitchen table inside the house sorting garbage when they came in. That part I don't buy. I think putting garbage in the neighbor's bin is way more plausible. Like you have the whole sack of garbage and you put it in there, but like they walk in and he's sitting there at the kitchen table sorting garbage. I don't buy that personally.
Did I say the state's motion to compel? The defendant's motion to compel regarding the state's expertise disclosure.
We did file ours yesterday, so their motion may be coming.
Well, I would be impressed if they had filed something already on that, given they were just served yesterday afternoon. So
They were. Thank you. Your Honor, we are here on our motion to compel, asking that the court remedy what the state has done with their expert disclosures. We rely on Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and the court's order setting out what we should do and when we should do it in this case.
let me ask a question from a framework standpoint. I don't know what these folks are going to testify to at trial, specifically as it relates to what they've disclosed. The way expert disclosure issues usually works, I don't tell a party what you have to specifically disclose about your experts. You disclose about what you think you need to disclose. If you haven't disclosed it consistent with the rule and you try to offer it, there's a good chance it may not come into evidence. That's the general framework. So I'm a little, I guess, concerned about what appears to be you asking me to tell them what to say in their disclosures.
The court brings up a really, really good point. And I think it's a remedy the court has and one that we would hope and ask the court to issue in this case. I think when we filed the motion, Your Honor, we had a couple of disclosures that could appear.
Couldn't agree with you more, Twizzle. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you guys can probably tell that by now because even there's stuff that comes up in the chat and I'm like, I don't even know what that stuff is. I've never heard of it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one for sure. And that's true for any case. I don't, you know, I don't keep up with the rumors and I don't care. And yeah, I just cover like what the attorneys rely on, right? You know, with like my mentors on Latitude, right? The people, you know, that's what started why, you know, just when I discovered that existed, I stopped watching, you know, whatever. Like I just watch trials and law stuff, you know? And anyway, but so yeah, just going off of what's verified, been vetted, and it's in the court record. And the other thing too is that if it's not part of like the court filings or the hearings, it's not going to come in at trial. And we're here to watch trials. So if it's not going to come in at trial, it's really kind of irrelevant. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's why, you know, we follow what's going to come in at trial or what could come in and then doesn't come in. But all of that is important in terms of leading up to the trial. And then also then we follow things through appeal, you know. Speaking of which, I think we've got part 2 of the Alex Murdaugh appeal coming up as well, because it's like 50 bazillion pages. And I've heard a couple people have like summarized it. Well, y'all know me by now, probably that, like, of course, I'm reading every single page. So on part 1, we got through the first 46 pages. So we'll be covering the next however many pages on the next one. But yeah. Well, I will say, as far as like neighbor trash can, just as a single thing, that was okay. Here's what it was. In one of the court filings, they do reference the neighbor's trash can, but they don't say that anyone saw him putting trash in the neighbor's trash can. I don't think. I just recall them saying, oh, what was it? And we talked about this on the dad trash episodes, right? Because it was frustrating how in the different, I pulled it up at the time. When you look at all the different filings and you put them side by side, they all said something different about the trash can situation. Of course, that's been clarified as of yesterday. Now that's a non-issue. But it was like they all contradicted each other. Even within the defense's own filings, where they said the trash can was, the languaging changed. So I know the word neighbor was in there, but it wasn't like, nothing like the rumor, right? The rumors are always something more, whatever. I don't know what's going on with YouTube being mad at you guys. I have no idea. The only person I have ever blocked, and maybe will ever block, just to keep it going, keep the tradition going, keep it alive, is Glenn. So, yeah. And the thing is right, because of the gag order and everything, and that's the thing. It's like people, I mean, I'm all about having a big imagination, obviously. Like I'm all about having a big imagination with everything else except for like this stuff, right? When it comes to little law and it comes to trial, like with everything else, big imagination. But what I think goes on too is when there's nothing there to like rely on because people want to figure out what happened and there's like no evidence, there's no information. I think where the rumors happen, but where do the rumors come from? I don't know that it's sometimes it's intentional, probably, but other times it could be not intentional. And what I mean is people just want to fill in the gaps, right? Because they're they're like, their imagination is filling in the gaps, right? And so it could be harmless like that, but sometimes there's people that they spread rumors on purpose, right? That's two different things. But either way, I was just going to say that like it's understandable when people's imagination starts to kind of, and I think that the longer you kind of have been following this stuff, at least for me, right? And the easier it is, and to just like not even be capable of making, like, filling in those gaps, right? If that makes sense. Like, it's like your brain, well, and also as some of you guys know, I have like some formal training and stuff like that in terms of legal stuff. And like, your brain, you can train your brain to kind of process the information differently and to not get creative, right? Be creative everywhere else, but not when it comes to facts that are missing. I guess. Kind of the way I think about it. Oh, so you had an issue. So that you had it happen with another channel besides mine too? That's interesting. Hopscotch. I have no idea. I haven't thought about hopscotch since like kindergarten. That's amazing. That's whimsical. Yeah, no, the trash thing is solved. The trash thing was settled yesterday. That, I think I even said it in the live stream. I was like, well, this is awesome. We've closed the loop. And the way they did it was above board. It's clear that they waited until trash day. Remember, I think you were there, Needs. We figured out it was like a Tuesday. We went through all that. And like the fact that they waited for the trash day and then the private trash collection company took the trash, that was all above board. Like 100%, that was above board. And that has been solved as of yesterday. That was really great to have an answer to something. Yeah, the thing from that and I think I already have that time stamped. So that was from the hearing yesterday, and I'm still working on the timestamps. But you guys know I do really specific timestamps. I think I've already gotten to that part, but if not, it will be, there will be a specific timestamp that says, no, I did. Now I remember. I did timestamp it because I remember I was like, finally, the dad trash is solved or something. So anyway, if anyone wants to hear literally what they say about that, and just out of the sake of convenience, instead of looking at just a stream with like nothing there, you can go right to it, that literal moment in time, and hear what they say. But yeah, it's all solved there with that. So are you saying, okay, I think I understand what you're asking. So because of the fact that it's a gated community and it's a private road, and they are subject to a private like trash ordinance. So, public trash services, right? That they will come, like the city, right? Waste management. They'll come that if you're on a public road, right? But if you're on a private road, it's up to you to figure it out. Now, if you're in a community that's private, then there's probably going to be one company, right, that like services that community. And actually, there was that one live stream. We actually tried to find it. I think you were there, Needs, and Heather, maybe you, but we actually tried to find the exact company that does the trash. We couldn't find it, but it was fun. And so anyway, but the point is that like with all the stuff that I looked into and we've talked about, that the situations that made it private, like the private road and the gate and the trash ordinance and all that, and we did the math on the length of the road and all that. We went through all the case law. We went through that. And that was when Jeff was there. And everything that I looked at was like, if law enforcement had collected that trash, it was problematic when you looked at the case law because because of the reasonable expectation of privacy. Now, the reason I say it's solved as of yesterday is because the trash company that comes in and takes care of the trash for that community every week or whatever, they're supposed to come and pick it up. That's their job. Like they're authorized. In other words, that private company is authorized to collect the trash. And they would be with that situation, private community, private road, gate, all those things I named, like they would be the only people authorized to come and collect the trash from that community, because it's like, you could almost think of it kind of like trespassing, right? It's like trespassing and then some, right? Because of all the private stuff. So, but that trash company, that's what's supposed to happen, right? Once it gets picked up and it's like taken out of there, it's no longer it belongs to anybody. Right now, there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. Now it becomes part of just the trash of the world, right? So had the FBI collected it, given everything I was looking at, I was like thinking that was a problem, but we didn't know until yesterday that they asked the trash company, like they had a plan together, and the trash company would have picked it up anyway, right? And they're allowed. So that was all above board. I mean, if anything was above board, that's the one thing that was above board, I'm happy to say. And y'all know how much I obsessed over that trash. I can tell you, when I heard that, I was so happy. I was like, thank God we've solved that one. And so they didn't really get into the specifics, but they did say it was on camera. And I think that they did keep it separate, but that's allowed, right? Because it's still the thing is, it's in the custody of the private trash company and they are authorized. So even if the FBI calls them up and says, hey, like, can you just keep this one separate? That's allowed. That's allowed, because the FBI is not actually collecting it themselves from the private property. Remember, think about that reasonable expectation of privacy. Think about curtilage, right? And I know at the end of the driveway, normally that's not curtilage, obviously. But remember, when it's a private road and given the length of the road, because we went over all that, and private community, gated community, and the other thing too, right? The private trash company, that means that's like, they're the only people authorized to collect that trash, right? So yeah. I mean, it definitely does feel like that, but you know what? That was all above board. That's all above board because it was collected by the trash man. So that's above board. They said it was on camera. Oh. I see what you're saying. All right, so interesting. Well, if you're thinking that it was possible the FBI was actually still the people that collected it, then now we're into the same world that we're in with the IGG, right? Because it's like these are major issues, and it could be it could be impossible to prove it, like in the affirmative sense, if it's not. Fuck, I don't want to have to worry about that too, because like those are the two things. And I've been harping on these for a while, right? Because that's why I spent so much time researching the dad trash, because I was like, I understand how it works with the trash, but like literally there are a number of exceptions here. And it's like, and I'm like, look, I don't want to, like, I'm looking at the case law, I'm looking at all this, and it's like, when you look at the case law, this one actually had more than what was necessary given the cases we looked at. And it's like, you know, how is this not being thrown out? And so I kept thinking there must be something that I'm missing. And this was the thing about the fact that the trash company picked it up and they got it. But I mean, you know, but again, I don't want to imagine. In other words, I don't want to imagine, you know, I'm not going to. I think that where it's more clear that there's problems in terms of this information is missing and there's only one really good explanation for it, that would be as it pertains to the IGG and the direct match to Bryan Kohberger and all that we've talked about. Honestly, that's even if the dad trash, even if, okay, let's just say that they had standing on both. Like, let's just say that they, you know, it was a direct match for the IGG. And let's just say that FBI took the trash and they broke all the rules. It was on the curtilage and whatever, right? Honestly, you don't even need both, right? Because the thing that happened first was the IGG, and it's fruit of the poisonous tree. I mean, it's great to have both, right? But in other words, that is far and away the biggest issue and the strongest issue in this case, in my personal view. So I think they're joking, Top Cat. You know, I think so. I haven't been able to keep up and read every single comment, but like, I mean, you know, hilarious, right? Sarcasm. What up? Welcome back. What do you mean go back to? You mean in the documents? I mean, we've covered everything. I don't know what you're referencing. Are you saying you want to go back to it right now, or? I don't know. So Heather, I'm just waiting for you see, this looks like something important. So but I don't know what you're referencing. So while we are figuring that out, let's continue on. Sally Forth, we're almost finished with the hearing, actually.
Be disclosures with wiggle words in them.
Yeah, wiggle words are not going to save the lack of disclosure.
You want to pull it up right now? I mean, we have read that on this channel, that whole series, like the initial motion, the reply, or the objection and the reply. And the reply, by the way, whenever I have those little IGG presentations, that reply, a lot of that comes from the reply. I mean, I feel like y'all are sick of looking at it, like, you know, so. But are you saying I should pull it up again right now for something? But we've referenced that and broke it down, and even the little IGG tree thing that I always reference, the state's IGG tree where they have CODIS out of order, that comes from that reply as well. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, I know. Yeah, you and I, Heather, have been on the same page about that, the direct match. But yeah, I did follow up, by the way, and I was talking about you, Heather, earlier at the beginning of the stream. I was like, here's what Heather and I were talking about yesterday, blah, blah. And anyway, it might be worth going back and watching because we followed back up with some of the IGG stuff, and I had some exhibitees and little like things there, and little clips and stuff ready to talk about it. And also the consideration that like there's some interesting things about it. Anyway, I've already repeated it several times. I feel like a broken record. I don't want to be annoying. So of course, you're welcome anytime. Glad you're here. But yeah, there are the number of things that are said that seem like they're trying to say it without saying it or hint at it, but they can't say it and all that. It's a lot. So yeah, I'm totally fully apprised, I feel like, of that. Okay, coolio.
I'll let the state know that right now. The fact that you say, well, he could talk about anything else doesn't mean he's going to get to talk about anything else.
In an abundance of caution, we were worried about those words.
They're talking about the expert witness disclosures.
Appreciate what the court's saying, and I'm going to make this really short. The lists are problematic for us. There are 4 or 5 experts with lists. I understand what the court said. I like what the
They
court
also have
said.
reports that they reference.
The lab people do have reports. I understand those are their opinions. When we're talking about, and I'm going to specifically talk to you about their disclosure number 7. It's an FBI agent, Douglas. There's a list of financial records that he collected and looked at. Other than that, those records exist. There's not a report telling me what they mean to him at all. If he's limited to say, I collected these records, this is what we have.
My understanding, the state can correct me, is what I understand from the briefing is respect to that. I think that's the Amazon documents, correct?
Those were some of those documents, Your Honor. There are a lot of others.
Was his expertise was in extracting or reviewing the information and how those were sort of obtained electronically and then simply guiding through, well, this is a transaction on this date that does this, which is not necessarily expert testimony. It's simply testimony.
No, but I believe it's a different expert that they have to do that does not have a report.
But is that expert testimony? That, let's just say just a television, if for some reason that were to be important, and that this transaction
all I
demonstrates
think about is the Adelsons there and Wendy when I hear the word television.
that this is Mr. Kohberger's account, this is Mr. Kohberger's credit card, and this is the purchase on Amazon. And that was delivered to this address associated with Mr. Kohberger.
Those are factual issues, Your Honor. It's when we get to what do they mean, or I put these things together and I've made this picture out of something. That when we get to opinion, I appreciate what the court is saying. It sounds to me like lists don't do it if you want to interpret a record. That's what we hope to hear. That's what I wanted to accomplish today.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. You cannot simply say an expert's going to talk about topic A, topic B, topic C, and then be able to give a host of opinions that fall within those topics. The requirement is to list what their opinions are and what they relied on to give those opinions. It's different than the civil rule. I don't think they have to give as much detail as the civil rule requires, but they have to at least give what the opinions are and I believe what they reviewed, as I recall the rule off the top of my head.
I believe the court's about right. There may be another term or two in the rule that's specific, but I hear the court loud and clear. I'll point out one last thing and stop because I think I understand how the court interprets these issues and these rules. When you look at page 9 of the state's objection to our motion, and in the second to last paragraph, they tell you.
We did a poll earlier, and again, I don't get to see the results. So, and y'all forgot to tell me what the results were. Do you want me to do another poll? I'll do another poll. Why not? Why not?
That they will continue to supplement their expert responses based on later discovery or whatever they decide to use.
Or is it still,
whatever they decide to use.
I don't know how it works. Like, I mean, it didn't give me an option to set a time limit on it. I feel like sometimes the polls, like, I don't know, is it closed? Oh, it's not closed. It's still open. Okay, just kidding. So, okay, the poll is still going. So anyone that wants to vote, feel free.
There has me worried. So I wanted to bring that up. I appreciate the court saying the court's going to apply the court rules and the discovery rules and follow the case law. And that's all we want. Thank you.
So that I'm clear, as the state's approaching to talk about this, in terms of supplementation, it's allowed. It needs to be seasonable, which means it has to be
seasonable,
not just
like Santa Claus for Christmas time.
whole cloth new.
That's
experts,
hilarious.
for example.
Thank you, Rochelle, for letting me know. So it's 50% yes, 30% no, and 20% squirrels. Awesome. I'm so glad it's 20% squirrels. Thank you, guys.
Good
Thank
cause
you.
showing me why that's necessary. It needs to be seasonable in the sense of the timing of it based upon when the information is received.
Heather, do you also die laughing every time they use the word ripe? I do. I do.
When it was determined it was necessary to supplement.
Hi, welcome.
And then obviously we'll look at that in relation to what may prejudice the other side in terms of the timing of it.
Certainly, I understand that. Their discovery deadline has come and gone. If something brand new happens, that would be a different issue. I assume we would deal with that then. It's when I read whatever we decide to use, that's very, very broad.
I mean, it's a good point.
That's it. Thank you.
It's hard for us. It is hard for us. I mean, always a good point here. Like, we don't know. There's stuff that's sealed, right? Obviously. So it's hard for us to, but one of the things I'm planning on doing is, you know, that document that I've been talking about and referencing the list. What we're going to do is, we're going to go through and color code it and see what of the new information that came out in these hearings, what does qualify and meet that standard for Franks. And I have the standard at the top of the document. So we're going to go through that. And just for fun, like, you know, it's, again, yeah, great point. We don't know, there's stuff, but having said that, like, if it does meet the standard based on just what was open in court, based on, you know, when we go through and it's like, what do we think? And we're going to assess it and whatnot, then whatever was in the close, you know, in other words, then that it is what it is. Right. So like the sealed hearings, it's not going to undo that, right? If they've already met the standard, they've met the standard. And, you know, so, but yeah, that's what we're going to do. Oh, good. I'm glad you like that idea. Good. Oh, that's whatever, man. Dude, we were dying laughing earlier at Ashley Jennings. Oh my God. Oh, it was so funny. Oh, here she comes. Look at that. Did she hear me call her name?
I can keep this pretty short. I don't think that there's really much in dispute at this point. State's position, we've complied through our expert disclosures with criminal rule 16.
Lies and slander.
7, as well as your court's scheduling
Hanger
order.
it, Dawn.
The state understands the framework that you've outlined. We were under the same impression, and I don't think that there's anything else in dispute.
So let me give you a word of caution. Sometimes there's dissonance between what an expert thinks that they're going to talk about and what the lawyer understands from that expert. And the lawyer submits these disclosures. And I think it's
an understatement. He should be tearing their ass. I keep forgetting about this. Honestly, if you guys saw me when I covered this document, like, this pissed me off to no end. I couldn't believe it. Like, in the wake of all these other things that they've been talking about in the hearings, like this, I kept forgetting that this was the whole thing. This is like, what the fuck? I don't know how they're not being just torn apart limb for limb like this. I mean, I don't even know.
It's really important that you be on the same page if you don't have a specific written report from the expert about what it is they're going to talk about, and make sure that you have supplemented and that you have provided a listing of the opinions that are going to be provided and whatever else is required under the rule in terms of what that's based on. And I would encourage both sides to over disclose those opinions in caution rather than.
Great. Again, that I appreciate that, Judge Hippler. Yes. Yes. Hold their feet to the fire. And you know what? We saw this with Lori Vallow, right? Death penalty taken off the table as a sanction for their fuckery, which honestly, it was the right move. Of course, right? And so, I mean, this business here, though, is like, I guess because it's far enough out from trial, right? But like, I don't know. I feel like they're pushing it, right? And they could end up in that position. This is a big deal. This was a big deal with this.
Under disclose. Because two things. One, you may find yourself in a bad position if you're not allowed to go into an opinion you felt you were going to be allowed to go to because it's not disclosed. And two, I don't want to spend half our day at trial with me saying, where's that disclosed at? And then chasing the jury out while you dig through your thousands of pages.
Yes, I agree.
Just trying to find where that is.
Yep.
And so the more exhaustive your disclosures, the less likely it is it's going to draw that objection, and the less time that we're going to waste at trial trying to find where you disclose that. And so I think sometimes, and I'm not saying you did that in this case, I think sometimes lawyers view this expert disclosure requirement as sort of tedious work that they need to get done in order to comply with the timeline, a requirement of the court, and then they.
No, he is only talking to the state. It's there. The state did not turn over their expert witnesses. I mean, this was a huge deal. It blew my mind to read that, like, of the, I think it was 35 witnesses or 20. I mean, like, only 5 of them had any type of report and none of them had opinions, if I remember correctly. I couldn't believe it. It's like, what are you doing? Like, so it's entirely the state. This is the state did bad here. I mean, this was egregious, really.
Sort of move on from it and forget about it. It's a dangerous tact to take. It is, for the case, one of the most important things that you can do is to understand what the person is going to testify to, and give a disclosure of what they're going to testify to, what those opinions are. And to be looking at that as you're thinking about their testimony, as you should be doing, certainly now, even though it's months away from trial, on a continuing basis. So I would really stress the importance of that in a case, particularly of this import.
In Florida, they would have been sanctioned.
And so don't feel like your job is done at this point, because I would suggest to you it's not.
No, it's not.
You may consider needing to do.
Why is Ashley Jennings, like, for a second there, she was like, looked like she was smiling or laughing. I wonder if she's one of those people, like, when she gets scolded, it's uncomfortable, so she, like, smiles. Look, you guys can see that right there. It's mind-boggling, honestly. And remember what the defense was asking for with this motion, right? Was they said they were asking for sanctions, and the sanctions were these expert witnesses shouldn't be allowed to testify. And then their alternative remedy was like, turn the shit over, but also we need to be heard so you can extend our deadline, because their deadline, right? The defense is, this is why this is all stupid. From, like, stupid's not even the right word. It's fuckery from the state, because the defense deadline to submit all of their expert witness disclosure was the 23rd of January. Okay. Yesterday. And, but they can't do that until they've gotten the discovery or the disclosure of the expert witnesses from the state. Right. So they have a deadline they have to meet. And then when the state goes to turn over their shit, right? But they turned it over by the deadline, but it didn't count because it didn't include any of the stuff you're supposed to have. Like, it just doesn't, it blows my mind. And so, and at one point they tried to claim there that, like, oh, it's going to be for rebuttal, but it's like, that whole list, again, I think it was like 25 or 35 of these expert witnesses. Their one little try to, like, thwarting this issue was to say it's for rebuttal. And I mean, we went through this document. When you see it, it's like shocking, because it's like, so you're going to have no expert witnesses in your case in chief and then 35 on rebuttal. It's sad. It's disgusting. It pisses me off. And they were doing it on purpose because it was right before the defense's, 2 weeks or less before their deadline. So honestly, the defense was like, I was madder than they were, but basically they were like, we need to have our deadline extended because we can't submit our witnesses, So it seems like that is what he's doing, although he's going to follow this up with a written order, which I don't think has appeared yet. The fact, though, that the state has the nerve to, the state here, I mean, Ashley, stand there and, like, smile and, like, do her little stupid ass, like, whatever thing, aloofness. Your job is to turn over discovery. What are you doing?
I would suggest to you it's not. That
I know.
You may consider needing to do some cleaning up and making sure things are more fulsome in the scope of those disclosures and what you're doing. The other thing, I think you tried to do to a degree is you thought,
he's talking directly to her. I mean, he's talking directly to her.
We think this is fact.
Oh my God. What's it doing? It's just what? Spinning. Okay, here we go. Right? I know. Right. And that's the thing. Right. And of course, that's what we talked about too. Like in terms of the whole thing with the rebuttal, it's shifting the burden for sure. But it's also strategy, right? Because it's like they want to wait until they see what the defense witnesses are before they call their own. I'm going to unshare, reshare.
You know, and so don't feel like your job is done at this point, because I would suggest to you it's not.
Right. Yep.
That you may consider needing to do some cleaning up and making sure things are more fulsome in the scope of.
She should look at her face. She should be embarrassed. This is a scolding. This is like, I don't know, one of those, like that nightmare when you go to school and you're naked or whatever. That's what this should be like. And yeah.
Those disclosures and what you're doing. The other thing, you know, I think you tried to do to it. Well, we think this is fact testimony, but, you know, in an abundance of caution, we're going to put it in an expert disclosure. Well,
Weasel.
if you're going to put it in an expert disclosure
Weasel.
because in an abundance of caution, it could be viewed that way. I suggest you treat it that way in
Yes.
terms of what you give.
Yep. Appreciate
Okay.
that.
Thank you. And that goes to both sides. I haven't read your disclosures yet, so I don't know, you know, where
Right.
that stands, but certainly goes to both sides. And I know that also, you know,
There you
the
go.
rules are different as to what the defense has to disclose necessarily and what the state does to some degree. And so
And that's true. They do have different rules when it comes to expert witness disclosure in criminal trials. But there you go. I mean, he doesn't know, like they could have issues, right? But we don't know yet because we have to get, like, they haven't done that yet. So the state goes first and then the defense goes. So, I mean, he's right. It applies to both sides, right? But at this juncture, the only fuckery that is not, has occurred as it pertains to these expert witness disclosures is from the state. And so, yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well, I think the court will anticipate that there's a rather large filing that contain a lot of actual reports. Your Honor, listening to the court's comments and understanding where we were a moment ago when we spoke, I feel like I must go through what their disclosures were because there are so many lists. My hope was that they would be limited because they didn't fulfill their disclosure requirement, and we did, and that put us at quite a disadvantage, not knowing what their experts would
Well,
say.
and if they supplement, you certainly can supplement based upon what they supplement, and I will permit that. And that's kind of the nature of the beast.
I do appreciate that. And should that become necessary, we'll definitely take you up on that, Your Honor. I want to make a record about some of their expert disclosures, though. All of the lab people, they have lab reports and notes. The Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, I better be really clear on that. Other than the wiggle room language, which would ask that
I
they
can't.
not be permitted to have any wiggle room language.
I
The
can't
lab reports
do
are
that.
fine, with the exception of one of the witnesses, Miss Nowlin, that they've disclosed, and she's written no reports.
Is that the one they said is a rebuttal witness?
They said she might be a rebuttal witness, so I
Now,
suppose.
she was there yesterday testifying in the closed portion because we learned that from Denise. Our squirrel crew boots on the ground was awesome.
Now they know what our witness is going to say. I want to talk about the cast report. The court's heard a lot about the cast report. When I say cast report, that's because that's what it's called. It's really a PowerPoint presentation. There's not any analysis in that. There's just, this will be my testimony. This is what it's going to be. Without much more, it's a picture, and it has some dots and some arrows. Your Honor, that needs to be cleaned up. We need to understand the analysis that went into coming up with those PowerPoint presentations. That's just not plain good enough. I would let the court know that the cell phone experts, there's wiggle language in both of those if the court hasn't seen that. Their disclosure number, that's Mr. Cox. That's a person that has not written a report at all. We have no idea besides the state's disclosure what that person's going to talk about. Agent Douglas that I talked about before, I don't think I need to make further record. There's a lot of documents, no analysis, no opinion stated.
This is disgusting. How dare they? I don't even know, guys.
We put several of these in our pleadings, and so I won't go through all of them. I'm highlighting the ones that we're really concerned about. We have 3 that looked at digital data. The court should understand there's 60 some devices. There's digital data from third-party sources,
67.
and there are 3 people that are listed with just lists of things. It's Mowery, Tanzola, and Uri. They have lists of devices or social media accounts that they're going to talk about. That our expert told us would take 3 years to look at every bit of the data. So having no clue what's going to happen, I can envision.
So let's just push the trial out another 3 years.
exactly what the court's fear is when we get to jury trial, me wondering if this particular thing was ever disclosed. So I definitely needed to make a record of that.
Wow. You guys are so funny with the math. Yeah, that one,
Further with
say that thing is blows. I just don't even know. We're going to have to wait to see what some like credible expert, like we need a scientist to explain. Like I've never heard of that. It doesn't make any sense. And they didn't like, and how do you just say that and not explain it? Right? Like how that's rude. Like what the fuck? You guys are just going to like say that and then just like move on, and like, doop, doop, like what? I mean, in my mind, like, I feel like the scientific community's got to be like, am I in a parallel universe? Right? I mean, I just blows my mind.
the lab personnel, there's a caveat that says they'll talk about other people's reports and other things that are outside of their report, in addition to some of the other wiggle language that I referred to. Your Honor, given that the state is now cautioned to think about those things and submit more, I feel like it's important for us to bring out that we have a right.
I think you're probably joking.
Right to confront the evidence that's brought against us. Bryan has constitutional rights, United States and state of Idaho constitutional rights for a fair trial and to confront evidence. The expert disclosures are designed to advise us of what the state is going to do.
Right,
their disclosures were insufficient. I appreciate what the court said, but exactly what the court's worried about will happen if we don't have better disclosures. The jury will be in and out while we make sure that we have a clean record. We appreciate what the court said today, and we'd ask the court to order the state to comply or for the court to exclude anything that hasn't been disclosed so far. That's it.
So I'm going to give like both sides an example of what I expect. So you understand, there's been talk in this case about DNA. If somebody's going to talk about DNA and your intent is they're going to let the jury understand what DNA is, and essentially going to do a mini course on DNA, I expect to see that in expert disclosures. Not that they're going to do a mini course on the DNA. I expect to see the mini course in the disclosures, if that makes sense, in terms of what their opinions are, what their information is that they are conveying.
I'll tell you what, Heather. So you're saying when he was in the gallery, I didn't notice it, but you know what? Kat Randall, if you're still listening, he was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here now. I bet he noticed because he pays really close attention to body language, but I did not. Yeah, I didn't notice. I was not looking at his hands in the gallery. Nothing caught my attention. So, yeah.
That is
yeah, right.
And so it really does behoove both sides to spend the time to do that. And that's the last I'll say about that.
Ooh, the kids are.
It is probably the most critical thing that you have to do at this point prior to trial is to ensure that you have not just disclosed, but potentially over disclosed those opinions.
He's talking to
what is required by the rule.
He's talking to the state.
All right. Is there anything else with respect to those?
Yeah, he's not.
Your Honor, is the court giving the state a new date to fix their disclosures?
I'm not giving either side a new date. You understand, I think, what I expect. So you can choose to try to supplement those. If they are simply expansions of what it is that they've disclosed that are just being more fulsome, I'm probably not going to have a problem with that given where we're at in advance of trial, and the defense certainly can look at those and decide that they want to expand or change or whatever their opinions are based on that. If it's whole new stuff, then you're going to have to demonstrate to me, new opinions, new lines, or even new experts. You're going to have to demonstrate why you didn't get that in the timeline.
Interesting. Huh.
Thank you.
So that's interesting. So he's basically saying your deadlines were your deadlines, and what you could have submitted already, that's what you got. And then whether it's, interesting. And so then if they want to get anything else in, they have to basically make the case with a supplemental request for discovery and show good cause. Huh. That's an interesting way to handle it. It's an interesting way to handle it. Like instead of extending the deadline, it's like your deadlines have come and gone. Whatever you got in is what you got in. If you want to have actually, like in terms of the state, right? If you want to actually have any of your experts be able to present an opinion at trial, right? Like then you're going to have to essentially beg, in my mind, right? Beg and show good cause and file like supplemental pleading. And
Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting way to handle it.
Okay, is there
Right.
anything else that we need to take up today?
That's right. Emphasis on
Nothing
try.
from the defense.
I don't know whether we're gonna have a Frank's hearing or not. I need to go and do that, but if you don't mind
Go do it.
emailing some dates that you have available in the next, say,
That bodes well for the Franks hearing. I shouldn't have ended the poll so soon. I thought it was already looking up that he said, I don't know if we're going to have it or not, because it was like he didn't like that. That could have been more negative sounding. But then when he's like, go ahead and email me some dates, I'm like, fuck yes. Do
3
it.
weeks to do that in the event that we need to do it, I would appreciate that. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody's work, not just for the hearings this week, but in this case in general. And I know how busy you all are, and I hopefully have not taken more of your time than is necessary. Travel safe. Thank you.
All right, please.
So we don't know when the next hearing will be, because it's going to be, he said, email me some dates. That bodes well for the Franks hearing. So I did see this comment here. Where did it go? Where did it go? About the Discord. Where did it go? Oh, yes. So I did not see it. When did you post it? Because if you posted it during the live stream, then I was live streaming. I have an alibi. But I will take a look at it. But I would, you joined, I think you joined during the live stream. So yeah, probably that's when you posted it. But yeah. And I'll pull up here. Let's see. So this is what we took a look at earlier, just to give you guys something to look at besides this court is on a break. And I'll take a look at the Discord here. So, okay, let's see. So we went through this. We went through this earlier, but I'm just putting this up on the screen. But definitely, if you guys missed the beginning of the live stream, highly recommend going back. We talked about the cell phones, more stuff related to cell phones, and IGG. It wasn't, not in great length, but it was kind of, we went through a couple important things, and of course, as always, it'll be timestamped too. But this is one of the things we worked through. We had a whole thing. Let me see here. Yeah, so that hacksaw, I think, though, gets the prize for most incriminating thing on my Amazon account. Forgot I had that. All right. What am I doing? Discord. Wait. Just clicked out of it. Near. Oh, there's an article from Denise. Where did you post it? Rochelle, because I don't see what thread did you post it under? Unless maybe you weren't talking to me, and then that could explain why I'm not seeing it. Huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, the disposable gloves. I mean, again, those are just, for me, those are just like a given. Like, they're so useful. Yeah, we were saying, like, if anyone wants to say what they're what would look incriminating, like most incriminating to the observer, like a third party, or most embarrassing to either or just funniest or whatever. So I'm still not seeing the article, but oh, Denise sent me a friend request. Cool. So yeah, tomorrow we're back with Adelson's, guys. It's going to be awesome. We're going to go through the PCAs. I know Top Cat's going to be excited. And we're going to also watch some trial testimony, Charlie's ex-girlfriends. And you guys, if you haven't seen the testimony of June and Jimta, It is freaking hilarious. Like this girl is like still in love with him and her freaking cell phone goes off. It is amazing. It's amazing. It's so not what we usually see in trials in like so many ways. It's bizarre. But and then of course also Katie McVanoa. So we're gonna pick up with that. And then I think on the next Adelson after that, we'll go and do Donna's arrest body cam, and among other things. But that I think we're going to be doing tomorrow. I still don't see the article, but that's okay. We can always talk about it on the next one. Oh, okay. I thought I saw that you did join the Discord though. Let me see. Yeah. I mean, you're there, like you joined it because it says you appeared and like, so have you not used a Discord before? So you can put it wherever. It depends on what it is. If it's something related to Kohberger, there's an Idaho v. Kohberger thread, or Squirrel Crew is just like general chat. You can put it in Squirrel Crew. I don't know what it is, but yeah, all those, you just can post it in any of those threads. Those threads are just, or it says text channel. I guess people call them threads. It's just to organize things by topic, but you know, that's just it's not like a strict thing or whatever. Yeah. Squirrel Crew is just like for whatever. Oh, she might be talking to you. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Ferric chloride. What does that do again? Oh, okay. I'm seeing it come through now. Yeah. I mean, and this exactly as in this article, this is exactly what there will be experts that testify to this. I mean, that is you know, and I'll tell you what, also again, referencing the Casey Anthony trial, they spend a lot of time with the DNA on that one, and they go really deep into it. And they talk all about that. I mean, it's like they get real deep into it. Oh, cool. That's neat. You're etching metal. And then Rochelle is etching with lasers, if you will, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I read what the screenshot says. Did you want me to read it out loud verbatim? I mean, I read it and that's what I was responding to. I read, like, the part that I read was the part where it has like the star, where it's like not like, that's what I figured. But also for you guys who are doing cool things with metal and lasers, feel free to post that stuff too in the Discord, anything that is like crafts or whatever you guys want. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's hilarious. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that from other trials. You know, it's just in some cases it's not as much of an issue. It just depends on the case. But like, sometimes it's down to like the nitty gritty, like splitting hairs with the DNA and like, they break, like, again, Casey Anthony's a great example. Like that one is, they get really insane with the breaking it down for hours and hours and hours and hours. It's pretty crazy. I mean, a lot of it's kind of like over my head, right? But I did know that generally about the alleles. That's terrible. Make sure you're not getting an infection. Yeah, that invoice, we've pulled that invoice up a bazillion times. It's so funny. Yeah, November 29th and then due on December 29th. But yeah, November 29th was a big day. That was a big day. And I've been saying that. I know Heather had too. That was a big day. That was always my theory, that was when Othram was done and that's when they had their they were finished. And the FBI took over, but we learned that for sure. That was confirmed yesterday. The invoice the way that I read that invoice was like, that's when they were like done with like They knew, like, their job was done. Not the day that they got the DNA, but the day that their job was done. And it makes sense when you look at the timeline, right? With all the other stuff that happened on the 29th. Something happened. It's like something happened, and then the FBI was like taking over. Yeah, no, that is insane. Right. 2 people's DNA mixing, showing a totally different person. Right. And that's why, that's the perfect example of why the DNA alone is not enough. You have to have other things. Yeah. Well, and that invoice, the one that we have, that was on, we only have that not from the freaking, government. We have it because shout out to Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman. He somehow obtained that. So we're lucky to have even that. I mean, my God, we have like literally nothing. That's like one of the only things we do have. Right. Yeah. Yep. But anyway, guys, that's it for this one. I still need to finish the, yes. And that's absolutely true, right? The only DNA anywhere. Yep. Totally. Yep. And it's touch DNA. So yeah, so I got to still finish up timestamps for the yesterday's live stream, but I think I'm like halfway done anyway, but, we got through it, guys. As always, we'll keep an eye out for, I know you guys will as well, keep an eye out for any upcoming documents. I mean, what we want to see is we want to see on the docket, we want to see notice of hearing. Okay. We want to, probably 2 things is what will happen. We'll see motion granted, motion for Frank's hearing granted, and then notice of hearing. And again, given the fact that he was like, hey, can you please email me some of the dates that you're available? I feel good about it. And, sucks that it'll be sealed, of course. However, this is really important. And even though we aren't going to get to know it, it allows them to make a record. That's really important. So, and we know that, like, we're seeing that happening right now, of course, too, for Richard Allen. So this is their chance to make that thorough record. And, that can be a strong issue on appeal if you're convicted. So thank you. You guys too. Y'all make sure you get sleep too, guys. Y'all are awesome. Carla, welcome. You're here right at the end, but happy to see you. Thanks for being here. I suppose you've been, enjoying watching other people chat, which is totally fine. I know there's some people who totally just, they don't tend to feel like so inclined to like chat themselves, but I don't know. It's all good. As long as you guys are happy and having fun, that's what matters. So, and Rochelle's making a drink next time. Oh, you have been here? Okay. I'm trying to think. Was it Adelson's? I will say it's easier to remember too when people have pictures, because when YouTube just does a letter and then there's like other people that have letters, it's a little bit, it's less of a visual cue versus like the thumbnails, because sometimes I think if I just see the colors of the thumbnail, I'm like, I already subconsciously know who it is. But anyway, there are I appreciate you saying this. There are no mods. It's just me, but I do appreciate, I've got Nightbot though, actually. Sorry, I didn't mean that, Nightbot. Nightbot, I love you. I didn't mean to say that. Got Nightbot. But Carla, I didn't see you in the chat tonight. But anyway, I just wanted to say that thank you, and I'm glad you're here, and glad you enjoyed everything. So, and maybe we'll get to see you again next time. But yeah, y'all are awesome and love you guys. And we will see each other here, hopefully tomorrow, for some Adelsons. And shout out to Glenn as well. Squirrel out.